This is Rugby Radio. Rugby Radio. Bringing you exclusive live coverage from Netherdale of Maroon'd Gala.
Hello and welcome to Rugby Radio for a special programme coming to you live from Netherdale in Gala Shields for Maroon'd Gala, a festival of rugby incorporating the Gala Sevens, which is round 2 of the Kings of the Sevens. Well, we've got a full team out this afternoon, so between now and 8 o'clock we'll bring you 4 hours of rugby, including 3 finals, but in the main competition 8 teams will be battling it out in 2 pools of 4, with the top 2 from each going through to the semi-finals, and host Gala will be looking to back up their win here last year when they beat Peebles in the final. Plenty of rugby has been played already, and let's bring you right up to date, starting with Pool A, and the scores were Melrose 19, 2 Scots 26, bit of a shock there, Selkirk 32, Jed Forest 10, Melrose 12, Selkirk 26. That's in Pool A. In Pool B it finished Gala 42, Peebles 10 in a repeat of last year's final, and Kelso 33, Hawick 10 in a repeat of the final of the Peebles Sevens a few weeks ago. Currently we've just seen Gala against Kelso. That was a tight one. Gala winning that by 19 points to 17 with a last death try. So Gala in pole position there. And that brings us right up to date, because in Pool A, currently on the pitch, they've played 5 minutes for the first half. It's Jed Forest against 2 Scots. And let's join our commentary team right away. We've got Sam Mathews and we've also got Robin Purdie. Very good afternoon, Robin.
Good afternoon, Stuart. The talking is done, the tweeting is done, and we are into the rugby. And just as you join us here, 2 Scots, around a couple of minutes to go in the first half. 2 Scots 12, Jed 5. Jed scoring just before you joined us, clawing their way back into this one with a try by Lewis Walker. But they've kicked off again, Jed, and the 2 Scots are in possession here. They have got some big units in the ranks, let me tell you that. This Army team, they're made up largely of Fijians. In fact, the 12-man squad is all Fijians bar 1. But Jed are in possession now, up over the halfway line. Kyle Grieve looks for his support, finds it in the shape of Lewis Walker. Lewis Walker out to Wardrop. Wardrop builds up a head of steam. He's back over the halfway, and he's found a man on the outside there for Jed. Steaming down the far side there, that's Ben Fotheringham, still going. Fotheringham pumping the legs. It takes a couple of the soldiers to drag him into touch, but he's managed to fling it back in field before he hit the whitewash to Lewis Elder, and now it's back with Wardrop. Jed still in and around the 10 metre line of the 2 Scots. Now it's with Mark Glenn, moved up from Jed Thistle this season, and he's thrown that forward, Mark Glenn, but there was a penalty there for a high shot, and there's another. The referee gave his pocket a tickle. He thought about it. They've already had 1 man in the bin. In fact, they've still got 1 man in the bin, the 2 Scots. He's just about to re-enter the fray though. And Sam Mathews joining me for this one. That, Sam, I think is a tackle that, and we had a couple of these on Thursday night in the Border League, a tackle that in April probably would have been okay. Yeah, and it was the exact same thing at Peebles Sevens a couple of weeks ago. The refs had to be strict on it to really try to stamp out the game as quick as they can, and I feel it's the best approach to take, to try not give that leniency, because you will get players that take an inch who then end up taking a mile, and that's how people get hurt. So I'm quite happy to see them being really strict on that, and it was smart play by 2 Scots because it saved what was a try scoring opportunity. Yeah, it did indeed. They're back up to the full complement. They've just lost a man to injury. Jed now up and over the 22, over on the far side here at Netherdale. It's Fotheringham. It's back in now to Mark Glenn. Mark Glenn's got a bit of pace. He's 6 or 7 metres short, heading towards the line, but he's caught just in the shadow of the posts, and he's held on that fraction long. So a penalty to 2 Scots, and good defence, good scrambling defence there, Sam. Great defence, because Mark Glenn looks like a real weapon. He was the one that was just victim of that high-ish tackle as well, we'll say, the April high tackle. But yeah, he looks like a real dynamite player, and he really tries to keep that ball out the back option for himself there. So great play by the 2 Scots defence to wrap him up and win the penalty underneath their own posts. Yeah, Mark Glenn, high hopes for him at Riverside. As I said before, he's moved up from the Thistle this season. Particularly impressive in the final of the Melrose Under-18s tournament that we covered back in April there. And while trying to exit their own 5 metre line, they've passed it forward, but the referee has seen enough as far as this half is concerned. So we go into half time. It's Jed 5, the 2 Scots 12, and on the balance of play, Sam, it's probably a fair result so far?
A fair result in terms of clinical of finish, you'd say there, because since certainly the listeners have joined us here, it's all been Jed Ball in the 2 Scot half, but as we said, this team has dynamite, powerful runners. They're all army boys. They know how to generate pace at the drop of a hat, and they've just clearly been clinical that have found those siding gaps. And yeah, you'd say fair play, but it is Jed's to take command of in this second 7 minutes.
They're certainly not out of it yet, Sam. You're absolutely right. And as I mentioned before, though, when you look at this 2 Scots outfit, even from this distance, there are some big men in the ranks.
Yeah, number 12, John Drew, he has been quite a size. I saw him running out in their first outfit against Melrose today, and it's the old saying, isn't it? It's like, you know what you're coming up against, but stopping it are 2 totally different things.
Yeah.
And when you have that power and dynamism, like we say, they're built for endurance as much as they are rugby as soldiers, and they just know how to make the most of every aspect of their body, really. There's not a muscle in their body that's not trained well.
They're in peak physical condition. So looking at the Jed team, Ben Fotheringham, Dan Wardrop, Ben Howe, Mark Glenn, Lewis Walker, Kieran Hayes, Lewis Elder, Owen Cranston, Kyle Grieve, Jamie Ferguson, Matthew Domingo and Aidan Bambrick make up the squad this afternoon. As Stuart mentioned, they lost their first game reasonably heavily as well, 32-10 to Selkirk. Selkirk looking decent today. They've also put Melrose to the sword, so they've come fully loaded. But we're just about to get back underway here, this Pool A tie. Jed and the 2 Scots. It'll be 2 Scots to get us underway. They're attacking what you'd class as the bottom end, the left hand end here at Netherdale, away from the Fairy Dean. Jed attacking the Fairy Dean end. It's a high hanger, but it's been taken in by Fotheringham. Out to Glenn, out to Lewis Elder. Lewis Elder now to Lewis Walker. Jed now up towards halfway, and they've came back inside, and there's a bit of a half break on here, but the ball almost was spilled. It was maintained, however. Good hands in the end by Jed, and here comes Lewis Walker. He's got some beautiful footwork, as we've seen over the last couple of campaigns. There's a palm down there, a slap down from one of the Fijian players, and so Jed are playing with a free ball here. We'll see if this culminates in a yellow as and when the next break in play occurs. But it's Aidan Bambrick, good footwork with Bambrick with a big shot, as you'd expect, or you've come to expect from these Fijian players. Now it's been knocked backwards by Jed, so there goes Bambrick, and Bambrick's found Lewis Walker, and Lewis Walker is going to be in for his second of the tie. Cometh the hour, cometh the man, and we're back all square.
Yeah, a great play from Aidan Bambrick as well there. And you spent about the big hit. Every time we watch Aidan Bambrick, he seems to unfortunately find himself on the receiving end of a monster hit in every game, but fair play to him. He had a really good control and tempo about him there, because he started off on this stand side here, really, and he casually just sort of floated his way in and waited for that gap to come, knowing he had that free ball. So try for Lewis Walker there, but great play by Bambrick to set it up.
Yeah, Bambrick, who made the number 9 jersey his own for Jed Forest last season. Now the kick is to come. Lewis Elder on kicking duties today, the left peg of Elder, and it's a good kick, so Jed go into the lead 14 points to 12.
Is that not all square? No. Oh no.
Yeah, we'll wait for confirmation. On that. Yeah, I think according to the scoreboard clock anyway, or the big screen as it is here at Gala, it's 12 points apiece, and the kickoff's been taken by Jed, and it's been palmed back by a huge one of these Fijian players, and there's a bit of Fijian flair right there, and there's a foot race from the halfway line. Mark Glenn chasing in vain, but he's in here, and that is Turaka Kalu in for his second of the afternoon, and that was a fine piece of running, fine piece of footwork, fine piece of running.
Yeah, it was. He has that innate skill where he managed to he really closed the gap between his defender, which is normally something the defender has the dominance in if you've managed to really enclose that space, but he has that ability to step at a 90-degree angle to the direction he's running as well, so he really can bypass a defender like that. And then he had that siding run, like you said, just to get around the outside and just keep his distance in that gap to get himself under the post, and a good bit of 7 sportsmanship there as well to take an extra 10 or 20 seconds off the clock as he waited for the defence to chase back.
Yeah, he converted his own try to Ragu Kalu. That takes the scoreline to Jed 12 to Scots 19, so Jed with it all to do if they're going to progress to the semi-finals here, having lost their first game to Selkirk. 2 Scots beat Melrose in the first game in what was a tight encounter. Kickoff's been fumbled by Wardrop, but has gone backward So says the referee. So here comes Jed with Glenn. Glenn again hit hard by the two Scots player. That's a penalty all day long. However, as one of the Fijian players flopped on the ball. Oh no, he's given it as a knock-on actually. I thought the erstwhile Ian Hurd had penalised the soldier there, so it's going to be a Jed scrum, 5 metres inside their own 22, maybe 10 or so metres in from the stand side here. It's going to be Mark Glenn to feed. Owen Cranston directly behind this scrum, and they've been almost driven off the ball there, Jed. Ian Hurd has deemed that has gone round 90 degrees, so they're going to reset it, and this does Jed no favours as the clock ticks up towards 11 minutes gone, so around 3 minutes left for them to get back in this tie. They need a converted try at least, a converted try for a draw anyway. Now it's Lewis Elder in the centre, weighs up his options, hits the gas, but he's pulled down on the 22. Now it's Cranston's got a man out wide, and it's been fumbled there however by Kyle Grieve, and the referee's going to bring them back, and the chance went a begging there because there was open prairie in front of him, Sam.
Yeah, unnatural for Kyle Grieve as well. He lives for those moments on a rugby pitch where he sees nothing but green grass in front of him, so they set it up well there. They took the backward step from the scrum, but they really managed to analyse the space. Unfortunately, simple handling errors, but that's how you're going to beat this two Scots team. You know you're probably not as physically fit as soldiers, so you have to use your nuance and guile about it, how you get through this side.
Yeah, it's almost a new look Jed squad today compared to years gone by. No young twins here today. Gary Monroe is injured, to name but 3, so here come the two Scots. John Drew back inside, they're up into the 22. It was Baliono. Now it's back to the try scorer, Taragu Kula. He's hauled down just short however, but they've maintained possession. There's a Jed player over there, but yes, here they come now, the two Scots. More dancing feet, and they're going to be in here, and another beautiful piece of play. Saurara that time for his first of the afternoon, and he bamboozled the defence.
Yeah, good thing he scored though, because he had about a 3-man overlap outside him. Jed really committed to that defensive ruck there and didn't get the rewards that they wanted from it. But yeah, fair play from Saurara there to get that try. A real bit of footwork and individual brilliance to get those points that will really make Jed have to work hard for these final 2 minutes to get something out of this game. Yeah,
you feel that. Takes it out of Jed's reach now with little more than a minute on the clock. Baliono this time with a conversion, and he's good with that, so that will take the scoreline out to Jed 12, the two Scots Regiment 26. So Jed now 2 converted tries required just for parity with a minute to go, so an uphill battle to say the least, but Sevens rugby, you never know. But the two Scots in no particular hurry to get this restart taken, and they've went long with it, as you'd imagine. It's gone right over the heads of the Jed defence, and it's drifted into touch, and that's not what Jed wanted at all. That was a fairly basic error there, but it's been taken quickly back with Cranston. He's tried to kick it, it's been charged down. The two Scot player flops on the ball. That's Mata for his second of the afternoon, and that is the game put to bed.
Yeah, great try and great determination and not giving up on a play from two Scots there. But you spoke literally just there about Gary Monroe. How influential would that have been there to just keep a head on it, because that was hear him scare him from the second two Scots kicked off.
Yeah, so this tie is over. Kick to come. Jed 12, two Scots 31 as it stands, as we await the kick. The kick is missed, so this one, Pool A tie, it's ended. Jed 12, two Scots 31.
Thank you to Robin and to Sam. We'll be returning to them very shortly. Let's do a quick recap, if you just joined us, of events happening so far. Pool A, Melrose 19, two Scots 26, Selkirk 32, Jed Forest 10, Melrose 12, Selkirk 26, and we've just seen the two Scots 31, Jed 12. In Pool B, it's Gala against Peebles. Gala winning that 42 points to 10. Kelso 33, Hoyk 10, and Gala 19, Kelso 17. Next up is Peebles against Hoyk, and we'll have that for you shortly.
Based in Galashiels but covering the whole region and beyond, Borders Mortgage Hub is your one-stop shop for all things mortgage related in the Borders. Visit us at Borders bordersmortgagehub.com or call us on 01896 807 008. That's 01896 807 008. Borders Mortgage Hub. Mortgages for the borders, in the borders.
When the weather's dreich and a storm's a-brewing, you need a strong, windproof, quality umbrella delivered with good old-fashioned customer service and at an affordable price. Up here in Umbrella Heaven, we say you tackle the ball, we'll tackle the weather. UmbrellaHeaven.com. Brave the storm.
To commemorate the 7th anniversary of the opening of the Borders Railway, an 8 DVD box set is now available featuring the complete series Borders Railway from start to finish, plus the full hour-and-a-half documentary 5 Years On, which examines the possibility of an extension to Carlisle, plus extra features including a cab journey along the entire Borders Railway, all for the special price of just £14.99, including post and packing. You can get your copy direct from hotdisc.co.uk/shop. That's hotdisc.co.uk/shop. The 8 DVD box set, The Complete Borders Railway, is available now.
This is Maroon'd Gala, live on Rugby Radio.
You rejoin us. The next tie is underway. It's a Pool B tie between Peebles and Hawick. It's 0-0 as it stands, a minute gone. Hawick pretty much all of the possession, but not been able to do that much with it, and they've fumbled it just outside the Peebles 22, so it's going to be head and feet to a Peebles scrum. Jack Harrison, the Peebles scrum half. Peebles, this is their third piece of competitive action after their own sevens in a border league game that they lost to Kelso on Thursday night at Poynter Park, but they stuck in pretty well on Thursday, and they'll be looking to do the same here, although they lost heavily in their first tie against Gala, 42 points to 10, but they've still got possession here, 10 metres outside their own 22, flung inside by Jordan Charters. Now there's a bit of a half break on here by Roddy Guinea. Guinea's got a man outside him, that's Rob Mathews. Rob Mathews has got Gary Lowry for company, and he's hit hard by Gary Lowry, returning to rugby, of course, and making a pretty good fist of it so far this afternoon. Lowry's been impressive. Now Peebles, however, still with the possession, still Charters just outside the 22, and they've got James Dow here, but no, the referee's bringing them back, and decent bit of play there, Sam.
Yeah,
by Peebles.
You have to accept it. They're looking awfully out of shape. They were looking out of shape in that Hawick phase of play, though. After about two rucks, they were looking out of shape, so they really need to call them that. But speaking to the boys there, obviously I've got friends within the camp, and they're all saying they're knackered from Thursday as well. So they had such a physical encounter, on that Borders League night, and I think they're feeling it. A lot of the players are doing double duty this weekend. But an open and positive play compared to how they went out in that first tie against Gala. They'll take real momentum from that they covered, you'd say, half the pitch, obviously 22 to 22 in about 3 phases. So a real positive for the first start of this game.
So Hawick scrum on their own 22 centre field, and it's come back to Ben Scott. Ben Scott puts it out there to Justin Tate. Back inside to Sean Goodfellow, one of the experienced campaigners. Goodfellow again. Big handoff there, but he's hauled down still within their own 22, Hawick, and it's out to Lowry. Lowry composed in possession. Takes a couple of Peebles men to drag him down, but he managed to get the hands free and got the ball away. So back with Lowry, playing as a forward, but almost the playmaker in these Hawick ranks. And they're off and running here. Justin Tate it is, and Justin Tate's got a man outside. Cuts back in field up towards halfway now. Hawick still going. Ben Scott still going, looking for the offload, but he's still in possession here. Comes back inside to Goodfellow. Goodfellow's got Lowry. Got a bit of space on this near side. He feigned to kick Lowry. That was an outrageous dummy, and he's still in possession. He's been taken down just outside the Peebles 22. Back to Ben Scott, who just had a bit of a lung buster. He offloads it there to Eli Hamilton. Eli Hamilton's seen a bit of space. He's hit the afterburners from the 22. He's arcing round towards the post, and that, you felt as soon as they left the 22 with a break from Ben Scott, you felt that was coming.
Exactly what I said before. It was part and parcel. It was one player tried to make a tackle and the whole defensive line just went out of shape. So some real work that Graham Patterson's got to do with this side. Obviously they have a break from the Sevens game after this weekend, but it'll be something they'll be really worried about with most of their 15s back line taking part in this tournament today. But nevertheless, great try, and Gary Lowry was formidable again, taking his Peebles form right to the Maroon'd Gala event today. Yeah,
he was impressive at Peebles. You're absolutely right. He's been impressive so far this afternoon. Second try of the afternoon for young Eli Hamilton. It was converted for good measure, so with around 2.5 minutes of this first half to play in Pool B, it's Peebles 0, Hawick 7. Hawick attacking the Ferrydean end and just about to kick off, and that's not going to go the 10. It's been touched by Lowry, so they're going to come back for a free kick for Peebles, and it's going to be Rob Mathews to take that. Mathews to Guinea. Peebles got a couple of runners, one of them there, it's taken in, still going up towards the 22, but it's been thrown forward. Just that lack of composure, unfortunately, for the Tweedsiders. So I think that was, who was that, Sam? It was the big forward there. Is that Brown?
Number 3, sorry, I missed that number. You've got Roddy Guinea and Cammy Pye.
It's Cammy Pye, yeah. Cammy, not recognising Cammy Pye without the headgear that he wears in the 15s. Yeah, a really good game, I have to say. On Thursday night, Cammy Pye really put himself about in the Border League game. So here come Hawick again, kicked from within their 22, but Peebles are back to cover that. But it's a good chase by Ben Scott. Peebles, though, James Dow, another who performed pretty well on Thursday night. He's up over the Hawick 10 metre line in their centre field, and here's the scrum half and captain Jack Harrison. Back to Roddy Guinea. Guinea's got, it's been palmed back by a Hawick player, and it's in the arms of Lowry. Lowry's in no rush, he weighs up his options. Hughie Donaldson. Hawick dancing around on their own 22. Now looking to exit. Justin Tate. Tate's going to be perilously close to that touchline, and he's dragged over. So good scramble defence by Peebles.
Yeah, great defence there. Cammy Pye really influenced the decision there, as we said nicely. He was just dancing around the 22, sort of waiting to try, almost just encourage Peebles to make a decision for him, and Cammy Pye took it upon himself to really set it, and then Finlay Collins marshalled him into touch, and they've just won their own line out, so they're attacking just outside the Hawick 22.
Yeah, and it's Harrison. Harrison sees a wee bit of space, and he's scragged by the ankles by Ben Scott. Good tackle in the end by Scott, but Peebles have got a man over here, and they decided to go themselves when they're a 2 or 3 man overlap, and it's Guinea. He's a big powerful unit, Guinea, but he's hauled down, but a little gap's appeared on this near side, almost exploited there by Max McKeever, but it's back now. Peebles again with a man over, this time inside the 22. Harrison comes back though, bit of footwork, and comes back to the near side. Hawick players are in over this ball fighting for it, and they've won it fair and no, the referee eventually, Mr. Chang Lang, deems that it's been won illegally. Looked like Gary Lowry had done some good work in there, but illegally so, and it's been taken. And the referee said the Hawick players have all stopped. They're standing with their hands in the air. They don't think that was taken correctly, the tap penalty, but the referee looked at his assistant. His assistant has said, yeah, all good as far as I'm concerned, play on. So Peebles are in. Conversion is good from Harrison, so we're all square at 7-0.
Yeah, and you'll take that just at half time as well. A real gift for Peebles there, but you'd probably say a draw at half time is a fair result based on how this has gone. Both teams, neither team's been clinical or stand out against each other. They're playing to the level they're being provided against each other, but yeah, a half time of 7-0 you'd probably say fair, but that was a really odd situation there. The whole Hawick team didn't even move when Jack Harrison tapped that ball. They were all watching the touch judge, like you said. Yeah,
and Gary Lowry's having a chat with the assistant referee just to try and work out what actually happened there, but it is all academic because Peebles scored, it was converted. 7 points apiece, both of these teams losing their first game, so if they have any sort of designs on progression to the semi-finals, then they're going to have to come up trumps in this second half. The officials in the middle having a confab, as well as the two teams that are in their huddle, and yeah, it really is. It's even Steven, I can't call this.
No, I think it's better. Obviously Hawick have got their pre-season game down at Mansfield Park today, so obviously the vast majority of the players we've come to know and see in that Hawick jersey are not here today, but they've bought some real talent. You know, Eli Hamilton, he's a real player. He was unbelievable in the under-18 circuit last year as well, and he had a few shots in the full jersey, and he's really making that today with the 2 tries and two run-outs so far. Yeah,
he's a handy young player, Eli Hamilton. They've got a real mix, as I mentioned before, they've got a real mix of youth and experience. The experience coming from the Gary Lowrys and the Sean Goodfellows of this world, but mainly young lads. Other than those two, as Sam mentions, Hawick playing Tynedale today in a pre-season friendly, so a lot of the front liners, if you want to call them that, are down there. It's going to be Hoyk attacking the hospitality tent end, as it is here at Gala today, and that's a cute little short kick-off, but it's easy enough for Guinea. Peebles in possession, didn't really give his forwards the opportunity from the kick-off there, the Hoyk player. It's Rio Batia who's come on for Peebles. Peebles still in possession, still deep inside their own half, however. Jack Harrison, it's been spilled. It hit the chest of Jack Harrison when it really should have been taken, and that's pre-season written all over.
Yeah, that's annoying. Jack Harrison's a very highly skillful player as well, England counties player. He prides himself on his hands as well, so that will really affect him. He'll be kicking himself for that one for probably the rest of this game, but he'll have to snap out of it as fast as he can and really lead this team in what has now got young players outside him in McIver.
Yeah, McIver and Glenn Welsh is on for Hoyk. He's packing down at hooker today, and it's out to Ben Scott. Scott again. Eli Hamilton looks dangerous, and it's out there to Euan Riddell this time, and Euan Riddell's gone. He's over the 22. He evades the last ditch attempt at a tackle, and for good measure he's come round closer to the posts, and Euan Riddell's in for his first of the afternoon, and another good piece of running by a youngster. Yeah,
I was going to say, and Eli Hamilton was the one that set him up as well, so a lot for the Hoyt coaches to really admire there. They've got two young players that can run like that with such, you'd say, pragmatism, wouldn't you? They were just clinical about it. There was no extra steps, no sugarcoating it, know exactly the angle they had to take, and then, like you said, for good measure, came back round under the post to try help his team out with a conversion.
And the conversion is good at that. So Peebles 7, Hoyk 14. 2 minutes, nearly 3 minutes actually into this. Actually, no, I beg your pardon. 2 minutes into this second half. So 5 minutes for Peebles to resurrect their chances of getting to the knockouts. They're beaten finalists here, Peebles, last year, convincingly so in the end by 40 points to 7 by the home team Gala. And that's a better piece of play there by Harrison, and he looked for the runner inside, which was Pye, and Pye's knocked it on almost in the same place that Harrison did a couple of minutes ago, which led to the Hoyt try, and the handling just letting Peebles down. And you mentioned before, Sam, these boys played not 48 hours ago, and that's going to take its toll at this time of the season.
Yeah, especially those two players, like you said. Jack Harrison played the whole game, barring his sin bin on the game, and Cammy Pye, he's an unbelievable player. When he gets himself properly fit, he's probably one of the most natural talented rugby players Peebles have got in their arsenal.
So the Hoyt scrum has been taken. They're back inside their own half with Euan Riddell, the most recent try scorer. He sets it up. Ben Scott weighs up the options this time. He's got Lowry. Lowry's in possession now. Well harried by the Peebles defence though. McKeever's in there, trying to drag the big man to ground. Ben Scott again in playing scrum half. Great defence by Peebles here. They're pinning Hoyt back now towards their own 22, and they've got a man over the ball, that man being Harrison, and he's done enough in the jackal to coax the penalty out of referee Chang Leng. So tapped and gone, and it's Max McKeever. He's got Guinea outside him. Guinea uses his power up towards the Hoyt 5 metre line, maintaining possession here. Fancies another crack, I think that's Pye, but it's back to Harrison. Harrison with a little show and go, and lovely little dummy by Harrison, and Jack Harrison is over for his second of the afternoon, and Peebles are right back in this.
Yeah, a well deserved based on the final 30 minutes. You spoke there that they'd had 2 minutes of the second half gone. They really needed to step up, and they always say the next try is crucial in a cliche situation there, but you have to feel with you'd say the stature these two teams hold themselves in now. Obviously you've got Hoyk unbeaten champions. That reputation comes with a bit of confidence, and from that, Jack really got that try there. Like we said, naturally gifted players. Guinea and Harrison are two real talismans and influences on this squad, and Jack Harrison converts his own try there.
Yeah, and a very decent conversion as well. Brings things level. Peebles 14, Hoyk 14. Just over 11 minutes gone in this one, so 3 minutes to go. Who is going to stay in this tournament effectively, and who is going to have dead rubbers left to play? That will remain to be seen. We await a ball here. Now it's on, and it's going to be the try scorer, conversion kicker, Jack Harrison, to get this game back underway. Here we go. And that's a better effort. That's going to give his forwards a chance, but Lowry's under it, and Lowry plucks it out of the sky. The roofer still on his feet, however, and he's been held up by the Peebles player. He could do the going to ground. Not yet, and he's not gone to ground, and Peebles have been awarded a scrum. And again, Peebles, it was a great kick-off to start with. The forwards got in, it was well taken in by Lowry, but he just couldn't get himself to ground.
No, it's quite a good, it's probably the matchup of this tie, actually, in terms of player on player of Guinea versus Lowry. Lowry, as I said, I covered the Peebles Sevens for Borders Rugby or Rugby Radio, and it was an unbelievable performance by Lowry. And then, as we said, Guinea's got natural talent in abundance as well between him and Cameron Pye. So a nice little one-on-one matchup we got to see there. Yeah,
Peebles, there was a loose pass there from the resulting scrum, and they're back behind their own 10 metre line now. A little half break there by McKeever. He comes back inside to Pye, and that's a beautiful offload by Pye to Rory Bell. They're now up and over the Hoyk 10 metre line, but there's a penalty being awarded there against Peebles for an indiscretion, and Hoyk now are off and running. Lowry goes route one, and he's tried to offload it out the back door, and that to me looked like it had gone forward, but the referee and the assistant on that far side, I think, has deemed that it's gone forward off a Peebles player. No, they've come back for the original knock on by Lowry, so maybe the wrong option taken there by the veteran, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think exactly that, trying to score off every phase, and they could have done with setting it up there. They'd just seen Peebles give away the ball in possession for not getting to the ruck quick enough, so maybe that influenced Lowry's decision to try offload there, but like you said, resulted in a knock on. Peebles now really have to capitalise just in Hoyk territory.
The Peebles scrum has been taken back just inside their own half with Dow. Bit of footwork from Dow and a bit of a handoff. There's a half break there. He had Harrison rushing up on his shoulder, but Hoyk managed to stifle that. Max McKeever, he's looked lively. Now they're up towards the 22. Peebles, nothing particularly flash, but they're making ground here, and it's McKeever again. Out to Harrison. Harrison are the scorer of the try. They got him back in, and he's on an outside arcing break here, Harrison, and he's arced right back round, and he's going to go under the posts. And you mentioned about his class, Sam, and in the last 3 or 4 minutes it's been the Jack Harrison show. Yeah, and you have to wonder what happened to Kane Riddell there. He looks like he's carrying a knock. He stayed down on one knee, but obviously our viewers won't see this until the highlights come out, but it was an unbelievably easy run for Jack Harrison there. He didn't go, you wouldn't say he went full boom there at all to get around him, and I think maybe Kane Riddell's just tired out because he's been asked to do a lot of running in this tie, and they could maybe look to switch that out for the remainder of this game, Hoyk. But yeah, and we're nearly, the conversion is good, and it's the last play of the game, so Hoyk are put to the sword here in this Pool B encounter. It's finished Peebles 21, Hoyk 14.
Okay, let's bring you right up to date with what's actually happening here. In Pool A, of course, Melrose still awaiting their first points. They've had 2 losses so far. 2 Scots, well, they've had 2 wins, so they're in good position in Pool A, along with Selkirk with a couple of wins. Jed Forest still winless at the moment. So 2 Scots and Selkirk are looking as if they're going to be going through to the semi-finals. In fact, they'll definitely be going through the semi-finals because there's only 2 points remaining if Melrose and Jed win. In Pool B, 2 wins for Gala, the only team unbeaten so far. Peebles have a win, we've just seen it. Kelso have a win, and Hoyk won't be making the semi-finals. Now, normally, of course, 4 lots of 3 points are dished out. Today, only the third place teams will score points due to the fact there are only 8 teams here. So only 6 lots of points effectively being given away for the kings of the sevens for today. That will be 10 for the winner, 7 for the runner-up in the final. The 2 semi-finalists, beaten semi-finalists, will get 5 each, and the 2 third place will get 3. Let's return to the next match now. It's Melrose and Jed, both looking for their first win of the competition. Let's rejoin Sam and Robin.
And it's Melrose who've kicked off the attack, the Fairydean end. It was a lovely kick-off by Struan Hutchison, as is his wont, but it's been taken in by Jed, and it's Jed on the attack here through Owen Cranston. Still within their own half. It's been set back by Cranston. Lewis Walker out to Mark Glenn. Mark Glenn impressive against the 2 Scots. In defeat, however. So both of these teams, as Stuart mentioned, looking to chalk up their first win of the afternoon, and Jed's still in possession just inside their own half, and it's Glenn again. Sees a little half break, but he's eventually pulled down. Connor Spence in there, one of the dual tacklers for Melrose, but Melrose coughing up the penalty there. Jed are going to have possession 3 metres inside the Melrose half as we await a ball to come to the point. Mark Glenn then, this young scrum half. Here it comes out, it's via Fotheringham to Ben Howe. Jed patient with the build-up, it's Wardrop. Oh, but it's been knocked on there. It wasn't the most sympathetic of passes by Wardrop to Mark Glenn. Now there's a high tackle in there for good measure. And so people, they're up. Melrose now are up and running, and it's Harry Makowski. Makowski back to Struan Hutchison. Hutchison now back inside to Makowski. Makowski's got the pace. Makowski uses the footwork. Makowski's over here, and they do look dangerous in possession.
They do. They have a team of real weapons. They know they can score from anywhere on the pitch. I think it's a case of marshalling and keeping that selflessness in the team, obviously. When you have players that are used to being the final product of that score, you have to really learn to be sympathetic, and you learn to have to accept that the better option is to pass the ball there. I know it sounds ridiculous to say in an adult team, but you look at players like Kieran Clark, like Makowski, who can play fullback or 9. They're so used to being that sniping run that ends up in the try, not that sniping run and still having to offload it, because that sniping run is expected a lot more in this code of the game.
So Melrose 5-0 to the good. They're pretty fully loaded here, Melrose. So it's something of a surprise that they've lost their first 2 games. Struan Hutchison a wee bit wayward by his usual high standards with a conversion, so it remains 5 points to 0. 5-0 to Melrose against the Jed outfit. As I mentioned earlier, they've got a different look about them this afternoon.
Two real contrasts, isn't it? You have that side that you can almost name just by looking at them, and you have this new Jed team that they're really trying to blood in.
Yeah, Fotheringham is under pressure there, trying to receive that kickoff from Hamish Weir. Hamish Weir, one of the standouts on the circuit last season for Melrose, was particularly impressive, but it's Glenn out to Bambrick for Jed, and Bambrick's seen a wee bit of space just outside their own 22. Now it's Lewis Walker. Lewis Walker's well tackled in there by Ben McLean. There's a long pass out there. Jed now back into their 22 with Fotheringham. Fotheringham's got the ball in one hand and he looks for a runner, finds a runner, but the runner's hit hard there by Kieran Clark. Back at Melrose now, of course, with after a bit of a stint with the Southern Knights, but a penalty's been awarded to Jed for a high tackle, and Lewis Walker's off and running. Now it's Glenn. Glenn comes back in field to Kyle Grieve. Kyle Grieve's held on to that, but it's been won by Melrose irrespective of however long it was held on for. Now it's back with Ben McLean. McLean looking to use his power, and he's bumped off the first man, gets the ball away to Makowski. Melrose just inside their own half. Hutchison looks to straighten and go. He's found a wee bit of space. Hutchison, I was going to say he's got Connor Spence on his shoulder. Spence. He took the space. He didn't need the Spence because he's over, and it was all his own work. And I'll hand to you.
You were playing John O'Lumi rugby there. You're trying to pass the ball for him. You're pressing X. But no, a great run by Struan Hutchison there, and he utilised the ref well there. Not causing the ref to impede play, but just having that angle around him to make the Jed player think, can he use the ref as a second sort of obstacle there? So great bit of rugby know-how from Struan Hutchison there. But yeah, great setup by Ben McLean as well there. Real dominant hit to really set that forward ball.
And it's been converted by that man Hutchison, his fourth of the afternoon. Arguably, in fact, not arguably, he was the player of the circuit last season for me.
Without a doubt. Yeah. Unbelievable. Truly impressive. And it's like you say, that it's now a shock when he misses a conversion. It's not a oh, he's hit one. It's a, oh wow, he's missed one. So when you have that standard and that reputation, you know you're a good player. Yeah, as good a player as there is on the circuit. And he's kicked this one off, and it's been taken in by Fotheringham cleanly this time. So Jed with it all to do here. 12-0 adrift. Staring down the barrel of a third loss here, unfortunately, but a bit of a half break there by Lewis Walker. He goes back to Kyle Grieve. Kyle Grieve tries to bump off Kieran Clark, but Clark's wrapped him up with the help of Makowski. Still going, Grieve, however, good strength. Now it's Bambrick to Glenn. Glenn sees a wee bit of space back on the near side, and he's round Makowski, and a wee bit of off the ball stuff going on there between Grieve and Ben McLean. Now it's Bambrick up and towards and over the Melrose 10 metre line. He's got a man inside, and that man turns into a dummy runner, and that's a speculative pass. It's really well gathered in, but no, it's been lost eventually, and it's gone right into the breadbasket. Hamish Weir has
sent somebody for a hot dog with his footwork, and he's going to go the distance here, Hamish Weir. He gave somebody an absolute ankle breaker there.
Look at the carnage that's still just outside the Melrose 22 there. There's 3 Jed players on their knees. One of them's clutching their ankle. It was a real dynamite play from Hamish Weir, and unfortunately for Aidan Bambrick, it was a great pass, and he's looked extremely comfortable this afternoon for what is still a relatively young player. Obviously major injury he's still probably coming back from on a confidence level, but a great play for him. And unfortunately there, Hamish Weir just plucked the ball out the sky, as you said, sent some man, didn't know his left from his right, and then he coasted his way down the pitch and got a very rewarded try for that defensive effort. Yeah,
Hamish Weir, he's got the step, and he reminds me, and this is long before your time, Sam. There was a player at Jed called Kevin Amos, one of the best sevens players that there's been, in all honesty. And he had a step of his left foot like Hamish, and you knew he was going to do it. Everybody knew he was going to do it. He couldn't do it with his other foot. Everybody knew he was going to do it. But you couldn't stop him, and that's like Hamish Weir.
Exactly. So the one that probably be for my sort of age crowd would be the Iron Robin football comparison, wouldn't it? You know, always coming in off that right wing on his left foot, and they pretty much won a Champions League on that goal alone, didn't they? But nobody could stop it, even though they knew he was never going to take it down the line and go with his right.
But you know, the class acts, whether or not you know they're going to do it, as you say, one thing knowing, another thing stopping. But Melrose, it's gone to half time here, and Melrose are into a commanding 17 points to 0 lead against Jed. They're showing what they're all about here, Melrose, because by their own admission, with the names they've got here, they'd have been disappointed to have lost those first 2 games.
Yeah, I think they could win this game comfortably, and the coaches will still be walking away going, that was a dreadful tournament for us. As you said, you've got the names like Clark, Mikowski, Hutchison, Hamish Weir. They're all very talented players, and they all know how to score tries, so this code lends itself perfectly for the 12 players that they've brought today. So to come away with 2 losses in games they probably both should have won as well, not even just on paper, but as the games unfolded, they really should have won them. They let themselves down more than the other teams beat them.
They certainly should have beat the 2 Scots.
I agree,
because the two Scots won that without being particularly impressive. Let's be honest about it. They were much more impressive in their second game. In fairness, they arrived about 15 minutes before their first tie, and they still won. Let's not forget that. As the subs and coaching teams trudge off, Dougie Dodds and Callum Anderson running the show for Melrose today with assistance from Stevie Holish, and it's been kicked off by Jed. It dropped right on the 10, and it's been palmed back by a Melrose player, but there's been a slight knock on in there by Struan Hutchison right on his own 22, so it's going to be head and feet to a Jed scrum, pretty much centre field-ish, right on the 22. So Jed needs something from somewhere and quick, and it's going to be Mark Glenn to feed the scrum. Bambrick's slotting in what you'd class as the standoff position now, and it's in his hands. Out it comes to Kieran Hayes. Good to see him back, because he left the field with what looked like a sore one in the first game. Lewis Elder, outrageous dummy, and a high shot, a bit of a seatbelt tackle there on Elder, and Hayes is going to try and take Weir on the outside, but Weir managed to get back, but he's still got it. Now it's back to Lewis Elder. Lewis Elder comes back onto his other foot, and Lewis Elder's in here. Good running, good sidestepping by Elder, and we said Jed needed something quick, and they've got it.
Well, that's exactly what you do. What was that, 46 seconds into the second half? He's got a try there, so great play by Hayes as well there as well. He took Hamish Weir on outside, and I was looking at it thinking probably not the opponent I'd pick on a race down a touchline, but he managed to step and spin out of the challenge, really held it, and then Lewis Elder had the presence to stop and almost paddle a bit for a wee minute as a defensive player would, just to see where the space opened up around him, and managed to get those all-important 5 points as he now lines up his conversion. Yeah, he's going to try and convert his own good work there. Lewis Elder, he shanked that. That was like one of my golf shots, Sam. Lewis Elder, son of the great. He's looked right up at the camera as well. He knows we've caught that one. Yeah, son of the great Jed stalwart Mick Tatty Elder. And I'm going to stick my neck out and say that Lewis is a significantly better sevens player than his father. Now, however, that kickoff's not gone 10 for Jed. Unfortunately, they needed the next score, you feel, and they're going to be under the cosh here because Melrose have taken this tap and go quickly, and they're off and running down the far side. Ross McConnell's on for Melrose. He was yellow carded in their second game, which didn't help the cause against Selkirk. Will Ferry's on as well. He's a good player, Will Ferry. He's a big old unit. And he's done some dancing footwork there as well. Still going, and that's a beautiful offload. Great play by Will Ferry
Kieran Clark on the outside shoulder, and no one's going to stop him with a run in from about 20 metres.
No, exactly like you said there. Kieran Clark's going to have his name in the record as the try scorer, but that was Will Ferry's try there. Great dynamism from the forward in the 15s game. He managed to step and hold a player. He managed to keep one arm free for the handoff and one arm free for the ball. And like you said, Kieran Clark, he was 20 metres out. He doesn't need a second invitation like that to go through the posts.
He doesn't, and Struan Hutchison certainly doesn't need a second invitation when it comes to conversions in front of the sticks. And so we're out to Melrose 24, Jed 5, and we're 10 minutes into this tie, 4 minutes remaining. Melrose players Clark and Hutchison in no hurry to get back to the halfway line as Hamish Weir takes a leave of absence. It'll be Struan Hutchison to get things back underway. Melrose in their black and yellow 7 strips, Jed in their predominantly white 7 strip. Melrose attacking the bottom end here at Netherdale, and it's been palmed back to Mark Glenn, and Mark Glenn has been smashed in the tackle there by Will Ferry, and another one you feel would have been absolutely fine on the spring circuit. Good piece of running here by Kieran Hayes, but Kieran Hayes hauled down, knock on there by Jamie Ferguson, who's on for Jed, and Melrose have got a scrum advantage coming, but potentially they're not going to need it because Struan Hutchison in possession and they're off and running on halfway. Connor Spence with a handoff there, but he's dragged down. He was the victim of a monumental Fijian handoff to the face in the first tie. Connor Spence. Now it's Hutchison up and running towards the 22, and it's flung in field to Spence, and Spence has put that down. So Jed now in possession in their own 22, and it's flung out to Elder, the Jed try scorer. He's found a wee bit of space again, Elder. He needs a bit of support. Finds it in the shape of Kieran Hayes. Hayes taking his time when he really needs to get a wriggle on, you feel. Just up towards the 22, the Jed 22 that is, and it's back towards Elder. Elder's been busy in this tie. He's been impressive. And he's off and running here. He's got Ferry to beat in a foot race. Ferry's done pretty well to marshal him, actually. Still going. Lewis Elder, he's flung it back inside to a Jed player. That looks like Fotheringham. The fly hack through. It's been dropped, however, and now Melrose are in possession deep inside their own 22, and that's been lost forward, so it's going to be back with Jed. Ferguson's dropped onto that for Jed. It's gone into touch. So all just a bit harem-scarum there, Sam. A bit of a, very much the feel of the sort of tail end of a sevens tie, some weary limbs there.
It was a game where the game is over in terms of everything except the clock. You could see it in the running there. I think it was Elder's support line was actually ahead of him at one point because Elder was just jogging, hoping that the whistle would go. But a bit harem-scarum there. The referee needed to blow the whistle just to get a bit of structure back in, and it will take off again with this Melrose scrum. Or Jed scrum, sorry. 2
minutes to go. As I mentioned, some weary limbs there. Jed are in possession in and around their 10 metre line, and it's Lewis Elder, their most impressive performer for me this afternoon. He's gone to ground, and there's a jackler over there, but illegally so, deems the referee, so it's going to be a Jed penalty. It's going to be Bambrick to take it quickly. Bambrick to Glenn. Glenn's still got a bit of running about him, and he's bounced off the first challenge. Goes back to Ferguson, and there's another penalty there, and it looks like a card is coming.
Kieran Clark.
Tip tackle by Kieran Clark, so that is his tie over. Bambrick now, he's taking it quickly. His support runner overrun him a wee bit, but he's managed to get it back. Bambrick to Matthew Domingo, who's on. Domingo's held onto that just a fraction too long. There was a penalty coming, you can see it from here, and there's been a bit of chit-chat from Mark Glenn. The referee's having none of that, so 10 metres have been conceded, and for good measure, Mark Glenn is going to take a leave of absence as well. He's coming to that, and Jed
imploded.
They've imploded there. Melrose took the penalty quickly, and a Jed player took the Melrose player within almost a metre of him taking the tap, never mind 10. So Jed players coming off. Jed down to 5 men here, and you'd be surprised if this remains at 22 points to 5 with the spaces that are all over this Jed half. Here goes Pilcher. Pilcher's gone outside. Hayes, he showed him the touchline. Hayes, Pilcher took it. Pilcher's round, and Pilcher is under the sticks, and if there was ever any doubt that there was life left in this tie, then the life has been strangled right out of it.
No, unfortunately for Glenn as well, that's going to be a bit of a tarnish on his afternoon today, because he's been a real performer in the ties. He's been Jed's probably best player, but I think we speak about the fatigue there. I don't think I've seen Elder, Bambrick or Glenn have a break this game, or Glenn obviously now with his that. But yeah, this whole tournament, I think they've played every minute almost. So a real tough afternoon for them to slog it out there against a very strong Melrose outfit to finish off the day.
They've been warriors, those three Jed players that you mentioned. And the try was converted. The kick was good. That would take things out to Melrose 31, Jed 5. So Melrose, I don't think it's going to be enough to proceed in this tournament, but it's a victory nonetheless. And we're now back in Pool B. The host side, Gala, who are unbeaten this afternoon, they've been impressive. They now go up against their old rivals, their historic rivals, Hawick. Hawick not having much of a break, it's got to be said. One tie, but as is what happens at these pool tournaments. And at this time of the season, it's the last thing you want. Let's
it's the old one, isn't it? It's like at the end of the season, your legs are sore for a completely different reason. But only having a 14, maybe 15, 16-minute break if you're lucky in 2-7s ties is never easy, especially the physicality you're now going to come up against, because they're not like the Melrose side where it's all about fast running and open space. These are big collisions on this 7 circuit with these two teams.
It's going to be Gala to kick us off. They're attacking the factory end here at Netherdale. It's in Hawick's possession. Goodfellow out to Ben Scott. That's Euan Riddell. He's in possession here. He fancied a bit of a break there, but he's checked himself and came back to Scott. Now Hawick still Jack Chelly. Chelly's inside, and Chelly's been found again, and he's coming up the stand side here, and there's a race on here. Chelly and Ethan Wilson from Gala. Wilson's managed to get back to him, but look at the onrushing support from the effervescent Gary Lowry. He's in for his second of the day, and there is life in the old dog yet.
Do you know, the thing that impresses me most about him is you just always seem to be hearing his name, is what I'd take away from it. In the ties this afternoon, even before we came on air, and at Peebles Sevens, every time you were looking at the ball, he was within, you'd say, a frame if you were watching it on camera, wouldn't you? So he's always there, and he's got his just rewards. But a great bit of play up here just outside their own 22 with what was the three-way switch cutback almost, wasn't it? You had inside overlap, outside, and then the final player from the original pass cutting back through to make his way down the touchline. Yeah,
good 7s rugby by Hawick. The kick has been missed, so 5-0 with a minute gone. Gala would be coming at this tie very much favourites, you think, so you don't think they'd be too disheartened at this early juncture, but they've fallen behind nonetheless. And it's going to be Ben Scott to get it to kick us off again. He'll be looking for Lowry, and he's given Lowry a chance here, and Lowry's going to get under that, and he's got to admit to it. Lowry and Hawick are back in possession, so possibly against the form book so far in this tournament. Ben Scott, most of Hawick's play going through him at the moment. To Chelly. Glenn Welsh flings it back inside, but no, he's going to touch there, Glenn Welsh. So cheap possession, coughed up. You could say it's going to be a Gala line out over on the far side, just inside their own 10-metre line. And yeah, Gala possibly, to me, look like the form horse so far. Would you agree?
Yeah, I think you'd have to say so. Selkirk have been a nice surprise package.
Yeah, they have actually, yeah.
The two ties going out now, just before I hand back to you as we go, the two ties are going to really determine who's winner and runners up now. We know who's going to be them, it's just who's going to be in which spot, I think, is what they're playing for now.
And there's a knock on there by Russell Kerr. Impressive young player, Kerr, 7s and 15s, but he's knocked on that occasion, so it's going to be a Hawick scrum, bang centre field, just inside the Gala 10-metre line. Hawick attacking the Gala Fairydene football end, and it's going to come back here. It's going to be hooked back straight to Ben Scott in the fly half position. Scott fancies a crack, but he's well hauled in there by Ben Simmons. And there's a half break on there by the experienced Sean Goodfellow. Lowry's in there to protect the ball, and it's back to Scott. And speaking of experience, it's Glenn Welsh. And Glenn Welsh has got Chelly outside him. There's a bit of sprinting Chelly, he's quick. Now it's back with Scott again. He comes back in field. Chelly again. Chelly's dragged down. Again, Lowry's in there, offering support, securing the ball for Hawick. Ben Scott out to Finn Douglas. Now Finn Douglas has got a bit of pace. Finn Douglas has seen a wee bit of gap as well, but he's hauled down. It takes a couple of Gala players as well, one of which was Scott Peffers, the ex-Hawick Quins man. stint at the Glasgow Hawks as well, and he's done well there. Peffers, he's an experienced campaigner in the Gala ranks, and he's up to take the quick penalty. And he goes out to Ben Simmons. Now it's flung out there. Ethan Wilson. Gregor Mean. Speaking of experience, Mean takes a couple of Hoyk defenders to think about him, and that creates space, but the Hoyk defenders have swallowed that space, and there was a great rip in there by Gary Lowry, but the referee's seen a Hoyk indiscretion, so back they come for the Gala penalty, which is taken quickly. The tap penalty by Russell Kerr. Gala, here they come again, and there's a break on there, and it's Dan Nicholson. Dan Nicholson's up over the 22. He's got Finn Douglas chasing him down, but he's over Nicholson, and that again is another good piece of running.
Yeah, great run there, and what was really noticeable was Keith Young's ability just to hold that defence. They couldn't commit towards Nicholson because they had that threat of Keith Young outside, but Nicholson, he really made that rangy run there work in its favour. He managed to almost steer the defence around him as he went. So a real highlight for themselves, and as you say, they now get themselves back on level terms with a conversion to come.
Yeah, conversion to come, and it's Peffers. It's not the trickiest conversion we've seen this afternoon, but he's still got to make it. So Peffers about to begin his run up. No problem whatsoever to Scott Peffers. Struck it beautifully, dissected the uprights, and Gala go into the lead 7 points to 5. 5 minutes gone. Couple of minutes remaining in this one. Bit of a lung buster there by Nicholson. Grimace on the face of us. A grimace on the face of him in front of us here, just in front of our vantage point. It's going to be Peffers to kick things off. Has that gone 10? Yes, it has, and Lowry's underneath, and Lowry's gobbled it up. So Hoyk now in possession. There's a jackal on there by the try scorer Nicholson, but it's came back on the Hoyk side. Back to Ben Scott. Ben Scott thought about passing it to his on-rushing centre, but he's come back and created a wee bit of a bit of space here that Chelly's looking to exploit, and Chelly goes up the middle. Chelly's got support there by from Goodfellow. Goodfellow, he's hit hard, taken down there by Simmons, but Hoyk's still in possession, up towards the Gala 22. There's a slight knock-on in there. Stephen Turnbull, the referee, was eagle-eyed on that occasion, so it's going to be a centre field scrum to the Maroons at Maroon'd Gala. Equidistant between their own 10 metre line and the halfway line. It'll be fed by Ben Simmons. Just under a minute to go here. Gala will be looking to get in the ascendancy as they head into half time. Simmons, he feeds Peffers. Now Peffers has got Kerr. Kerr thought about a crack on the outside of Finn Douglas, but he's going to need a bit of pace for that, so he thought better of it. Ben Simmons is wrapped up, but there's a penalty coming Gala's way here, and they're off and running quickly through Kerr. Up and over halfway, it's Gregor Mean. Back to Nicholson. Nicholson had Keith Young for support. Now he's going to have to go into the ruck, Keith Young. Good counter ruck by Hoyk, and they've dragged Gregor Mean in as well, so Gala are going to have to commit more bodies to this. And over comes Ethan Wilson to Russell Kerr. That's a loose pass by Kerr, but it's been taken on the bounce by Simmons. Simmons now decides to hack it forward, seen a wee bit of space in behind Finn Scott. Finn Scott, summer circuit sprinter, he's been well hit there by Simmons. So Hoyk now just managing to stay in field on their own 22, but no, they've been bundled into touch now, and that's good defence by Gala.
And you take a lot of as we just go into half time there, the score at 7-5 in Gala's favour, but you'd say Hoyk have been the better team in that first half. Apart from that one breakaway try from Nicholson, Hoyk have really looked to construct. I've been really impressed with Chelly as a player. I thought he's had a very good first half, so you have to imagine the coaches will be trying to really emphasise how well they've played in that first half to this Hoyk squad. Yeah,
I think in fairness it would be safe to say that with Gala having won their first two games, they've not come into this one fully loaded. Liam Scott is yet to make an appearance in this game. Angus Dunn, the flying machine, young Richie Mitchell as well. He's not came on as yet, but they're still in the lead, or they are in the lead. Gala 7 points to 5, but Hoyk not out of this tie.
And I'm looking at the pool here, Pool B. You've got Gala on 2 wins, but Peebles and Kelso both have a win to their names. So, you know, if it comes down to a points of who gets seeded, because playing against the runner-up in the other pool or playing against the winner of the other pool can really influence how your afternoon goes here today. So, although we say Gala are pretty much coasting, they need to keep in mind that they still need to secure the victory. They maybe don't need to put an emphatic statement on it, but you want to make sure that victory is not a question mark going into the last couple of minutes of this tie.
Yeah, definitely. It will suit them, of course, to play whoever comes second in the other pool rather than whoever wins the other pool. The other pool made up of Melrose, 2 Scots, Selkirk and Jed. So it's going to be a shootout, you would imagine, between
a winner takes all. It's going to be a winner takes
all. 2 Scots and Selkirk. 2 Scots with that strong Fijian influence this afternoon. Some big men in the ranks. So Gala are going to receive this kick-off.
And interestingly, as you said, Liam Scott and Angus Dunn have made an appearance to start the second half for the Gala side.
Yeah, so Gala bringing the big guns on to try and put this one to bed and proceed from this pool as victors. So Hawick get things back underway. Under that, for Gala, was Simmons. In possession now, Tim McCavanagh, who's also came on. So the heavy artillery are all on here. And it's Ben Simmons. Simmons comes back in field, flings it straight to a Hawick player. However, now it's Hawick in possession on the halfway line. Hughie Donaldson's on for Hawick. Chelly. Adam Hall, he's entered the fray as well. Seen a wee bit of space, Hall. Now he's come back on himself, however. Jed, or Hawick rather, still very much in possession. Justin Tate, just outside his own 22. Gary Lowry is everywhere offering up his services as support, but it's been turned over by Gala. Angus Dunn out to Ethan Wilson, and Ethan Wilson's in, and Hawick were almost the architects of their own downfall there.
Exactly that. Gary Lowry, just a bit too eager in that ruck, actually pushed his own player to the ground, forming it, and then he went too far past the ball. And then, as you know now in the rules, as soon as it's past the foot, that is considered out. So Gary Lowry, just unfortunately there, in an effort to secure the ball, cost the team that, and he spent a bit of time complaining at the referee. But Ethan Wilson, Angus Dunn, they know how to snaffle on ball, and they were straight away there to now give not the easiest kick to Scott Pephers again, but a kick that should be considered manageable.
Yeah, Gary Lowry, you're right, he was unhappy there with the referee. Pephers has sliced that one a wee bit, so the scoreline remains Gala 12, Hawick 5, a minute and a half gone in the second half. So Gala, the heavy artillery that was brought onto this one at the interval, made a difference. As a cheeky little grubber to get us back underway. Pephers with a
great take.
The box of tricks, and it was beautifully sort of fallen upon, commando roll style by the Hawick player. And Hawick have been awarded a penalty here, so they're off and running. Ben Scott, that's a good angle. Oh, knocked on, however, when the space almost opened up. Richie Mitchell. There was a knock on there, I think, by Gala, so the referee's going to bring it back for the first knock on by Hawick. So it's going to be a Gala scrum just inside their own half. Centre field. The tie not put to bed yet, of course, at 12 points to 5. So we await the head and feet to this scrum.
It's been a real back and forth game. You can't actually say one team's in the ascendancy. I'm trying to think who's looked more dominant throughout the game, and it's not really been a case of that.
It's been a wee bit stop-start this one, Sam, if we're being honest, and there's another error there. It was knocked forward, but it very luckily for the Gala player was dropped onto his running foot, not his kicking foot, so the referees allowed that to go. That, for me, all the world looked a knock on. You did not have any sort of control over that. That's fortunate for Gala, but they've knocked on now, however, so it's taken them up, though, right up into the Hawick 22. That looked a wee bit fortunate to me.
Yeah, very, you'd say a calamity of errors there, but the dice, the toast fell butter side up for Gala on that one there. So now Hawick do have the ball, but like you said, they're inside their own 22, a real pressure situation. They need to score the next try. If they concede another try now with 3.5 minutes, it's an uphill battle if you're 12 points down instead of 7.
Yeah, they're going to have to go coast to coast here, Hawick. 10 minutes gone in this one, therefore 4 minutes remaining. So Hawick in possession. It's came back on their side. Wee bit stop-start again, but there's, straightened up there, the Hawick player. I think that was Hamilton, Eli Hamilton, and they're still in possession, but it's good harrowing. Good hustling there, good hustle as Neil Hinnigan would say. But Gala got possession back, but illegally so, said Stephen Turnbull. And there's a Gala man on his haunches. That's Pephers. I think he's taken a sore one, but no, he's back up thankfully, looking a wee bit weary of limb, Scott Peppers, as he meanders back into the defensive line. So Hawick now still deep within their own 22. Donaldson's well pleased by the Gala defence. Adam Hall thinks he sees a wee bit of space and goes. Maintaining possession, Hawick not doing too much with it though. Donaldson again. Donaldson went out via Eli Hamilton, and Hamilton's on the wraparound. Now it's Gary Lowry. Lowry back in field. Looked like a wee bit of a high shot there, possibly by Tim McCavanagh, but the referee seems happy enough. So Hawick still in possession out with the 22 now, and there was a hand in there by Gala. Could have been playing the Hawick player there, but there's been a Gala knock on there somewhere along the line. A wee bit of needle there between Russell Kerr and one of the Hawick players.
I think one of them took exception to Jack Shelley entering that ruck there just before the ref blew his whistle to stop play. He came in very side on in there, looked like it could have been a real danger to Liam Scott there if he'd hit the knee a bit lower. So I think that might be what the creative discussion was about there between the squads. Yeah, right on the 22, Hawick scrum. It's back with Ben Scott. Ben Scott puts the grabber through, looking for the pace of Hamilton, but Richie Mitchell is more than quick enough to get back to this one. Now he fancies a crack on the outside, Mitchell, but he's hauled down by Hamilton. Good defence by the youngster. Youngster on youngster there. And now it's out with Gala. It's in the hands of Jack Niven, who's come on. Niven's gone round Donaldson, but Donaldson hauls him to the ground. A wee bit of a size mismatch there. He did well, the big man. Now it's out there. Gregor Mean. And now it's in the hands of Liam Scott. Liam Scott, one of the talismanic figures in the Gala ranks. He's gone back into Russell Cairn. That's a beautiful offload there to Ethan Wilson. Ethan Wilson's under the sticks for his second of the afternoon. 13 minutes on the clock, and that, Sam, as they say, is that. Yeah, and that was definition of flipping a switch, wasn't it? It was getting a bit quiet in this Netherdale stand, but wow, what an offload there by Russell Cairn as well. Just get that out the back door 11, and Ethan Wilson, similar to his first try in this tie, I believe, it just dynamite running. He's just absolutely clinical, and he's even got himself an extra 2 points for his hard work. Yeah, good play by Ethan Wilson. He's come right to the fore in this tie. 2 tries, a conversion. 19 points to 5 now in Gala's favour. A few seconds left. There'll be time for the kick-off, and that will be about it. Next up, we have 2 Scots versus Selkirk. That's going to be a good tie. Both of those teams 2 from 2 this afternoon. As Russell Kerr takes the drop out. Lowry's under it, but it's came back on the Gala side. That was well won by Tim McCavanagh. He watched that all the way. Now it's the double try scorer Wilson. It's fed out there to Jack Niven. Niven's looking for Richie Mitchell on the cut. Mitchell's found a bit of space, and a Sonny Bill Williams out the back door. Back to Jack Niven, but it's been lost by Gala. Now it's in the hands of Justin Tate for Hawick. Hawick are going to have to go from deep here. So, here they go. Bit of dancing feet though. And they're up and over the 22. Hawick, fair play here, still going. It's Bailey Donaldson of all people with the tango, then the waltz. And here they come again. Adam Hall. Hawick, good endeavour, good guts by this young Hawick outfit. Blaine Halfpenny there. Takes it into contact. There's a knock on by Gala somewhere along the line there. So Hawick with an advantage coming. And again it's Adam Hall. Adam Hall, good footwork from the youngster. Back inside to Halfpenny. Halfpenny well tackled there though by Angus Dunn. Angus Dunn, he never gives up. But a good dummy and go there by Gary Lowry, who's going to do the full shift for the 3rd time this afternoon. Warrior stuff from the veteran. Hawick now up to the 10 metre line, and it's Lowry with a long pass out to Eli Hamilton. Hamilton goes one way, then the other. Good defence by Gala here, you have to say. Hawick still in possession, and they're held on too long there, Hamilton, with Gala bodies all over him, and the penalty comes Gala's way. Liam Scott takes it. There was no hint of a tap there though by Liam Scott. He's tapped it now though, and he's going to go. No thought of kicking it out, and he's flung it out there to Jack Niven. Now is Jack Niven going to go all the way? Yes, he is. Another Gala try incoming, and it's Jack Niven. No thought there. Liam Scott kicking it out, saving energy, gives Gala another try, and on the balance of play, as we've said before, the balance of play has been a comfortable Gala victory. Yeah, comfortable Gala victory by the end of it. Like you said, stop-start throughout, so never really got a chance to gain momentum, but A clinical, and like we said, they brought in the big guns at halftime just to shore it up, and it's been mentioned throughout the tie. Liam Scott, he lives and breathes Gala rugby, and he knows how to really galvanise a team. So a masterful performance on a tie when you knew you were already through, I would say, is how you describe that outfit. And after Ethan Wilson's final attempt.
Yeah, not the best conversion of the afternoon, but it matters not, because this one has finished Gala 24, Hawick 5. So, Gala through to the semi-finals as winners of the pool. Next up is the aforementioned plum tie. This Pool A encounter. It's 2 Scots, the military men, against Selkirk.
This is Maroon'd Gala, live on Rugby Radio.
Based in Galashiels but covering the whole region and beyond, Borders Mortgage Hub is your one-stop shop for all things mortgage related in the Borders. Visit us at bordersmortgagehub.com or call us on 01896 807 008. That's 01896 807 008. Borders Mortgage Hub. Mortgages for the Borders in the Borders.
When the weather's dreich and a storm's a brewing, you need a strong, windproof, quality umbrella delivered with good old-fashioned customer service and at an affordable price. Up here in Umbrella Heaven, we say you tackle the ball, we'll tackle the weather. UmbrellaHeaven.com for when the heavens open.
To commemorate the 7th anniversary of the opening of the Borders Railway, an 8 DVD box set is now available, featuring the complete series Borders Railway from start to finish, plus the full hour-and-a-half documentary 5 Years On, which examines the possibility of an extension to Carlisle, plus extra features, including a cab journey along the entire Borders Railway, all for the special price of just £14.99, including post and packing. You can get your copy direct from hotdisc.co.uk/shop. That's hotdisc.co.uk/shop. The 8 DVD box set, the complete Borders Railway, is available now.
This is Rugby Radio. Rugby Radio. Bringing you exclusive live coverage from Netherdale of Maroon'd Gala.
And in the battle to see who will progress as pool winners from Pool A, it's first blood to 2 Scots. Turaga Kula with the first try under the sticks. The conversion was good. It was a fine piece of running by the big soldier. The kickoff's been taken there, and it's been taken in by Andrew Cochrane for Selkirk. So Selkirk, impressive in this tournament so far, will not be overly concerned by the concession of the early try. Josh Welsh on the far side. Welsh cuts back in. They're still inside their own half, Selkirk, but plenty of patience here. And it's Cochrane again. So here they come again. Andrew McComb. Andrew McComb's up and over halfway line. One of the 2 McComb brothers in the Selkirk squad today. Brother Aaron's not on the park at the moment. Selkirk giving a few of the squad a run in this one. And it's Lachlan Ferguson. Lachlan Ferguson puts boot to ball and hacks it down towards the line. Wee bit of a race on here. Oh, and the Fijian player took a fly hack at that, trying to kick it dead. It hit the in goal assistant referee square on the torso and came flying back into play. It was put down, touchdown rather, by a Selkirk player. And has a try been awarded, Sam?
I don't think so. No, I don't think you could give that. I think you'd just assume, you'd imagine what would happen if the ball hadn't been there. You'd assume it went dead.
Yeah, I think they're coming back for a 22 dropout. I just had to. That's a new one.
A new one for me as well.
That's a new one to me. So I was kind of racking my brain.
The in-judge official handled it well as well. She bounced it off.
Yeah. So it's been taken, and it's been taken in by Cammy Eason. Cammy Eason goes in field to Finn Mallon to Blake Cullen. So Selkirk, Blake Cullen sees a wee bit of space, and it was opened up for him, and he's created a wee bit of an overlap there, Cullen. But Selkirk, patient, build up in and around the halfway line. Cammy Eason, Josh Welsh, one of the more experienced campaigners in the squad, as is Andrew McComb, who's on the ball now. But that's a good chop tackle on McComb, and the ball's gone loose, and it's been dived on by 2 Scots. So it's 2 Scots in possession now, and the very burly figure of Aquila is off and running. He's got a yellow card and a try to his name, both of which came in the first game against Melrose. So up the far side they go here, the soldiers, and it looks like they're going to be in here. Oh, good defence right in the corner by Selkirk, and yeah, he's got his man into touch, and brave last-ditch cover tackle. But yeah, it looked like they'd be in the game. It looked like they were going to be in again there, Sam.
Yeah, really clinical first attempt out there as well. They snaffled on the ball quickly and had it out on the wing within 3 passes, and then, as we saw, just interchanging back and forth, inside, outside, get down in a last-ditch tackle just on their own 5 to win themselves the line out Selkirk now.
Yeah, that's what they've got in the locker, and Selkirk are behind their own goal line here, but they're in possession. Looking to exit here, looking to go coast to coast, and they fancy a crack on the outside there, and that's been hacked forward, and it's been regathered as well. That's beautiful play by Blake Cullen, and Blake Cullen's got a man inside. That's Cammy Eason. Cammy Eason's got a couple of players for support, but he's going to need precisely none of them, Cammy Eason, because he's done it all himself, and that is a beautiful coast-to-coast effort, Sam, by Selkirk.
A great try, exactly that. I think it was number 11 Cullen there. The kick, he had the kick through just to. It didn't generate a lot of space. It didn't allow him to go full sprint, but what it did is it made the 2 Scots defender have to stop and think, and just creating that indecision in the defensive line there really helped them out. And then, like you say, Cammy Eason didn't need any help from the supporting players that were eager to get a try on the board there. Cammy Eason done really well. Probably could have tried to get closer to the posts, but like you said, a great 100-metre try effort from the Selkirk team there as a collective.
Yeah, as I mentioned before, Selkirk giving some of the squad a run on in this tie as the conversion drifts just to the left of the upright. So 2 Scots with the narrow lead here, 7 points to 5. Scott McClyman not on at the moment. Aaron McComb, Finlay Whelans, Callum Anderson to name but 4. So they're doing well here, Selkirk, against this very, very powerful physical outfit that have got a bit of pace as well. The 2 Scots, 7 Fijians on the park at the moment. Marshall, the only non-Fijian on the touchline, and that's been gathered in by the biggest of them all, and he's hauled down, however, by a Selkirk player, and there's a counter ruck on by Selkirk as well. That is very good hustling, but Saurara has gone back for that, and they're off and running again up the far side, and it's a great bit of pace here, and they're going to be in, and it's that man Saurara. He's done it all himself. Is he going to try and work his way around? No, thinks better of it with a Selkirk player for company. But yeah, beautiful piece of Fijian flair. Yeah,
what a bit of out and out pace that was there. We got to see probably the full extent of that in comparison, because we obviously are on the far side from that try, and we got to see every other player running back chasing him, and that was unbelievable. It was the turn of pace in his feet there, the stride length, an unbelievable bit of individual flair there from Saurara.
Yeah, probably the best individual try of the afternoon so far. Been a couple of good team efforts, but that was a beautiful individual effort. He wasn't good with a conversion, however, so it remains 2 Scots 12, Selkirk 5. Nigh on half time here, 2 Scots attacking the Fairydean end, and they've grown into this tournament. As I mentioned earlier, they only arrived 15 minutes before their first game. They looked a wee bit ring rusty against Melrose, but they still got through, having had a man in the sin bin as well. So they kick off, and it's Andrew Cochrane under that for Selkirk, but it's been gathered in there by, again, one of these big, powerful men. Now, was there a knock on there? Yes, the referee has deemed there to be, but the first half draws to a close. Selkirk very much in this, particularly, you feel, if they bring on what might be considered some of the frontliners for the second half.
Yeah, you have to think they've had some experienced campaigners on there. Obviously, Lachlan Ferguson is a very good player in his own right, especially on the 7 circuit, but how would you say, when you look at that, you have that individual brilliance right at the end that's so sapping mentally and physically, even just the running of having to sprint that 50 metres, if you know there's no such thing as a foregone conclusion in a try, but stuff like that really can just make the difference in how it sends it. So it's going to be a real job from the Selkirk staff and backroom team to really galvanise that Selkirk squad to really get that first try in that second half.
Yeah, you feel they need the first try in the second half, because the 2 Scots are probably not going to cough up too many tries in this tie, and they look dangerous, of course, when they've got the ball as well. So Selkirk don't want to be cut adrift at sort of 17/19 points to 5. It would be a long way back from there, but they're going to progress nonetheless, both of these teams. But you would imagine neither of them want to play Gala in the semis.
No, and exactly that. And the problem is as well, Selkirk are going to find is, as they throw the ball about to really get back in this game, this Fijian side, the 2 Scot regiment, really thrive off scrappy ball as well. Yeah. They love it when it's broken down, they love it when the ball's on the ground, and they love it when they've got the liability to chuck it around as well. So now they've got that cushion as well. It's all starting to lead in the favour of this side. So Selkirk with a mountain to climb, like you said, to make sure they don't play Gala in that semi-final tie.
So the chats are being had in the huddles. They'll just start to break up there as we await the second half. The two Scots with the sort of typical Fijian huddle, hands all on the ball in the air, as they trudge back into position. And the subs leave the fray. They've got a few supporters here this afternoon, as has been the case in the last couple of years. They've supported this tournament very well, the two Scots, hence the reason they are back this year. They've not made a final as it currently stands, but they'll be looking to do that here today and possibly go that bit further. And they kick off this second half. They're attacking the factory end now. Comfortable take for Selkirk. Blake Cullen fires it out to Finn Mallon. Mallon back to Cullen. Cullen weighing up his options, decides to go, and there's a penalty coming here. So advantage being played. Selkirk still on their own 22. Nothing rushed. Advantage looks to be over now. Not seeing the arm out. There's John Welsh. Welsh with a little half break. He's going to need a bit of support. He's been hauled down. Support comes in now, and it's Lachlan Ferguson. He puts it out to Mallon. And it's Andrew Grant Sutty, of course, who's come on, missed pretty much all of last season with a bad injury, and that's a great piece of play by Grant Sutty. And now there's a race on here, but the Fijian players have done well to get back there to the Selkirk runner, and now they come up with the ball, and Selkirk a man down here because Grant Sutty looks a wee bit lame, and he's called back into action here. So they're up into the Selkirk 10 metre line, and it's Marshall for the two Scots. Marshall with the inside-outside. Good defence there, however, by Blake Cullen, but still in possession, the two Scots. Mata goes back to Vatu Voka. He's one of the bigger units in this two Scots ranks, but it's been knocked forward there by the two Scots, and it's going to be a head and feet to Selkirk, and on comes the pace man for Selkirk, Finlay Whelans, and they could do with something from him. There was a break on there. It was a lovely play by Grant Sutty to create the space for the Selkirk support player, but they just didn't have the pace to finish it off. Yeah, and I think what's really emphasising that now is the three players that have just came off have been the two that have made big tackles there in Cullen and but Cammy Eason as well, the one who actually received the open play pass from Grant Sutty there. He has now come off as well, and you can see he is just spent down on that touchline. He's straight doubled over, hands on the water bottles. So you can see the physical toll it has playing against this two Scots outfit. Oh, definitely. And some of the front right liners are on now. Aaron McComb's on, Callum Anderson's on, Finlay Whelans is on, and it is Anderson in possession. Yeah, and he's on the break, Anderson. That's a beautiful, beautiful offload to Finlay Whelans. All the class of the day, and Whelans is going to go right under the post. He's run it in from 55 metres, and that's what happens when you bring them on. Yeah, I was going to say, not to discredit the two Scots outfit, but how easy did that look? Yeah. Callum Anderson just got the ball from the resulting scrum. He just drew two of them in together, and then. But it's like we spoke about when they were playing Melrose earlier, wasn't it? It's like you have to use that guile, you have to use that nuance you have against this team, because you know they will beat you for out-and-out power and pace. Yeah, beautiful play there. I said that probably the two Scots try earlier in this tie was the pick of the bunch so far this afternoon, but that Selkirk try was right up there. Callum Anderson, Finlay Whelans, these back three players, and it's great to see Finlay Whelans back. Again, another player that missed an awful lot of last season, and Selkirk will be looking for him to kick on this season after his sort of breakthrough a couple of years ago. Especially after, there's been talks coming out of the Selkirk camp that things aren't 100%, so we can only take what we see. But when you've got players like that on this side, you're always going to have a threat in any game you play when you've got talent like this. And now Aaron McComb's leading it, like you said, the front liners on. He'll be orchestrating traffic for the remainder of this tie. Yeah, Aaron McComb, and that's a good kick-off by him as well. 12 points all here, all to play for, and it was almost plucked out the Gala sky by Josh Welsh. And if he'd taken that Welsh, he was home and hosed. But alas, nay, he dropped it. It wasn't an easy chance to take, absolutely. So it's going to be scrum down. McClymont's on now as well, and what a player to bring onto the park. think no less than 4 offside line man of the matches in the 15 season. He is the ultimate competitor for Selkirk, real leader in the ranks by deed and word. And that scrum, that scrum is an absolute shambles. Let's call it what it is. So it's going to be reset, retaken. And it's a 2 Scots scrum right on the Selkirk 22, 7 or 8 metres in from the stand side here, and it's Saurara, and a penalty comes the 2 Scots way, and that's a huge bump off there by Aquila. Still in possession, the 2 Scots, but well tackled there, and they've been wrapped up and held. And the referees deemed that to be high, Mr. Chang Lang. So they're off and running again. The 2 Scots swatting off players at will, but that's a big tackle in there. Callum Anderson was having none of that. There was some powerful stuff by the big Fijian. And now again, however, Saurara, he's the playmaker here. Good defence again. That's a lovely pass off the floor, and they've got a man over here and a man in the backfield as well, and it's out to one of the players. McClymont's going to struggle to catch him here. It's Mata's in. He's not going to get round. He's done good enough work, McClymont, to prevent the big Fijian from getting round, but that takes them back into the ascendancy, and that was coming as soon as they kind of left the 22 via the penalty. That was
actually ridiculous to watch. There was about 3 or 4 times that it looked like Selkirk had swarmed the ruck and completely killed it. They thought they'd won the turnover, but just having that, it was almost like 3 fingers they had free there, the 2 Scots players, at multiple phases, and all they had to do was just roll it. And they just have that dexterity, they have that nimbleness. Yeah. And then you see it in the final play there. Matt is not the quickest guy on this pitch, he's not the speedster. And he still comfortably was running around the outside of people there to get that try. Yeah. And Aquila, not the best conversion attempt, you have to say. Glimmer of hope for Selkirk.
Yeah. And he doesn't look overly perturbed, his grin from ear to ear. He thought he was taking a leave of absence, but he's been sent back onto the paddock, so he's not smiling quite so much now. They're waiting on a ball here, so the kickoff's going to be taken by Saurara, and he's gone deep with it, so easy enough possession garnered by Selkirk, and it's Macomb. It's a couple of big shots in there, as you'd expect. These Fijian players, they love a big hit, but Selkirk still in possession. Andrew Grant-Sutty back inside his own 22. Ferguson's got McClymont now has got a player on the wing. It was Blake Cullen, and a wee bit of open prairie opened up in front of Blake Cullen, and maybe he's seen the open prairie before he's seen the ball, because it bounced off his chest and it's gone to ground. So it's going to be a scrum to the 2 Scots. They're 10 metres in from the stand side here, halfway between the Selkirk 22 and the Selkirk 10 metre line, and another try definitely puts it to bed, because the 14 minutes are up according to the big screen clock here. And there's been a bit of chat, referees warning a Selkirk player that he's not having too much of that, so 2 Scots here could win the scrum and kick it out, you feel, Sam, and there's still just a wee bit of needle in this scrum here.
There is, you can see it really firing up on that loosehead side there on the other side. They're starting to point fingers and wagging. It's looking like a full front row debate in there now. Yeah, so Saurara does feed, and it goes to Aquila, and he's done as predicted. He puts it into the stand. 2 Scots win the game, they win the tie. This one is finished 2 Scots 17, Selkirk 12.
Okay, that's Sam Mathews and Robin Purdie. They'll be back very shortly. In fact, we're going to have a slight change in the commentary box. Kelly Riddell, we must start calling her instead of Kelly Mitchell. She'll be with Robin very shortly for the Peebles-Kelso game, and effectively the winner of that will go through to the final. We can tell you in Pool A that 2 Scots will finish top, 3 wins, 6 points. Selkirk, 2 wins, 4 points. Melrose out on 2, but they will collect 3 points for the Kings of the Sevens. wins, because they will finish third place. Jed Forest, no wins at all, with 0. Now in Pool B, Gala's already home and hosed with 6 points, 3 wins for them. Hawick 3 losses, so nothing from them today. And the final pool match coming up very shortly, Peebles against Kelso. So the teams that are in, the 2 Scots, of course, they won here in 2004 and 2002 under the name the Royal Scots back then. So they've won the Gala Sevens twice. Selkirk have only won once here, 2009. They've had 10 finals, 9 losses in a final. So they'll be wanting to add another one today. Also Gala, of course, 28 times winners, won it last year. They're the holders at the moment. Kelso last one in 2001. They've won 10 titles. But Peebles looking to get back into the finals once again after their only appearance in the final, which was, of course, last year when they lost heavily to Gala. So Peebles and Kelso just about to kick off. Kelly Riddell and Robin Purdie are in the commentary box. Let's first of all rejoin Robin.
And it's Kelso who are in early possession here. Only half a minute or so gone in this one. And it's Cammy Brown. Straightens and goes just inside the Peebles half, but it's been knocked forward by Cammy Brown and picked up by Peebles. So Peebles with their first chance to mount an attack in this first half. It's Roddy Guinea. Impressive so far this afternoon. Peebles, Finlay Collins now in possession. He goes back to Dow. James Dow straightens and goes. He's hit hard by Dwayne Patterson, one of the stars of the circuit last season, Patterson. And it's Collins playing scrum half duties from Collins, not scrum half to trade, and it's Guinea. Guinea's hauled down, a combination there of Frankie Robson and Cammy Brown for Kelso, but there's a wee half break on by Jack Harrison. Now has Jack Harrison got the pace to go down the touchline? No, he cuts back inside, but he's found a Peebles player. A little bit of dancing feet there by Max McKeever. Good looping pass there as well out to Rio Batia, who had to trap it with a foot, but he's done pretty well. Dow's going to have to go back. Dow's going to have to try and go in there, but it looked like it came back on the Kelso side, but no, Peebles have managed to snaffle it somehow. And it's Cammy Pye. Cammy Pye with a straighten and go. He's hauled down by Frankie Robson, so Peebles still in possession in a tie that could go a long way to determining who's going to finish second in this pool and therefore progress to the semi-finals. Peebles still in possession. Dow taking his time. Dow weighing up the situation. He comes back to young Max McKeever. McKeever again sees a little bit of space. Good defence by Kelso. There's a Kelso player over that, but again Peebles have won possession back, so they're huffing and puffing a wee bit here. And the hands were free, but it was knocked on ever so slightly, and now it's Kelso who can potentially go from coast to coast, but no, after a breathless passage of play that's rumbled on for 2.5 minutes, the referee's going to bring them back. And Kelly Mitchell, a 2.5 minute play at this time of the season, not really what you want, is it?
Not really.
Any time of the season, let's face it.
Especially when this is your third game in as well at Sevens, it's kind of know exactly what you're wanting. But Peebles held on to possession really, really well. I'm really impressed with Peebles today, actually.
Yeah, likewise. And I'm going to apologise to you because I called you by your maiden name. And I'm going to congratulate you on your recent nuptials and your promotion, would that be the right word, to Kelly Riddell?
Stupidity? I don't know.
But anyway, enough of that, because Kelso are off and running here and they are going to go the full distance. And it looks like Hamish Tweedy. Yes, it's Hamish Tweedy, and he's going to go round and under the sticks. And Kelso have just got that about them. They've got class performers, Kelly, and they can go from anywhere with players like Hamish Tweedy.
Yeah, they can attack from anywhere, you know. And that's the thing, they can change the gears so quickly, you know, when you've got like say Cammy Brown, Dwayne Patterson, you know, Tweedy as well. They just seem to be at a standstill, and then they're in at 100 miles an hour within a split second. And they've possibly not put in their best performance actually today, Kelso, but they still are able to keep that continuity between in the games, but between the different games as well and in the team. So Dwayne Patterson leads this team really, really well. He controls it so well.
He does, and he's converted that try. And let's not forget, I mean, I agree with you, Kelly. Kelso have not been at their swashbuckling best today, but they only lost to Gala with a kind of last play of the last play of the game, so they could just as easily be 2 from 2 and heading assuming they win this tie, into the semis as pool winners. But you wouldn't be at all surprised if the top two in this pool met again in the final. But back underway, Dwayne Patterson, having kicked the conversions, also taking the kick-off, and it was palmed back by a Kelso player. It looked like good play, but it's been snaffled by Jack Harrison, and now it's Guinea, and now it's Finlay Collins, and Batia's on the outside. He cuts back inside, and that's a beautiful ball to James Collins. Great defence, however, but a great pass out of the tackle by James Dow, it was actually, and Peebles are in. Roddy Guinea, the try scorer, his first of the afternoon.
Yeah, that was so flowing, and Harrison's actually, I've been really, really impressed with Harrison. I think he's the standout player in the People's squad today, and everything good that comes from People's tends to come from him as a central figure, and he obviously started that attack basis right from the kickoff. Yeah,
and he's converted that try as well. I agree wholeheartedly with you, Kelly. I think he's been People's top performer today, and I was very impressed with him on Thursday night over at Poynter Park in the Border League game as well. Scrum half, he's a tall, rangy scrum half, but he's got all the skills, and I would say he's probably, he's deceptively quick.
Yeah,
as
and
well.
He's developed from kind of obviously through the ranks of People's as well. He's developed into a very good core player that People's really need.
Agreed, and it's him to kick us off, and it's a decent effort as well, but it's going to drop into the grateful bread basket of Dwayne Patterson. But he's been hit hard, Patterson. It's going to take Cammy Brown to mop up that fumble. Cammy Brown, impressive last season on the circuit, particularly in the spring tournaments. Now it's Tweedy, the try scorer, out to this talented youngster Archie Barber. Played a bit for the Samurai over the summer. Archie Barber, which is no mean feat at 18 years of age. Now it's Tate with the kick pass, looking for Angus Roberts. It's been beautifully marshalled there by Ria Batia, however, but he's been dragged in by a couple of Kelso players. He's going to do well to concede the penalty, to not concede the penalty, but concede the penalty he did, and Kelso's taken it quickly, and now there's a kick forward here, and Frankie Robson's after it. Frankie Robson's done well to pick it up, and he's got that youngster, the aforementioned youngster Archie Barber, and that's a saunter in for Barber, and again they've gone from distance, and that's what they've got.
Yeah, and look at the kind of the difference skills that they put on, the wee chips through, the wee grubbers through and things like that. They're taking advantage of People's not having a sweeper in defence, so they're taking advantage of that, and that allows Frankie to just, as you say, kind of run onto that ball from that chip through, and he kind of double pumped it to Archie, who you've said obviously has been a really, really good player with Samurai and things like that over the 7th circuit, and just kind of strolled in for another try. Yeah, fairly simple finish for the youngster, and the conversion attempt is good from Dwayne Patterson. So all of a sudden half time is upon us, and it's Peebles 7, Kelso 14, and on the balance of play, just about, Kelly, Kelso deserve to go into the half time with the lead? Yeah, I would say so. I think Kelso have certainly taken their opportunities. Both their tries have came, as we said, from deep, so that shows that Peebles are putting the pressure on them in defence, but it's just that they're not communicating. That communication in defence is obviously just not quite there for them to kind of keep in sync. And as we said, just the difference in skills with regards to the chips over, the grubbers through, the two Kelso players, when they're interacting, seem to be on the same wavelength, whereas with Peebles, they're very so kind of relying on Pye and Harrison to kind of bash it up, and then they play from that. Yeah. But Peebles, we spoke about it a lot last season, Kelly, that they're very much improved on the circuit. They're they're in what you'd call the nay mugs category now. Oh, definitely. Last season, Ian Chisholm done a great work with Peebles, and he's installed a confidence about Peebles now, where before you kind of felt that they didn't have the confidence that they were going to make it through sevens tournaments, that they were kind of just there to make up the numbers, whereas Chisholm's actually installed, you know what, boys, you're more than capable of beating teams, winning tournaments. And this has continued under Graham Patterson's leadership as well, that they actually believe in themselves now. Yeah, I think it looks like a bit of a seamless transition. I've been impressed with Peebles so far, seen them on Thursday night, seen them here today, and
Yeah, Graham Patterson looks to be doing a good job there as well. They look like they've had a good pre-season. They look in pretty good physical nick, Peebles, and they will, with what's coming through the ranks as well, their brilliant Colts setup, they should be looking to kick on this season.
And they've got a big number of boys playing at like age grade stuff as well, so it's looking good for Peebles. Yeah,
and it's been the old Scott White-esque kick-off by that man, Jack Harrison, and he's gathered it up, Jack Harrison, and he's taken it up to the Kelso 5-metre line. But it's been fumbled by Peebles, unfortunately for them, and it's now Kelso in possession. The famous Scott White, little tricky number against South Africa at Twickenham. So quick, even the camera didn't catch it, but the referee's going to bring them back. Great to see Ian Hurd out there this afternoon.
Yeah, and that referee's kit's lovely, isn't it?
It's very, very fetching on Ian, you have to say. I actually seen Ian at the gym the other night, and I don't know if he'd just sort of picked up his kit or whenever when I seen him, but he was outside his car and he showed it to me, and he didn't seem all that sort of keen, I have to say.
To me, it reminds me the retro refresher sweep.
That's what
it reminds me of.
He looks, or they look, not just Ian, but they look like a refresher wrapper.
Yeah,
they
but
do.
One thing is, you can't say that they can't be seen, or that there's a kick clash there with the referees and the teams.
Yeah, so. Almost a touch of the Brazils about it as well. But the scrum has been taken by Kelso, and it's Angus Roberts takes it in there, but they're still camped on their own 5-metre line. Kelso, great counter drive by Peebles, and Peebles are going to come up with a ball here because Ian Hurd has signalled for a scrum, and that was just pure desperation. That was
desperation, determination.
Yeah.
And again, it was kind of led by Jack Harrison, and that no give up attitude. And the reason Peebles have got that over Kelso is because they actually were going forward. The ball ended up at their side, and they were going forward. So this is a really good attacking opportunity for them.
It certainly is. They're centre field, 7 or 8 metres out. Scrum. But Kelso have got the shunt on there, and they've driven Peebles off the ball, and comes up to Dwayne Patterson, and Dwayne Patterson feeds it inside to Frankie Robson. He's hauled down, but they've made it out to 22. Kelso Tate now feeds Tweedy, and Tweedy goes to Roberts. Roberts cuts back inside. He's hit hard by one of the Peebles forwards, but it's back with Barber to Tweedy to Tate. Kelso now looking to exit, and they're going to do exactly that, and it looks like it's the very impressive youngster Murray Woodcock, and he's going to go fully 70-80 metres, Murray Woodcock, and he's going to go under the sticks, and all of a sudden defence is turned into attack. A pace man goes, and Kelso are in.
Yeah, it's from distance, it must be a little bit disheartening there for Peebles, because they were putting pressure on Kelso. They're inside their own 22, and a missed pass from Andy Tate out to Dwayne Patterson, and then a wee step back inside, and then a pass out to Woodcock, and he's just I don't want to say strolled in, because obviously Peebles were chasing down, but it just kind of gradually made it look easy.
Yeah,
as you say, a 75-metre, 80-metre try.
That's it, and he's let's not forget, he's a forward. He's young. He's 19 years of age. He's so athletic. He's so quick. And I mentioned before off air that he just looks like he's got such a future on this circuit. If not, he could be a star of this circuit for years to come. And that's his third of the afternoon. Comfortably, Kelso's top scorer so far. He's back in position, and now will chase down this Kelso kickoff. Kelso, now that's not the best effort. It's been played at, however, by Peebles. Not Dwayne Patterson's best effort. 11 minutes actually gone in this tie. Kelso attacking the factory end, but it's Peebles that are off and running, having taken the quick tap for the ball not going, the kickoff not going 10. And it's out now to the playmaker Harrison. Harrison weighing up the options, decides to straighten and has a crack himself, Harrison, and he's off and running once again. A great afternoon's work by this man, and he's in once again, and for want of not sounding like a broken record, Kelly, he is the talisman.
Yeah, as I said before, everything good from Peebles kind of centres round if he plays well.
Yeah.
And today he's played really, really well. But there was nothing happening. You know, there was absolutely nothing happening there. He made that try for himself. The kind of his supporters and stuff like that, yeah, were kind of running angles and stuff like that to attract or distract the defence, but that was a pure Harrison try for himself.
Yeah, and he's converted for good measure. So Peebles needed something, and they got something. That is it's 17 points to 12. 12 minutes gone, so a couple of minutes remaining in this one. Peebles not out of it yet, and Kelso with something to think about here. And it's going to be Harrison to kick off. 14 points actually. The scoreboard is up to date now. 14 points to 12. 14 points Peebles, 17 points Kelso, but Harrison's committed the same sin as Dwayne Patterson did a couple of minutes ago, and he's not gone 10 with the kickoff. And there's been a bit of chit chat. No, I beg your pardon, no, it's Ian Herd getting in position. I thought he'd marched them 10, but no. So here comes Kelso through Tweedy to Patterson. Patterson sees a bit of space and he's off and running. And cometh the hour, cometh the man, Dwayne Patterson. He's in. Nearly 13 minutes on the clock, Kelly, and you'd imagine that puts the tie to sleep.
Yeah, I think so. And I mean, he could have slid past two defenders kind of a bit with ease there. Yeah. They should have known that that's what was going to happen. He tucked it under one arm really early, you know. So for any defender, that's an indication that they ain't going to pass.
No.
So they could have came up a bit sooner, but again, it's just that he's got such sharp feet, Dwayne Patterson. You know, he can stop in a sixpence, he can turn, and he can put the accelerator on as well. So it was a really nice try by him, and I would say this is kind of done and dusted now, unfortunately.
Yeah, there's little more than 30 seconds on the clock. Patterson kicked that conversion, so it's Peebles 12. Kelso. Oh, and again, not gone 10.
I kind of thought he would have played on there, because Peebles looked to have played it. But
yeah, Peebles 12, Kelso 26, and that's a beautiful out the back offload to that man once again, Jack Harrison, and I make that his 5th of the afternoon.
I think you won't be far wrong with that, I must admit. And he's tried to take the quick conversion, but unfortunately you need to actually be in the pitch and kick out towards the dead ball area. Now in the sevens tournament.
Oh, so is that a rule change, Kelly?
Yeah, so it's more to kind of, again, to keep the consistency.
Yeah. As
well, because sometimes depending on the angle, if you flip it across, if you're a right-footed kicker, if you flip it to the other way, it will suit you better than obviously if you're in pitched out. So
yeah, that's a fair call.
But he's converted.
He's converted, and there's life left in this tie. The 14 minutes are up on the big screen clock. So Peebles still with a bit to do. They're 21 points against Kelso's 26, and that's a better kick by Harrison. Kelso player under it though, and it's Cammy Brown, tries to fend off Guinea, and it's gone into touch, and will that be that? Yes, Ian Herd has blown his whistle. Kelso progress to the semi-finals, but decent effort by Peebles, but Kelso just a bit much in the end.
Yeah, I think Peebles need to be really proud of how they've played today. And you know, as we said before, they've came with the title now that they're name outs. You know, and that's shown by how they've played today. Kelso just have that a bit more experience in these kind of games and know when to kind of like pull it back or when to change it up. I would say the big difference was Peebles really relied on Pye and Harrison to batter it up, whereas every single team member of Kelso could do that. But also they mixed it up between kicking and running. And during a sevens competition, that's exactly what you're needing, is just to keep the defence on their toes.
So that one is done. The pool stuff is done. We will be into the semi-finals but that one has finished Peebles 21, Kelso 26.
Right, funnily enough on the scoreboard it did say 28-19, so we'll double check that for you and find out what the score was. But one thing we can tell you is that Kelso will be taking their place in the semi-final, and they'll be having to battle against two Scots, and the other one it's going to be Gala against Selkirk. Well, during the week Kelly and I went up to South Queensferry to meet up with the Scotland World Cup squad and chat to some of the players, including Darcy Graham and Rory Sutherland, who are the sole representatives from the Borders this time round. You may have heard these interviews on Thursday night when we brought you live coverage of the Kelso Peebles game. Well, I also spoke with head coach Gregor Townsend and suggested to him that it must have been tough telling the four remaining players from the squad of 37 that they were surplus to requirements.
Yeah, it shows the depth and quality of players that we have, that players that have missed out are excellent players and have been training with us so well. So yeah, it was disappointing for them, but we've said to all the players that didn't make the 33 that they're just going to be ready for an opportunity. It's likely it will come for 2 or 3 players, given our sport and how we will get injuries.
There are some great things about being a head coach of Scotland, but I suppose in a way this is the downside. You're having to tell people, they're not going to France.
Yeah, it is, but it's much tougher for them hearing that news, and also you obviously get the joy too, where people get the good news that they're going to a World Cup. So that's what you want to see as a coach: players achieving things and getting close to reaching their potential and having special memories. So while there's people miss out, we're delighted with the squad we have here.
Very popular decision, Jamie Ritchie as captain.
Yeah, Jamie obviously came in as captain earlier last season, did a very good job. It's been great to see him grow as a leader, but also that we've grown the leadership in our group with both Rory Darge and Finn Russell getting the opportunity to be a captain during our warm-up games. So they thrived in that. Jamie's thriving. He's in very good shape just now. He's playing his best rugby. He's about to play his best rugby. He's only had one game. So no, he's in a good place. So is the group right now.
It would appear that the preparation in the Scottish camp has worked really well moving into the World Cup.
Yeah, we've loved it. We came together. At the end of June. Some players came in a bit later, but we've enjoyed each other's company. And in the last 4 or 5 weeks, the training level from our players has been outstanding. The best I've seen from them. So we're starting to see that transferred into games. Second half at Murrayfield against France, beginning of the France and end of the France game at Saint Etienne, and we're just working to improve our accuracy and doing that for longer periods.
And this is the thing, isn't it? It cut out the mistakes and you can really be competitive against the likes of Ireland and South Africa.
Yeah, and that, mistakes aren't always your sole responsibility. It might be what the opposition have done. And you'll never have a game that don't have mistakes. The game we want our players to play is also one that has risk. It's got more ambition, so there will be errors. And while it would be nice to cut them out, probably the more important thing is what we do straight after an error. How do we get back into our system defensively? How do we win the ball back? How do we pressure opposition without the ball?
It's going to be a big challenge first up against South Africa, but a real opportunity to put a marker down.
Yeah, it's obviously a massive opportunity, a massive challenge playing the world champions, a team that do really well in World Cups as your first game. But we're looking forward to it. We know we have nothing to lose in this World Cup. We're with outsiders, and we've been able to focus on ourselves a lot during our build-up, and we'll do the same. We'll be aware of what South Africa are likely to bring in defence and attack, but it's all about getting our game out and aiming to play our best rugby in that first match.
And what comes across talking to a lot of the squad today is the confidence.
In terms of where the players are, they've got belief in themselves. The game suits their strengths, and they've worked so hard over these last 2 months that they're in great physical shape, fit enough to play a game that can stress opposition and create try-scoring opportunities.
So we've got one game before that. It's in a couple of weeks' time against Georgia, who will present their own challenge, a very physical side. How are you going to be seeing that game from your perspective, in terms of the team that you're going to pick and what you're trying to get out of it?
Yeah, it's an important game for us. We'll go strong in that game in terms of selection. We know that if we don't play players that are likely to play against South Africa in that game, they won't have had a match for 4 weeks. So that's important, that the players get match practice. But more importantly, it's about us improving. And we are training well, and you get a lot through training, but nothing beats the learning improvement you get from a game. So we see this as another opportunity, and a very relevant opportunity as well to what we're going to face against South Africa.
The two French games, obviously, very different teams that you faced. And even though you lost the final game, there was so much positivity in character and seeing the team come back.
Yeah, I think that there's character, there's togetherness, there's skill, but also real fitness, like effort to go into those final quarters of games where we're points behind and we come back. And we were disappointed we didn't get anything out of that game. We were like 27-all with 2 or 3 minutes to go. The momentum was up with us, so not to carry that forward to a win or even a draw has been disappointing, but there's a lot of encouragement in how we started the game and how we finished.
Gregor Townsend talking with me on Wednesday, and Kelly Riddell joining me now, as well as Robin. Kelly, it was a very enjoyable day, wasn't it, down there or up there at South Queensferry? I've never seen the place so still. It was about 2 miles an hour winds, beautiful sunshine. It was idyllic, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a fantastic day, and the players were nice and relaxed. Gregor was nice and relaxed, and it just seemed everything kind of flowed really nicely, and the backdrop for photos and video footage was absolutely fantastic. I've never been there before, but I'll definitely go back there again.
Yeah, it doesn't come much better than the 3 bridges, one from each century as well, which is marvellous. What came over for me was the confidence in all the squad, because obviously they're in the toughest group. They're playing the world champion South Africa first, Ireland, who are pretty much hot favourites along with France to carry off the whole thing. But there was no talk of them being the underdogs. There was a little bit from Gregor Townsend, but the players are saying, look, we're up there, we're a top 5 team in the world.
Yeah, I think Gregor actually relishes the title of being underdogs, because he wants to prove everybody wrong. Whereas we spoke to Chris Harris as well, and he was like, absolutely not, we're no longer underdogs, we're as good as the rest. And he's absolutely right. We're in 5th in the world now. We should have won against France, out in France, so why can't we go to this World Cup and beat South Africa, and the players, as we say, are full of confidence. They believe in themselves, which is a big thing. But they've played more with each other throughout Six Nations and Summer Nations and kind of summer tests and stuff like that, and they have this aura about them that you can't help but believe in them as well and feel really confident going into this World Cup.
They certainly showed plenty of character coming back in those 2 French games. There were 21 points down, 21 points to 3 down in one, and then of course in Saint-Etienne, that was a big jump just after the second half when France went in for 2 converted tries. All of a sudden the gap appeared, but they clawed it back. But there will be concern, obviously, and some people will be thinking, well, we can't afford to do that at the World Cup.
No, we can't, and we seem to have quite a bad habit at 10 minutes at either side at half time, it just kind of switching off and just being a bit lax. It used to be right from the kick-off that we used to do that, but the last couple of games have been really hot on the kick-offs, and almost scoring straight away. Whereas kind of 10 minutes before half-time, 10 minutes after half-time is where, the other teams have actually converted points. So we need to really come out strong, but maintain that standard for ourselves all the way through. I personally thought that Scotland were actually fitter. They looked fitter than France out in France. They were still willing to go in the 78th minute, whereas France looked a little bit tired. So I think they need to trust the system, trust the structure, but trust the fitness as well, that they can actually maintain a high level standard from minute 1 to minute 80.
And Robin, I think this is probably the most well-prepared Scottish World Cup squad of all time, and certainly the fittest.
Oh, I would say so, Stuart. This is the most impressive Scotland team that there's been for many's a year, let's face it, and we have got world-class operators now across the park, and I can see us. I'm more confident now about the group stages than I was, a few months ago, even maybe a few weeks ago. It just is still such a farce that it was done and dusted. The choosing of the pools, whenever it was three and a half years ago, when we
don't even do that in football.
Yeah, when we were ranked ninth in the world, which by admission was our own issue. But yeah, I can see us doing or creating an awful lot of problems for South Africa in that opening game. South Africa being shorn of a few frontliners as well. I can see Scotland. I mean, a lot depends still on no yellow, not too many yellow cards, not too many red cards, not having some dubious decisions going our way, and one man being fit and firing.
Absolutely. I wonder what one man that would be.
One man, we don't even need to say it. He is at the peak of his powers at the moment, Finn Russell. And
you've named him.
He is a danger to any team, and both South Africa and Ireland are going to need to keep a close eye on him.
But you look at the back line as well, and I mean, tries coming out of their pores. I mean, you've got Hugh Jones, you've got Van der Merthe, obviously Darcy Graham as well. Now proven try scorers. I mean, Darcy Graham up to 19 already. Now the record is 26 now with Stuart Hogg. That could be done and dusted by the World Cup.
Oh yeah, world class wingers, as good a wingers, as good a team of wingers, if you want to call them that, as anybody in world rugby for me at this moment in time.
And Kyle Steyn as well.
Kyle Steyn, what a backup to those two, and also Blair Kinghorn is looking to the manner born now as the heir apparent to Stuart Hogg. He's been really impressive in recent weeks. So yeah, all of a sudden we've got strike runners coming from everywhere. We've got Huey Pilotu in the centres as they seem to have been.
Who was that?
Huey Pilotu.
Sione, isn't it? Sione Tui.
No, it's
Tui Pilotu.
And Hugh Jones.
I thought you were joining them together there.
They are. Yeah, that's the kind of moniker they've been given. Huey Pilotu.
Oh, I haven't heard that one. That's good. Yeah.
So and they are classy players as well. And so yeah, it's just got a really, really good look. We've got depth at scrum half as well. George Horton's been particularly impressive in the warm up games. And we look at our back row. We've got decent second row. Front row, if Xander Fagerson can stay on the field, we've got depth as well, and bring it on.
Absolutely, and I mean, it's so mouthwatering, isn't it? First game for Scotland on, I think it's the 10th of September, isn't it? It's the second day of competition, and against the world champions, both on a neutral venue as well. And South Africa doesn't really hold the fear that some of the other countries do for us, or have done in history.
Yeah, we've beat them for starters. South Africa and Ireland are probably the two teams, if there are two, that can just strangle the life out of the game, strangle the life out of our pack potentially. That they've got some absolute juggernauts. They're the biggest team in world rugby, but Scotland will be a match for them, and like I say, South Africa got plenty to think about with this Scottish outfit.
Absolutely, and of course, Kelly, we mustn't forget there's Romania and Tonga in the pools as well. Romania probably won't be too much of an opposition, but Tonga on their day can really cause some problems. A real physical side, typical Pacific Islanders.
Yeah, but so is Romania though. Both Romania and Tonga are two physical sides, so they might not kind of have the same oomph as such regarding the backline or the attacks, but certainly when it comes to hard hitting tackles, hard hitting runs and stuff like that just exhaust the body. Both those teams do that as well, so it's not an easy pool that Scotland's in. And yes, South Africa and Ireland are probably going to be the priority games, but we can't take our eye off the ball with regards to Romania or Tonga either.
Ireland and France favourites with many. New Zealand and South Africa not far behind, but from what we've seen so far in the warm-up games, anyone else in the frame? Do we dare include Wales and England in that? Because they haven't really shown anything yet.
I was going to say they're in the right half of the draw though. It's a very, very lopsided draw, and somebody out of England, Australia, Argentina and Wales is going to go deep into the tournament, and if they get momentum behind them, I mean, England have picked a team to bludgeon their way into the latter stages and then cross their fingers. The two pools in the other half have got, probably 4 of the form horses, 5 of the form horses in there, so the pools very much favour other teams.
Yeah, I like Argentina. I think from watching the championships, I think Argentina have played really, really well against New Zealand, Australia and South Africa. So I think that those would be the ones to kind of watch out for. So if I was to put money on it, I think I would say Argentina.
Well, let's have a look at those pools then, because in Pool A you've got New Zealand and France, Italy, Uruguay and Namibia. Can't see Italy doing anything at all in that one. Pool B, South Africa, Ireland, Scotland, Romania, Tonga we've mentioned. Pool C, it's Wales, Australia, Fiji, Georgia and Portugal. And in D, it's England, Japan, Argentina, Samoa and Chile. And as you say, Pool C is a bit of an eye-opener now, isn't it?
Oh, it is, yeah. Whoever... It's tournament rugby, and it's going to come down to one game here, or even one break of the ball there, or one yellow card or red card. But you'd fancy the big dogs, if you want to call them that, from all the pools to get through. It's just our pool, and who can come in the top 2 in that. But yeah, we have got a chance, absolutely.
Well, a reminder that Spain were kicked out of the World Cup and replaced by Romania after they fielded an ineligible player, allegedly with the help of a forged passport, which doesn't sound that good for them. In qualifying, Spain beat neighbours Portugal to qualify for the first time since 1999 and would have been in Scotland's pool, of course, but Romania have taken their place. Scotland, of course, Kelly, have got Georgia next Saturday, one final game before they fly out to France, and it's going to be a strong Scotland side, according to Gregor. We know that's the right thing to do, as he explained, but even so, there's going to be a lot of nervous moments from Scottish fans everywhere, hoping that we all get through a physical encounter, because Georgia are no mugs.
Oh, definitely. I think every single Scottish rugby fan has got to be sitting on the edge of the seat watching that game for the whole 80 minutes, because Georgia is the same as Romania. They are hard hitting. They absolutely take no prisoners at all when it comes to the contact side of things. So that's where the worry and the concern is going to come from. As if we can get all of our players in and out of that game injury free, we stead very, very well for that for the World Cup. Yeah.
I was just going to say, if I was Gregor, Finn Russell wouldn't be leaving the hotel, let alone getting anywhere near the paddock against Georgia.
We will see what happens. I bet Darcy's out there, though, I must admit. Well, we're here at Netherdale, of course. You're not missing anything at all. The first semi-final coming up very, very shortly, and that's going to be between the two Scots and Kelso, and then the other semi-final gala against Selkirk. We've also got the under-18s final that we'll be covering a little bit later on. But after the break, we're going to go and change gear a little bit, because we're going to talk live here to our special guest, Mark Moncrieff.
This is Rugby Radio. Rugby Radio. Bringing you exclusive live coverage from Netherdale of Maroon'd Gala.
Based in Gala Shields, but covering the whole region and beyond, Borders Mortgage Hub is your one-stop shop for all things mortgage-related in the Borders. Visit us at bordersmortgagehub.com or call us on 01896 807 008. That's 01896 807 008. Borders Mortgage Hub. Mortgages for the Borders in the Borders.
When the weather's dreich and a storm's a brewing, you need a strong, windproof, quality umbrella delivered with good old-fashioned customer service and at an affordable price. Up here in Umbrella Heaven, we say you tackle the ball, we'll tackle the weather. UmbrellaHeaven.com. Brave the storm.
To commemorate the 7th anniversary of the opening of the Borders Railway, an 8 DVD box set is now available, featuring the complete series Borders Railway from start to finish, plus the full hour-and-a-half documentary 5 Years On, which examines the possibility of an extension to Carlisle, plus extra features, including a cab journey along the entire Borders Railway, all for the special price of just £14.99, including post and packing. You can get your copy direct from hotdisc.co.uk/DVD. hotdisk.co.uk/shop. That's hotdisk.co.uk/shop. The 8 DVD box set, The Complete Borders Railway, is available now.
This is Maroon'd Gala, live on Rugby Radio.
Yes, welcome back to Netherdale, with the next big match on the main pitch being the first semi-final of the tournament between two Scots and Kelso. But before that, I'm delighted that the SRU have finally decided to award caps to all those who pulled on the jersey in uncapped international matches. Great news for the likes of Rob Moffat, Craig Redpath, Gary Isaac, Mark Moncrieff, many others, including Steve Ferguson, Ian Ramsey, Gary Waite, and pre-war players as well from the Borders. It's been a long time coming. Sadly, some of those players haven't survived to see it, but one man who is very much alive, I'm glad to say, is Gala's Mark Moncrieff, who now coaches the youngsters here at the club at Gala, and absolutely thrilled that he's joined us now at the back of the stand. And first of all, many congratulations, Mark.
Yeah, thanks very much, Stuart. It was a pleasant surprise last Monday afternoon when I got the call for Graham Law, who you may recall was a rugby journalist in the 90s for the Scotsman. So yeah, he made the call, and I was taken aback. I'm a bit of a blether. I come from a sales world, so I was pretty silent when I got it, but equally delighted.
Yes, absolutely, because I mean, I've always been disappointed, as you know yourself, that you never got a cap, because you played several times in the Scotland jersey in uncapped games, and I always felt very, very sorry. In fact, I've never really got over that on your behalf, but you kind of had to get over it, sort of thing. And the last time we interviewed you, which was about 2 years ago, on the pitch down there, it was kind of like you said, well, yeah, it's happened and we just move on. But now, of course, the tables have turned.
Very much so. I think when back then in the early 90s, you were very much aware there were uncapped tours. In 91 there was a World Cup that year, so there was about 3 or 4 senior players didn't come, so that's why they weren't awarded. And in 93 when they did the South Seas tour, again it was a British Lions tour that year, so again there was a handful of Scottish senior players didn't tour, so that was the reason. So you actually knew before you went, albeit within yourself you were probably disappointed, but you saw the world, you were touring places that you would never see as a normal person at all. But wonderful.
Now I understand you're getting the cap for the American match, is that right?
Yep, so how Graham explained it was in Connecticut in 91, that was my first test match as such, so you get a physical cap for that. What I didn't ask him, and probably because I was stunned into silence with the news, was I played in 4 others, so I don't know if the other 4 will count towards having 5 in total, but I'm quite happy with the one. Waited 31 years, so we'll cross that bridge at a later stage, I'm sure, with the SRU.
But these were big countries. I mean, certainly big countries now in terms of rugby. I mean, there's Canada, there's Fiji.
Yeah, it was Canada, USA, Fiji, Tonga and Samoa in my instance.
Yeah, all big nations now.
Pretty much so, yeah. So no, I'm just delighted for everybody involved, all these players, the 56, and he said sadly there's a number of them no longer with us, but I'm sure the families will take great pride and cherish that when the time comes to get the presentations.
So what does it mean to you now that it's sunk in after a few days?
Yeah, I mean, I'll no lie, when I got off the call, I have to say there's probably a little tear in the left eye, if I'll be honest. I think when you've played at that level, and as long as I did, you kind of park these things at the back of the brain and never dwelled in it, and until it came to the fore in the last few months. I'd heard rumours they were potentially going to do something. Ireland did something in April. There was 12 players got retrospective caps, and Brian O'Driscoll's father being one, Frank. So we had murmurs amongst the rugby echelons that this might happen, but yeah, it's sunk in. And what I've been absolutely blown away with is the amount of people that have texted, all the social media platforms. I'm not huge on them, but I've been on this week. I'm going to respond at some point probably next week to thank everybody, but it's people I haven't seen for 10, 20 years, some of them, and guys from Glasgow, North and Midlands, some abroad, and very much the local community as well. So it's a good news story. Often the SRU are getting flung into the flames or the fire, but there's not been any negativity that I've seen, so it's a really good news story, and I applaud the SRU for doing it.
Now, when you were playing in these uncapped internationals, presumably they did the national anthem, you had all that kind of stuff, didn't you? So yeah, it's like a full-blown one.
It was just as you see now then, you got the full national anthem, it was treated prepared as a professional, or as professional as it was before it did ultimately go professional in 95. So no, it was fantastic. I mean, as I say, you were going to be with your mates, guys who've played for at club level, district level, then you had the ultimate going on a tour to another country. It was fantastic.
And those were the days which will never be repeated, the days of the countries going on tour, playing provincial sides and visiting like the Zimbabwe's and South Africa and New Zealand. I mean, a fantastic experience which will never happen again because of the way rugby is.
Sadly not. I think it'll only possibly even at club level, I wouldn't think it'll happen in the pro game. It might get away for a weekend somewhere, Ireland or France, possibly if they're from the UK. But no, back then you did community work. So in Fiji, for instance, we went to a lot of schools on our sort of time off, and we did a few projects there, and the same in Tonga. I mean, absolutely beautiful countries in their own right, and the people were very welcoming. And rugby, as you know, in the South Seas is absolutely huge, predominantly known for their sevens prowess, but they were big physical fellows, and as you see, I'm not the biggest, so I've got a few big hits on me.
What was the closest you came to a full cap then, when they called them full caps?
Well, they'd probably be the nearest. I mean, the World Cup, if you recall, to bring it back up again as you have done in the past, Stuart. So I was fortunate to be in the World Cup squad in 91, but it's been documented I was the only one out of the 26 that never sat on the bench or played an active part. So I've had a few people, I've always had a moan and groan about that, but again, I'm pretty placid about it. That's the circumstances I found myself in. I was with a great team, and I was only caring about the success of the team that World Cup. And if you recall, they went out to England in the semi-final by a penalty, which was devastating for the whole group.
So what happens now then? Do we know about there'll be some kind of ceremony obviously going on?
Yeah, Graham Law alluded that the Home Nations Games in February next year, 2024, there'll be something, I'm not sure at both because of the numbers involved, but there'll certainly be a presentation to the players that have been awarded them at either both games, or they'll split it and do it in two groups over the two home internationals.
Right, well, we certainly look forward to a high-profile ceremony there. Of course, not everyone is going to be awarded caps, I understand, because Hoyk's Donny McLeod, for instance, played against Zimbabwe and Holland, and he's not currently on the list, even though Holland were strong enough to beat Japan back then. And when England played Holland, I think it was about 110 nils, it was a big score, but England awarded caps in that match as well. So there's a strong case that decision could be reversed, and let's hope so, because really, these teams, they're saying that the uncaps were for the Tier 1, Tier 2 nations, right? But Tier 1, Tier 2 wasn't a thing back then in those days, and of course Holland beat Japan at that time. So, personally, I think if you donned a Scotland cap jersey and it was in an international against another country, that should actually be allowed. So we're trying to campaign for them as well, aren't we?
And rightly so. I mean, I'm not sure I'm not familiar with the background to that one in particular. It's a question for the SRU and the hierarchy there, why they've made the decision on Donny McLeod's one. But no, if he's played in that jersey and he's played against what was deemed then an international country, it would make sense to me that it's deemed a cap. But without knowing the full story behind it, it's difficult for us probably to come to a conclusion.
Yeah, absolutely. But obviously, whilst we've got you here, talk about the World Cup that's coming. You say you went out in 1991, wasn't it?
A long time ago.
Long time ago. But looking at the way the fitness regimes are now and everything else, it's a different ball game completely. It's professional rugby. And to me, I haven't seen a Scotland squad more confident, more fit and more prepared for this World Cup. What's your own kind of take?
Agree entirely with what you're saying. I think Gregor and his team, the coaching staff, have done a phenomenal job, and the resources are now there, the finances all behind them. These players are at clubs that are professional, so their diets are all right, the whole nutrition, their recovery, they're in pools within 8 hours of the game's finishing, they get all the best treatment, and rightly so. So no, I think looking at the squad as a whole, from my point of view, it's as balanced as you'll get and as strong as you'll get. And I think the last couple of performances have shown that. I mean, France in particular, it's phenomenal to come back with the victories and losing just out last weekend. So no, I wish them all the very best. It'll be a lovely arena, and hopefully they can get out that group.
Yes, they're all very confident, I have to say. They were very relaxed the other day when the actual media day was happening, and none of them want to be known as underdogs. They want to be on like the level playing field with South Africa and Ireland.
And that's wonderful to hear, because I think often in years gone by, Scotland have dwelled on the fact we're probably the underdogs, and kind of get one good performance out of 4 or 5. But if they've got that confidence going into the World Cup and the whole atmosphere, that's only generated by the coaches and the players players themselves. Yes, they'll live off the crowds and the audiences in the games, but when they're they're quite lonely, they're isolated for a long time, so they've got to self-generate that confidence. So it's good to hear that they're in good spirits.
Now, it's good that you're still involved heavily in the rugby game, which is good, and your boy is doing rather well, Nairn Moncrieff. We've seen him in action. A lot of potential there for him. You must be very proud.
Yeah, Nairn's coming up 17. He's in the system, and his rugby is now, you've got to be in that system. So he's got his training. He lives, breathes and eats his rugby, as a lot of kids do, or young youths. So I certainly watch him with great interest, and I wish him all the best, and he gets all the support from the club, and obviously his mum and I, and his other immediate family. So hopefully it'll all go well for him.
And the Gala Wanderers that you're involved with as well, some good youngsters coming through.
Yeah, Stuart, I mean, when I look across the whole under-18 age group, I love watching the games, because in every club there is a sprinkling of real talent, and it's honing that talent. It's allowing these guys to get the opportunity to get up the ladder, which is difficult now if they're not picked early on. I love watching this age group. I do a minimal role. I'm in the manager side, so it's just making sure the buses are there, and anything the boys need, and the coaches always with the club. So it's a minimal role, but I do enjoy going to watch them when I can. The ones themselves this year, there's about 12 boys moved up to senior rugby, which is fantastic. It's a development path. It's the ones, so that's good. Under 16s, there's about 11 have come up, and there's a good, again, handful of real quality players. But as we say to them, if the ball's in your court, you've got to have aspirations to do well. It comes back to training regimes, eating correctly, sleeping, get off the Xbox, get your sleep. So we say all the right things to them. It's whether they listen and take that on. But certainly they're not a bad group of players to work with.
And this is what we need, isn't it? More and more youngsters coming through and feeding the senior teams.
Yeah, I think if I look at Gala in particular, last year they never really had a seconds. It was very intermittent. I think Dean and Craig this year, that are the coaches, are trying very hard to create a two-team structure. So if a player has a poor game in the first, there's another player that can be put up, and another boy that's dropped has to work hard. You need to get that balance going in the competition between these players, and that's something that's been lacking. But numbers have been good over here. I've not been down at the senior training, but I hear there's 35, 40, and it's just keeping them coming though. Some of them can get switched off pretty quickly these days. So.
But events like this, obviously Maroon'd Gala, and we're looking at the back pitches now, and since about 11 o'clock this morning, there's been kids of all ages, and that's just wonderful to see, isn't it?
It is. I mean, the format's changed in the last 3 years with the Maroon'd Day, which I think has been an absolutely fantastic decision by the executive at Gala, and you're getting grandparents, aunties, uncles, the parents, you've got all the kids. I don't know, it'd be 500-600 minis here. You've got the Vixens, you've got the under 16 and so forth. So it's good for the club. Hopefully can generate some revenue, because finances are tight across the board at all clubs just now. So these are big events to try and generate some income to keep the club going.
And you're fairly confident, certainly at Gala, that this stream of youngsters are coming through, their relationship with Gala Academy and everything else that's developing around that.
It's like any relationship, Stuart. It has to be worked on continually. So the school have been fantastic. The Academy, Big Davy Payton and James Carmichael. James Carmichael. They've been down, so they've met with us all. So it's constantly changing, but you've got to. It's compromising sometimes. The players they can't be everywhere. So we've just got to be seen to work together. And ultimately, the only people that suffer if we don't work together are these players. And I'm a great believer. We've just got to make sure the structure's right, or as best as possible, to allow them a smooth up path and progression to senior rugby.
How do you see the whole scene in about, say, 5-10 years' time? I mean, are we heading towards in the right direction?
If I be brutally honest, I fear a little bit for the rugby. I see the numbers across the board, and this is at all clubs that I'm going to. It's struggling to keep a hold of them. You get a bit of a surge at the beginning of the season. The lads very quickly can switch off to it. Back in the day, you got a swearing or a talking to, and you used to fight back and say, "I'll prove you wrong." Nowadays, it's a different generation. You've got to kind of cajole. If you give them a talking to, some of them will just say, "That's it, I'm not coming back." But over the piece, I would say it's going to be a struggle the next 4 or 5 years to see how it progresses. Hopefully it's good though.
Yeah, well, it's absolutely lovely to have you join us today, and many congratulations again. Absolutely fantastic to see that, and I can't wait to see the picture of you with the cap on in the clubhouse at Netherdale.
Well, we'll need a bit of artificial intelligence and photoshopping to make that a good one, I'll tell you.
Brilliant. Well, Mark Moncrieff, thank you very much indeed for joining us. Brilliant stuff. Well, this is Rugby Radio coming to you live from Netherdale. It's Maroon'd Gala, and the next action on the pitch will be the first semi-final between two Scots and Kelso. We're going to go to the commentary box now, where we've increased the team by one. We're going to be joined by Euan Welsh and Sam Mathews, and also, first of all, Robin Purdie.
Thank you, Stuart. Yes, we resume with the first of the semi-finals here at Maroon'd Gala. The first pool was won by two Scots, this team of military men with a very strong Fijian flavour. 11 Fijians in the ranks, and they were impressive. After maybe a wee bit of a slow start against Melrose, and they will go up against Kelso, who finished second in Pool B, but not by much. They lost out narrowly to Gala with a last minute play. They could just as easily have won their pool and found themselves in the other semi-final, but it's Dwayne Patterson of Kelso to get this one underway. Kelso in their black and white strips, attacking the factory end here at Netherdale, and was taken in by a two Scots player, and he was hit hard by Cammy Brown there. Cammy Brown's put himself about this afternoon, but here's the little playmaker, Saurara, and he's off and running, and he's cut back inside as well when it looked for all the world he was going to end up in touch, and it's been flung back with gay abandon, however, and bodies pile in. Kelso players are in there, and it's been knocked forward by the two Scots, so a decent defensive set by Kelso, and this one, Euan, could go either way.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, as you say, it took the two Scots team a wee while to kind of get into the game, but both these teams now have had a couple of games to get used to back into 7 rugby again, and I think that's the thing that will be key now, is who kind of reacts first. And what it's like in 7s, Robin. It's you've not got a lot of time to kind of find your feet. You just kind of get to go straight for it. Yeah,
7 minutes each way, of course. Not a great deal of time, and Kelso have won that scrum. And out it comes to Frankie Robson, the captain. He's got Tweedy on the wrap around. Wee bit of a mix up there with Angus Roberts, but Tweedy's still got it, and it looks like there's been a high shot in there by one of the soldiers, so Kelso playing with an advantage at the moment, and he's seen a little bit of a gap, and he's gone Dwayne Patterson, and that's a beautiful offload, and it was gobbled up, however, by one of the big men, that being Rabuka, but they're going to come back for the penalty. So a minute and a half gone, first semi-final here at Maroon'd Gala, and it's Kelso with the territory, Kelso with the possession, and they'll be looking to make the most of it. This one, as mentioned, could go either way. The winners battling for the right to face off against either Gala, the home side, or Selkirk in the final. So the 4 best teams on show today, there can be no argument about that. And here comes Patterson. Patterson's got Roberts, and Roberts has got pace. He's got players heading after him, but he's in first blood in this first semi-final at Kelso, and that try's gone the way of Angus Roberts, and they look dangerous, Kelso.
Yeah, and it comes from a penalty situation, so really, I mean, it's something that's to do with discipline, isn't it? And at the end of the day, these are the opportunities, especially in 7s when you've got so much room. If teams have got the opportunity to try and create a bit of space and then go for it, that's often what you see happening. And as you say, you've got a quality team here in Kelso who know how to attack space and have got the pacey players that are able to kind of go for the corner and back themselves.
Yeah, they've got pace in the ranks, Kelso, none more so than the try scorer there, Angus Roberts. Almost unbelievably, it's only his second try of the afternoon. Kelso have really spread the tries about this afternoon, and that's a beauty of a conversion from Dwayne Patterson as well, from nigh on this near side touchline at Netherdale. So that's Kelso out to a 7-0 lead. Nearly 3 minutes gone in this first half as the kind of misty rain starts to just get that little bit heavier. It'll be Patterson to kick off. Been a good standard of rugby on show here this afternoon, this 2-pool format. Just as I say that, however, that's the worst kick-off I've ever seen Dwayne Patterson do. Sclaffed along the ground, so they're going to go back for the tap and centre field for the 2 Scots, and it'll be Mata. He's got 3 tries to his name this afternoon. No, it's going to be Taraga Kula who's going to come forward and take it. Now it's out to Mata. Mata comes one way, then the other. Kelso, good line speed. There's a lot that looked high in there by a Kelso player, a bit of a high shot, but it's fed out there by Rabuka. And now they come. This burly character, Aquila, he's got a couple of tries this afternoon, as well as a yellow card. But Kelso now back in possession. They've done well to win that. And it's Murray Woodcock, and Murray Woodcock's off and running. This youngster, 19 years of age, and he's in for the second try, Murray Woodcock. The referee and the assistant are having a bit of a chat, but the try has been awarded, and Euan, he really is impressive.
Absolutely, and again, it came for like a reactive situation, so it was all about what team reacted best. And then that's when the mistake happened, and there had to be a quick reaction. It came from Kelso, and I think that's a thing that was key to lead to the tries. Again, it's who reacts quickest, and on that occasion it was Kelso that reacted the quickest.
Yeah, and Murray Woodcock plays in the forwards. He's a 6 to trade in the 15-a-side game, but he runs like a winger in the 7s. The try was not converted. It was the trickiest of conversions by Dwayne Patterson. I beg your pardon, because my mistake, it hadn't even been taken. It's been taken now, and typically enough, he has banged it over. So 2 touchline conversions for Dwayne Patterson, and Kelso out to an early, and some might say commanding 14 points to 0 lead. 5 minutes gone, couple of minutes left to go in this first half, and it'll be Patterson to kick off again. He will not be looking for a repeat of his most recent kick-off, which never left the deck. Here he comes, and that is much more like the trademark Patterson kick-off, and that's a big collision there. Rabuka took it in, and he fended off a couple of Kelso players, and there's a bit of footwork in there by Turaga Kula, and he's off and running, Turaga Kula, and he's going to go from his own half. He's got Woodcock after him. Valiant effort by the youngster, but he's in the Fijian, and that's a lovely piece of running. Individual skill, Sam, and off he goes.
Yeah, what a pace for him there to get across the length of the pitch. I can tell you, after just watching the under-18 semi-finals, a lot further than it looks. It's very far away, so to have that pace. But fair play to Murray Woodcock there. He's had a standout tournament as well, and he's shown his defensive prowess there as well, tracking down.
Yeah, it's a try in each of the games for Turaga Kula, as has been the case for Murray Woodcock. And Euan, we say at every tournament, and there is no substitute for pace.
That's it, and again, it's something that's so specific to the needs of 7s, and having the ability to turn on the afterburners and really pull away, especially as we get into the latter stage of the tournament where bodies are starting to get a wee bit tired. You're still acclimatised into the new season, so as you say, pace is a huge thing, especially at this point in the competition.
And the conversion was good, as you'd expect, from in front of the post. So 2 Scots 7, Kelso 14. Half a minute or so remains in this first half, and that's beautifully taken in there by Cammy Brown. Kelso now in possession. Tweedy to Andy Tate. Patterson, he's got Roberts outside. Robertson clatters into his opposite number, and he drags him along for good measure. Great aggression there by the Kelso winger. Now it's Woodcock to Frankie Robson, the captain. Now out to Cammy Brown, and he's going to have a crack on the outside. That's a good tackle. Now, is there an element of a seatbelt in there though? Yeah, the referee agrees, Stephen Turnbull. So yes, slightly high, dragged them down by the shoulder. So Kelso going to get a penalty here. 5 metres inside the 2 Scots half, and 2 Scots have got a player who looks a bit ill on his feet, and Patterson's off and running, and Patterson's got Woodcock, and Woodcock came in when if he'd headed towards the corner he might have been a bit better served, and he's flung it back, and it's been taken in by the 2 Scots. So 2 Scots inside their own 22, looking to exit. Good tackle in there by Roberts again. He's been prominent in this tie, and that's kicked back, knocked on by Kelso however, and yeah, just got a wee bit hear him scare him there, Sam, and the referee actually blows for half time. And yeah, they're putting their bodies on the line, both these teams.
Yeah, and you have to say as well, you can watch it when you watch these Kelso players playing and they're trying to offload the ball. Dwayne Patterson was a great example of it there. You sort of see him shrink within himself, knowing the physicality of the hit that he's going to take when he gives these offloads. So I don't know whether that affects the receiver getting the ball, knowing if he's going to get man and ball at the same time. You've got that shudder thought, and then, as I said there, Dwayne Patterson, although he wants to fling these outrageous passes, he's sort of doing, you'd probably say, conservative management, isn't he? Like he's trying to make sure he's negating every power, like every asset of that hit that they're going to get.
Yeah, and the old 3-second rule, as they used to call it, playing against these Fijian teams, you pass it and you wait 3 seconds and you get clattered. And we mentioned earlier on, Euan, they've got some real specimens in the team, haven't they?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, even just looking at the two teams, you can tell that they're a lot bigger, they're a lot stronger.
Yeah.
And I think, don't get me wrong, that will be daunting for Kelso, but Kelso will also know that they've got plenty of advantages, and that's what's obviously led to them having this lead in this game. Yeah,
I was in their changing room before kick-off of the first tie, looking for names and numbers, and if ever there's a way to make yourself feel inadequate, it's to go and stand in a changing room full of Fijian players. They have got some huge individuals in the ranks, let me tell you that, having seen them at close quarters. But they trail here 14 points to 7 against Kelso, a resurgent Kelso, some might say, in the abbreviated code in the 7 circuit. Very impressive in the kind of latter part of last season, and they have won the sole piece of silverware that has been on offer so far this season at the Peebles Sevens. But there's a player leaving the field here for two Scots, and it looks like their little playmaker. I think it's the number 5, Saurara, and that will be a blow, no doubt about it. He's their most slight figure, but he's got the pace and he's got the individual brilliance. He's got that Fijian flair, and he's coming off looking like I think he's holding his shoulder. Yeah, he's got a shoulder problem. That's going to be his race run, sadly, and he's receiving a deserved round of applause from this crowd that has steadily increased throughout the day. But here we go with the second half, and the kick-off's been taken. It's been athletically gathered in and played back there by Murray Woodcock. Now it's Tate to Tweedy, out to Roberts. Roberts goes on the outside. Actually, no, it's not Saurara. He's still on the park. It's not him that's injured, so we'll try and find out who that was. Tate, however, to Patterson, to Cammy Thompson, who's on. Frankie Robson, he only knows one way, and that's forward. Back to Dwayne Patterson. He sees a little bit of space and he goes on a carrying run, and it's out to Roberts. Now Roberts up into the two Scots 22, and he's off and running, but he's been hauled into touch. And Euan, Kelso laying down a marker in this second half.
Yeah, again, absolutely. I think this is where it starts to get really frustrating for the Army team, because they're really trying to get back in this game, but with every second taken away is less time for them to come back. And in this game, where it's so the abbreviated game, where it's so time consuming, they really need to get their foot back in this game quickly.
Now Dwayne Patterson appears to be coming to the touchline here, and there's been a penalty awarded to two Scots in their own 22, and I don't see anybody else coming on for Kelso, so Dwayne Patterson is going to have a couple of minutes in the cooler. Not what Kelso wanted at this stage, albeit they are 7 points to the good. A minute and a half gone in this second half, first semi-final. Two Scots inside their own 22, still in possession, and they're off again. Oh, the ball's been fumbled forward. A good Kelso defence. It was their gargantuan figure, Aquila, and Kelso are playing the advantage here, and it's been flung back inside. Now, has the advantage been played long enough for it to be gone? Yes, it has, but there's another advantage coming this time for a Kelso penalty. So good hustling by the 12, by the 6 men rather, and that Stephen Turnbull, the referee, has awarded a penalty try. Quick tap was taken by, I think it was Hamish Tweedy, and there was a man on him straight away, no thought of 10 metres, and not only has the penalty try been awarded, there won't be a conversion because it'll be given, and now the two Scots have got a man in the bin as well. So Sam Mathews, it's all happening.
Yeah, they're almost playing them at two Scots at their own game there, wasn't it? It's like they don't let the ball die. Even when penalties were given, it was get that ball moving again as quick as they can. You have players like Tweedy, you had I think it was Angus Roberts was just outside him as well. Those two dynamic players, and then a word on the Dwayne Patterson. It was because when Angus Roberts was tackled into touch, Dwayne Patterson took the ball and threw it as far as he could across the Netherdale space to make sure that it was nowhere near being played quickly, and I think the ref saw what he was up to, so that is why he is in the bin as well.
Yeah, well noticed, Sam. There is zero tolerance for that nowadays in sevens. We've seen it on the World series, and we've seen it at this level as well. But the kickoff's been taken and Kelso are back in possession. So 6v6 as it stands, both players with a man in the bin, and another arcing run for Angus Roberts, but he's got a player after him. That's Vatu Voka. Great defence by the big man. He's a lot bigger than Roberts, but he's got a turn of pace as well. But Roberts has done brilliantly to maintain possession, and here come Kelso again. Robson out to Cammy Brown. Cammy Brown now goes round his man, and Cammy Brown's in the far corner here. First blood to Kelso as far as the second half is concerned, and that takes them out to 26 points. 2 Scots on 7, and Euan, we've got daylight.
Yeah, and I think, 2 Scots have never really been at their peak fitness today, I don't think, whereas Kelso have been really fit and look really sharp still at this point, which, considering some of these players played a 15s game on Thursday, is huge for Kelso going into this season, which is going to be brutal for them this season. Yeah, great point there made. Euan, this Kelso team played less than 48 hours ago.
I think that makes a great point as well as the backroom and the coaching staff down at Kelso. They've done a really good man management game today as well, not just instructing the players to play the most creative rugby, but they've made sure minutes in the legs are a minimum for key players.
Yeah, they're certainly spreading the workload anyway. Dwayne Patterson had come back on, but he's off again now, and on comes Angus Utterson. So Utterson with the kick-off. It's a high hanger. 2 Scots 7. Kelso 26, the kick was missed. There's 11 and a half minutes on the clock. So Cup 2.5 minutes for the Army men to battle their way back into this. But as was mentioned, there's daylight here for Kelso, and that's a loose pass by John Drew. He was looking for Marshall on the outside, the non-Fijian soldier in the squad today, and it's going to be a Kelso line out 5 metres or so outside the 2 Scots 22. Kelso in no hurry to take this as a change is rung for the 2 Scots. Back on comes Saurara, but here comes Kelso. There's Robbie Tweedy. Robbie Tweedy's gone round his man now. Has Tweedy got the pace to go all the way? He cuts back inside. Tweedy heads towards the line. Great scramble defence again, but Angus Utterson's seen a gap, and Angus Utterson, he's only been on the park less than a minute, but he is in for the try, just what Kelso needed. And Euan, you feel that as far as this first semi-final goes?
Yeah, and I think now it's a case of, it's just Kelso now need to think they've got a final to play in a short while, and the Army team, I think they'll be disappointed, because I think at times today they looked really strong, but I just don't think they've had the ability to carry it throughout the whole tournament, and that's probably on a fitness level.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Euan, Kelso have looked sharper in this semi, of that there is no doubt. And Angus Utterson has converted his own try. That takes the scoreline to 2 Scots 7, Kelso 33. So this tie, you feel it's put to bed. There's less than a minute left to run, as Archie Barber this time gets play back underway, taken in there by the 2 Scots. So they're looking for nothing more than consolation here, but that's not going to help matters. A very basic dropping of the ball is going to result in a Kelso scrum just outside the 2 Scots 22. And Sam, as Euan said, they look a wee bit weary of leg now.
Yeah, I think it comes back to what we've said when we were covering the pool games earlier. When you turn up 15 minutes before your first tie, you can miss out on key things like stretches. You can miss out on actually getting the lungs working. So when your warm-up is effectively what is a tie against a tough Melrose outfit, you're starting on the back foot almost, aren't you, from the second you get off the bus?
Yeah, definitely. There was nothing by way of a warm-up. They were in, shirts on, and away you go. Kelso have won that scrum, and it's back with Utterson, and Utterson's fumbled it now, but it's gone backwards. But no, there's a 2 Scots player in over that, but he's fumbled it. Unfortunately, I didn't see that knock on, but it's been given by the referee, Stephen Turnbull, and the referee brings proceedings to a close. So a most impressive first semi-final victory for Kelso, who have really grown into this tournament. They lost narrowly to Gala in the pool stages, but they've progressed to the semis, and they've now progressed to the final. And Euan, you wouldn't bet against them in that final?
No, absolutely not. I think they still look very positive. There was times in that game where two Scots were bent double, and some of them were on their knees, whereas the Kelso players were standing up strong. They were really taking deep breaths. They were looking confident and actually looking really focused on having a big say in what happens in the rest of this competition. And they're at this stage now where it comes down to a kind of that kind of cup final kind of atmosphere, where it's, even if they do go into the game as underdogs or they play against a Gala team that are obviously at their home ground, it's a Kelso team that are looking really, really strong.
Yeah, and then it's a Kelso team, you said they have that winning mentality in them, obviously, going up into the Prem. Peebles Sevens last week, they're fresh off a victory 48 hours ago. There's belief in the team, and I think Frankie Robson's post-match interview on Thursday really summed up probably the mood that's in the camp at the moment. They took Peebles far too easily on Thursday night. He said it themselves. They got effectively smacked in the mouth, didn't they? Peebles came out hard, and they beat them at their own game in the forward pack. So they're probably going to really try to cement a standard here this weekend of just, we are not accepting anything less than 100%, and that, what was supposed to be a tough tie, ended up with about a 21-point swing. So when you're looking at things like that, you have to say Kelso doing it, and obviously we work with Neil, so we get a bit more behind than we do with most teams. But when Neil brings situations like that, you have these teams, and now as we welcome the under-18s.
Okay, so a scintillating semi-final. Kelso will make it to the final, and it's been a while since they were actually at the final at Netherdale. But who will they meet? We will find out in about sort of 15 minutes' time. That's when the next semi-final is being played.
This is Maroon'd Gala, live on Rugby Radio.
Before the next semi-final, I'll look at the season ahead, because the league season begins in a couple of weeks on Saturday, the 2nd of September. We'll be kicking off our regular coverage from 2:30 at Mansfield Park. It's going to be a cracker. Hawick against Glasgow Hawks. Hawick are Scottish champions, of course, looking to back up their unbeaten season in their 150th anniversary year, and they're against the team that last beat them at Mansfield Park back in October 2019, a long time ago, 4 years almost. So that's, as I say, going to be our first show of the brand new season, the 2nd of September. We've got the boys here. We've got Robin and Sam and Euan as well. Robin, we'll start with you. We can't kick it off the season much better than that.
No, it's a mouth-watering start, isn't it? At the home of the champions, the double winners, and will they do the same this season? Hawick, they've got to start as favourites, surely, you would imagine. They've not lost too much out their squad as far as I'm aware. There is a wee bit of an Ethan Riley shaped hole in their midfield, but so it'll be interesting to see who actually fills that jersey. But yeah, I think it's going to be another great campaign. The couple have a wee bit of a different look about it this season, of course, without a few familiar faces, if you like. But yeah, bring it on. It can't really roll around quick enough as far as I'm concerned.
Interesting you mentioned about the centre, of course, because Ethan Riley, and we had the one that I can never pronounce from South Africa's Wienbouw. Yes, exactly. Yeah. We know who you mean.
Yeah.
And of course, I've always felt that when those two were on the park, Andrew Mitchell's game really did improve. And
yeah.
I spoke to Andrew Mitchell about that the other day, and we were kind of speculating as who might be partnering him. And of course, the return of Lee Armstrong could well be.
Yeah, Lee Armstrong's come back into the fold, and if he's fit and firing, then he is a very handy operator. I mean, there was a rumour flying around that they went knocking on the door of Struan Hutchison to fill the Ethan Riley shaped hole. Now, if that is the case, Melrose have done very well to maintain his services, because if Hawick came knocking for me, I'd have been along that A7 quicker than you could say Thierry Bus, to be honest. But he's decided to stay at Melrose, and his loyalty is to be commended. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see. I think Lee Armstrong fills the centre berth today alongside Andrew Mitchell, so it'll be interesting to hear how that's gone.
Yes, plenty of rumours flying about in the borders. We always get them as well. We tend to just wait till September the 2nd, don't we, and see who's wearing the jerseys, which seems to be the best way of doing it. Euan, you're obviously passionate about Hawick, and well, they've retained most of the squad, haven't they? Which is definitely, something that they'll be, putting in the big plus column.
Absolutely, and I think that obviously shows that the players have bought into spending time at the club, which I think is huge. It shows that they're a club that's not just built around, we're favourites for something, please stay with us. It's clearly a community that they've got down there with players and everything that's involved.
Sam, you're the same there. You get, obviously Hoyt will start favourites, but everyone else will be snapping at their heels, wanting to take that scalp, and Glasgow Hawks will be wanting to repeat that history on the first Saturday.
Yeah, and we speak about that. You think about when we were in not the league obviously, but in the cup, we were at Glasgow Hawks watching them take on Hoyt, and they made Hoyt look very beatable for the majority of that game. They had a real game plan that did not favour Hoyt at all. So another mouthwatering tie, because they saw they could get so close. And like you said, now that they are the unbeaten champions, you are now the target. You are no longer targeting something, you are the target. So taking the scalp of Hoyt will be a big bonus for teams this season. Fantastic
to have 4 teams in the Premiership, of course. It would be fantastic to keep them all in this season, and then get Melrose or Gala up as well, so we could have half the Premiership made up of border sides. And stranger things have happened, Robin.
Oh, they have indeed. I mean, yeah, all 4 border teams need to stay up. That'll be comfortable enough for Hoyt, certainly. Kelso will be a wee bit of an unknown quantity. How they find the step up. Jed and Selkirk. Selkirk will do well, I feel, to emulate what they did last season into 5th. Jed are an unknown quantity, because again you hear that there's not that many by way of numbers at the moment, but it was said last year and they finished comfortably in 6th. So, but you're right, if Gala or Melrose came up and all those 4 stayed up, we'd be in sort of dreamland the following season. I think Melrose, looking at who Melrose have got in the ranks, and Nagel's back there, and Rolly Brett's almost like a new signing. He's back in there, and I think Melrose will be very much looking to get promoted. Is it almost a now or never situation for Melrose? It's hard to say, but they've certainly got the personnel. Angus Runciman will be like a new signing. He missed most of last season. Struan Hutchison, they've maintained his services. So yeah, it's got a wee bit of a feeling now or never for Melrose, but there's one up out that division. It gives us the thrills and spills every year, and as history will tell us, you're going to get, you're not going to be able to lose any more than 3 games probably if you want to come up. So it's going to be interesting. I'm sure Aaron will have something to say about that.
Absolutely. We can confirm that Kevin Barry is back at Jed Forest, leading them.
Good appointment.
Absolutely. A man who knows everything. So well done for them. And you've got Neil Cook, you've got Ross Goodfellow, and Euan Scott as well as part of the coaching team. And had a good chat with Clark Skeldon, which we'll hear about in the next couple of weeks or so before it all kicks off on the 2nd of September. So, a lot of youngsters coming through as well.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Jed will be okay, and you mentioned there the names and the coaching guys. I just want to say I thought Andrew Brown done a great job last season. I really did, and I'm sad to hear that he's not going to be back this season for one way or another. So all credit to them. I thought he really done a good job last season. But yeah, Kev Barry, Ross Goodfellow, as you say, Cookie, Euan Scott. Certainly, I remember when I used to play and Kev played, then he went into coaching. He's a man you run through a brick wall for, so that's a good appointment.
Terrific. Well, international too, and of course we have Peebles and we have Berwick as well. And we all thought National 1, gave plenty last season. National 2 was real harum scarum. 5 went down because of the restructuring of the league. So now 4 national divisions, as well as the Premiership, so 50 clubs playing at National League level. But Sam, you're obviously a Peebles representative here. Great signing, Matty Carrier going back to the club. I mean, what an influence.
It is. It's a real double-edged sword. Getting Matty Carrier, we just spoke about unbeaten champions and that mentality. You guys saw it on Thursday. I heard it on the broadcast. The commitment and the determination he brings into a team, and just, this is how we present ourselves. We don't accept 90% anymore. We want 100%. But vice versa, I said it before, the biggest thing Peebles had to do this off-season was keep Ian Chisholm, and unfortunately he's now back at Melrose. So back to what Robin was saying about Melrose going up, they've got the coach to match the players now, obviously, in terms of that commitment to play style and excellence. But back into the Nat 2 of Peebles, getting these Matty Carrier players in, and we've seen it today, Cammy Pye is coming back into fitness. Getting these natural ball players will really change it, and I think, as you alluded to with the 5 going down last year, that big fear factor has now, it's not left, because there still is that threat of relegation, but it was every win needs to happen last season, because there was such a big drop zone last year. There wasn't you could have bad weeks. You had to win every week to try to keep yourself in the running. And
of course Berwick went totally down to the wire against Preston Lodge at Penny Pits, and that was some weekend, I have to say. But in the end they managed to get that away win, which they were struggling to get all season. I mean, they were losing away to the bottom clubs, and they should never have been in that position. So I'm pretty sure that Berwick will be in a much safer position this year. But rugby, anything can happen.
And an interesting one, what you mentioned about Berwick there. We spoke about players, and we say on September 2nd when they turn up, Euan Thompson was playing for Kelso at the weekend, and Berwick is normally a club that retains their own quite well. They're quite excluded from the rest of the borders, so there's not a lot of travel. So it'd be interesting to see if other players of that stature, Aidan Rosie's one that always jumps out for me at Berwick, that could play at a much higher level if he was willing to do that travel. So a bit of a job for Berwick to try and keep themselves in there with these players.
I think what I've noticed is really across all borders teams that we kind of focus on is that most of the teams are kind of based around 3 or 4 kind of key figures, whether it's maybe a coach, a backs coach, or a senior player that's been there for a lot of years. And if you were to take them out of the team, they'd be a completely different team that wouldn't really function right. And I think what will be really important this year will be for all the teams to kind of keep those kind of key players that were good for them last year, and that will continue to just bring on younger boys coming through. Will continue to kind of be the kind of show boy of the club almost.
Yeah, I completely agree.
I just want to say on Matty Carrier, I'm predicting 15 tries for him this season.
15, just the 15 then.
Yeah, I think he's going to have a field day.
Having seen Peebles on fire in the scrums against Kelso, against a team 2 divisions above. Very different story, I think, when the likes of Terry Logan came on, etc., and shored it all up. But against National 2 opposition, I can see Peebles getting a lot of ball for some very talented backs, the likes of Stoddart.
Oh yeah, Stoddart was impressive the other night against Kelso, and Neil Hogarth in that front row with Matty Carrier. There's some ballast there, but they've got talent as well. And I heard that their maul, if you like, they're close to the line maul. Peebles wasn't all that much of a weapon last season. Well, my word, it's going to be a weapon. It's going to be a weapon this season with Carrier at the helm, and like I say, he'll get maybe 15 tries for me this season. Maybe only 30 yards between them, but that's a new weapon in their arsenal.
We've got to congratulate Melrose Wasps under-16s. They've just won by 55 points to 12 in the under-16 final against Peebles Colts. But the Peebles Colts do have another chance in the under-18 final. We'll be covering that very, very shortly. But a score that's just come in, which is quite relevant to what we were talking about Super Series and things like that, and the Future 15, which have come in this season. A result just come in from Bridgehaw. Stirling Wolves 92, Future 15 14. Robin, discuss.
My word,
I'm speechless.
I am speechless. You can sort of knock me over with a feather.
This is supposed to be helping.
90 odd points in a Supers. I seen the Futures team, or I thought the Futures team might, they might come up against it, but I never seen a scoreline like that.
And this is a Future 15 that just got beaten by a point by Southern Knights.
Yeah, I'm surprised at that, as you can probably tell. That's not going to do anybody any good, to be honest. I'm not sure what the upshot of that is, how it gets remedied, but that can't continue to happen. That's done Stirling Wolves no good today either.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm a bit stunned by that one as well, I have to say. Well, we're not far away now from the second semi-final. If you've just tuned in, it was Kelso who got the better of 2 Scots in their semi-final by 33 points to 7. In the second final, it's going to be Gala against Selkirk. Gala went through their pool unbeaten. They started with a 42-10 win against Peebles. Then they beat Kelso by 19-17 with a last-ditch try, and so the two could well be meeting again in the final. And I think that would be the sort of final that everyone wants to see for absolutely sure. And then Gala beat Hoyk after Hoyk went into the lead by 24 points to 5. For Selkirk, though, they've had a pretty good tournament so far, not beating Jed 32 points to 10. Then they took the scalp of Melrose 26 points to 12, and in the end Selkirk just losing out to 2 Scots by 17 points to 12. So a real tussle going to happen in this one? Who do you fancy? Let's go round the table here. Gala against Selkirk. Euan.
For me, I think Gala. I think just now we're getting to the stage in the tournament where kind of more people have kind of came into the ground where they're sitting in the stand. So I think there's that whole kind of crowd, and just I think everybody getting behind it. We've seen it kind of happen last year as well, where the crowd can play a huge part at Netherdale, and I think Gala for that reason alone.
Sam, your thoughts on this one?
Sorry, I think it will be Gala, but I don't think it will be as easy as they found the first couple of ties this afternoon. I think it was their final game of the pool, and they did look very beatable for the first half of that until they brought on their big game players. So it'll be interesting to see how they do it, but I do think Gala scraped through the semi-final.
And Robin, Selkirk, the surprise package, I think, today. They've got some good young players who know how to play sevens.
Yeah, they've got a mix, haven't they? They've got the experienced campaigners in there, the Josh Welshes, the Aaron McCombs, the Andrew Grant Sutties, but they've got the young boys in there as well. I find this one tough to call, to be honest. I think Gala might just about edge it, but like I say, Andrew Grant Suttie being back in that Selkirk team, that gives them a new dimension. He is a first-class sevens player at this level. But Gala have got a couple of young tyros as well in the shape of Russell Kerr and the very quick and very impressive Richie Mitchell. So, Gala maybe by a couple of points.
Okay, interesting. We're running about sort of 20 minutes behind today, so it'll be we're due to go on till 8 o'clock. It'll probably be a few minutes after that, but you're not going to miss anything at all as the Selkirk team runs out now. They're looking very much prepared for this. Scott McClymont leading them out. Of course, Scott McClymont is the new captain this season of the 15s as well. So we just await Gala to come out to a big cheer. There's the big cheer. Let's hand you back to Sam Mathews, Euan Welsh, and first Robin Purdie.
Thank you, Stuart. Yeah, in the last pro game for each of these teams, they both had maybe a bit of an experimental look about them. You know, the kind of the progression at the semi-finals had almost been sort of gained already, but they are fully loaded, both these teams. It's the kind of run-on first team, if you like, and it's going to be Gala to kick things off. They're going to attack the Fairy Dean end here in their maroon jerseys. Just waiting on the referee. That looks like Ian Hurd, the man in the middle, and that is not the best starts for Gala. The kick has not gone 10, so they're going to come back for a tap and go. Selkirk centre field. Aaron McComb is the one to take it. McComb's got McClymont. McClymont goes back to McComb on the wraparound, up towards the Gala 10 metre line. McComb's well marshalled there, however, by Jack Niven. So McClymont to Andrew McComb, to Andrew Grant Suttie, and now it's out to Josh Welsh. Josh Welsh on halfway. Gala decent defence, so Josh Welsh goes route one. They pile into the breakdown. Selkirk can win the ball. So McComb out to McClymont, out to Aaron McComb. Aaron McComb back to McClymont. McClymont's knocked it on, however, and the possession goes the way of Gala. Richie Mitchell back to Peffers. Peffers to Keith Young. Couple of tries for Keith Young in the first tie of the afternoon. He's on 2 for the afternoon. So here they come. Gala now. Jack Niven. Niven's seen half a gap. He goes back inside to Richie Mitchell, and Richie Mitchell's quick. Richie Mitchell's really quick, and he was beautifully tackled by a desperate Andrew Grant Suttie. Gala have maintained possession after Mitchell flung it back in field, but great defence by Selkirk. But Gala have it now, and there's a 3-on-1 situation here. They're going to have to score, and he's gone himself. Liam Scott, is he going to go under the posts? Oh no, he's been held up, and he's knocked it on, and Liam Scott, you have to say, has blown that. Play continues. It was a 3-on-1, and Scott went himself, and now it's McClymont. McClymont's got a man outside him. McClymont straightens and goes, and but a Gala player's picked that up, and it's Richie Mitchell. No advantage to Selkirk coming. So now it's Keith Young, breathless stuff. McCavanagh, he only knows one way, and McCavanagh goes forward. Still on his feet, McCavanagh, still going. He's broken out of one tackle, and now he's knocked it on with a line at his mercy, and still we play on. Selkirk now behind their own posts. Lachlan Ferguson, and it looks like McCavanagh's taken a sore one, and Sam, we all stop for breath.
Yeah, and you think McCavanagh was going to get the try that Liam Scott should have got about 4 phases before, but Andrew Grant Suttie, defensive, absolute masterclass from him there. He had what would probably be a questionable tackle now by the rules, to be honest with you, but he managed to get his arm round over the ball carrying arm and held it in there, rode Liam Scott on top of himself to put that distance between him and the ground. So although Liam Scott could have passed it, he actually, what I thought, made the correct decision of stepping back inside to where the space was in the broken field. But Andrew Grant Suttie, that was a defensive play there rather than an attacking faux pas.
Yeah, it was Liam Scott in the couple of years we've been doing this. I've not seen him make many mistakes, but I think he's butchered the opportunity there. You're right, he came in to create the space, but what he should have done is offload it to the players outside him, Euan, and the chance goes a-begging. But actually we're just back. The play is going to be back underway. What have we had? We've had 3 minutes now, 3 breathless minutes, and it's Selkirk behind their own line. He's done well to free his feet there. Josh Welsh out the tackle, and he's stolen 5 or 6 metres when it looked like Gala had him wrapped up. McComb's in there, plays scrum half. Now it's out to McClymondt, but referee Ian Hurd has seen an infringement. Is it a Selkirk knock-on? We await to see what's happened there. Is it an injury to Josh Welsh? So yeah, Josh Welsh requires a bit of treatment, and yeah, there's some hands on hips already, and I'm sure you and Mr. Hurd's grateful for the break in play as well.
Yeah, I think we all are. I think both teams are really switched on. I think in the build-up to what should have been Gala's try, they were almost like, psychic with each other. They were able to tell what was happening without really even speaking to each other. But then what happened was Selkirk never gave up. In sevens we see it a lot where players make half a break and everybody kind of gives up and the try happens and whatnot. But actually what happened was Selkirk were like, no, you're no scoring.
Yeah.
And what happened was they spent maybe 10 phases, really close to their own line. But they've managed to come away with it and not concede any points. So I think both teams are really switched on, and it'll just be about almost kind of mind games as to who takes that kind of the first points.
Yeah, Josh Welsh is back on his feet, but he's pretty gingerly so. He's making his way to the far touchline, and the physio is making the rolling hands international sign of a change, and it's Callum Anderson who's coming on. Callum Anderson, who's been impressive so far this afternoon, so doesn't dip too much in personnel for Selkirk, and it's a Selkirk head and feet to this scrum, and it's a big shunt on by Gala there. It's out to McComb. McComb goes straight away to Anderson, and Anderson puts that left foot through it, and it's going to bounce down towards halfway, and there's a good chase on here. Richie Mitchell's back for Gala, and now Richie Mitchell's off and running, and as I said before, he's quick, but Blake Cullen has done well to police him. There's another Selkirk tackler in there, and they're in jackling for the ball as well, and that's play on, says the referee, and a beautiful inside pass by Callum Anderson, and now Selkirk are up and into the Gala half, and it's Lachlan Ferguson with a big pass out to Scott McClymondt. Scott McClymondt pins the ears back and goes. Now it's back to Andrew Grant Suttie. He takes the contact, and there's a couple of Gala players had to commit to that ruck, and it's back with the McComb brothers. Out to Cullen. Cullen's out to Anderson. Anderson's kicked it again this time, and he's after it here. Callum Anderson, it's going to bounce up for him. Anderson, and he's in for the first try of this second semi-final. And Sam, talk about coast to coast.
Yeah, Callum Anderson, he had the same effect when he came on against two Scots, didn't he? Yeah. He was responsible for that beautiful offload. And so how he came through it was a kick through, and it's that little nuance of skill, that top 2% that just some players just have a feel for it when they're on a rugby pitch, and you can't teach it as much as you want. Callum Anderson, he seems to look about 30 metres in front of him. He knows where every space is, and he knows where the next phase is going to be. So he's playing almost 3 phases ahead of the game all the time. Callum Anderson, a really impressive player to watch, especially in broken field.
Yeah, and we talk Euan about subs making an impact. That's exactly what he did there.
Yeah, totally, and I think it comes down to, we knew both teams were almost like neck and neck in terms of how much it gave to this first couple of minutes, but what happened was a player noticed that there was an opportunity for a bit of creativity and something different that the opposition wasn't expecting, and that's what's led to the try, because it was something that no one was really prepared for, because it's been a kind of like nip and tuck kind of first couple of minutes in this game.
Yeah, and the kick, it was a very impressive conversion, has been kicked by Aaron McComb. So Gala 0, Selkirk 7, and McComb's went long with the restart. It's been taken in by Peffers, Scott Peffers, yellow boots. Speaking of yellow boots, here's another man, Liam Scott, and that goal went inside to Angus Dunn, and now Peffers is off and running up towards his own 10 metre line, flings it back into Jack Niven, this youngster. He's fended off the challenge of Lachlan Ferguson. Niven, there's another penalty coming the way of Gala, and Richie Mitchell playing with advantage at the moment. Here comes Liam Scott again. Liam Scott's got Young on his inside, and Young takes it, and Young goes to McCavanagh. But McCavanagh's been well tackled by Blake Cullen. Goes to ground now, McCavanagh. The Selkirk player, it's McClymonds, typical McClymonds in there over the ball. He's made a career out of that. One of the very best in the game, but here come Gala again. Richie Mitchell. Mitchell out to Niven. Niven over on that far side. Steals another metre or so, and there's another good jackal in there. And it's it's been given Selkirk's way. Great play. I think that was Andrew Grant Sutty in there as the clock ticks down towards half time. Great defence by Selkirk, and you fancy this is going to be the last play of the half. Now what are they going to do? They've put it right down the middle of the park, and there's a race on here, and it's McCavanagh going back for Gala along with Richie Mitchell. Aaron McComb for Selkirk is in attendance, as is Lachlan Ferguson, and they're going to do well to escape here with the ball. Gala, Selkirk players in over that, but they've done well actually. Gala, Keith Young got back, and now it's Angus Dunn. Angus Dunn goes now to Niven. Niven's hauled down, and again Selkirk players jackal. McCavanagh's back now. He feeds it out to Liam Scott, still inside their own half. Keith Young steps in, goes. He's got Cullen for company. He's flung it back to nobody in particular, Young, and there's a couple of Gala players got in a guddle as they've gone back, but Peffers has done really well, and he's released the ball and picked it up and had another bite at Peffers, which is a smart thing to do because he's bought him time. But Selkirk have stolen it again, and it's Andrew Grant Sutty, and there's nobody home for Gala, and Grant Sutty's gone under the sticks. And Sam, we spoke about the difference this guy makes to this Selkirk outfit.
Yeah, and I think it was another case there of Gala actually just being the victims of their own downfall. They just had to make some simple decisions. That ruck there, 3 players joined it, went through, and then stood there and watched it. It was needed somebody to take charge of it. They didn't have that Andrew McComb style of player, not Aaron McComb, sorry, not Andrew McComb, who just decides for the team and what it does. And then you have players like Grant Sutty that gets a sniff of an opportunity, he goes in, he's got defensive prowess, but he got the reward with a try there for his earlier endeavours.
And it's been converted again by McComb, so Gala 0, Selkirk 14, Gala the home side with it all to do if they're going to retain their title. And Euan, Selkirk, Stuart asked us for a prediction. As it stands, the whole 3 of us are wrong at the moment.
That's never happened before.
I think the actual what happened there for that second try was, it was almost like Gala panicked a wee bit, and you seen the offload. It was just a kind of a bit of a mess, and then as Sam says, they all went into the rack, and it's almost like they were like, we really could do getting a try back and making it level at half time, and ended up they've doubled how far they're behind. So I think it was a wee bit panic stations for Gala. But what I would say is Selkirk's defence has been phenomenal in terms of the 2 times that Gala made real headway and looked like they could score from it. I feel like Selkirk have had an almost kind of staggered defence, rather than be a line where if a team make a break they're almost guaranteed to score. Selkirk have kind of had these kind of pockets of cover where players have to almost beat a couple of players just to break the line because of the way that Selkirk have defended, which is testament. If that's how they've analysed the game and managed to pounce on that, then fair play to Selkirk, and they deserve to be 2 tries ahead.
Yeah, it's been the best defensive performance by any team in this tournament by quite a long chalk, you have to say. Selkirk very much at the races this afternoon in that regard, and their attacking game has been on point as well. Now we're being told that Finlay Whelans hasn't made this one. He's been injured in a previous tie for Selkirk, and that's a blow to Selkirk actually, Sam, because he's been impressive this afternoon. He's been replaced by Rory Bell.
Yeah, we spoke about the pragmatism of this side, and Finlay Whelans is a man that can make people miss, and he can score tries by himself. So calling in Rory Bell, probably not a like place for Whelans, so they'll have to try marshal that as well, but Rory Bell can still perform when needed.
He can indeed, Rory Bell. We're back underway. Selkirk have kicked off. They now attack the Fairydean end, but while challenging the kick-off, they've knocked it on. So first possession of the second half of this semi-final will go the way of Gala. The home team, the current champions, beat Peebles 40 points to 7 in last year's final, but they've got their work cut out now if they're going to repeat that feat. The scrum's going to have to be reset, not to Ian Hurd's liking. Going to come in, it's Jack Niven playing scrum half for Gala. Just now he feeds the scrum, and he goes down the short side, and he's hacked it down the paddock, and there's another foot race on. Aaron McComb goes back, takes his time and finds Anderson's had a big impact since he came on, and he's kicked it again, and he's after it as well. Callum Anderson, and it's going to take Ethan Wilson to go back and get down on it. But there's been a penalty conceded by Selkirk, so Gala have gone quickly. Liam Scott to Peffers. Peffers has got Keith Young on the outside, goes back in, lovely offload. Another good offload by Keith Young. Looked like there was maybe a bit of a high tackle in there on Liam Scott, but the referee's happy enough with that, and Gala have knocked it forward. And Euan, is there a degree of pressure here with this kind of what's become a large and fairly vociferous crowd?
Absolutely. I think what we've seen is obviously the games that were happening on the back pitches. The supporters have filtered through into the main ground, and now there's a strong home support for Gala, who are now kind of almost panicking that their team are.
I think they've been silenced. I think Selkirk have silenced them.
Oh, absolutely. I think that they are definitely been the weaker team, and there's no argument to that.
Yeah, and here comes McComb for Selkirk now, and McComb's in a bit of a race here. He goes back inside with a fancy offload, but it's been snaffled by a Gala player, and that's a great offload by young Ethan Wilson. And now Gala in the ascendancy, back into the Selkirk half, and Gregor Means on for Gala, and he's a powerful individual. Speaking of which, he goes to Tim McCavanagh. Tim McCavanaugh's fending Selkirk players off at the moment, goes to ground, and Mean now plays scrum half. Jack Niven, it's a bounce pass, has been taken well by Liam Scott, and Liam Scott takes it forward, takes a couple of Selkirk men to drag him down. A loose pass goes to Keith Young, and Keith Young makes half a break. Selkirk player in over that, and there's going to be a penalty, you would imagine. No, it's been left alone. And here goes Russell Kerr. Russell Kerr now to Liam Scott. Liam Scott and up and into the 22, cuts back inside. Lovely out the back, offload by Liam Scott to Jack Niven, and Jack Niven's been hit hard on. Again, Selkirk players are in over the ball. And again, it's Callum Anderson. What an impact this man has had. And it's a penalty to Selkirk, and we spoke about the defence, Sam, and they are just on a different level defensively at the moment.
Oh, Andrew Grant-Sutty and Scott McClimate, they are extinguishing fires left and right. Yeah. Any sniff that Gala gets. Liam Scott there has had about 4 or 5 world-class offloads, legitimately high-performance offloads to get the team that far up the pitch. And still, the second that McClimate or Grant-Sutty have got a sniff at it, it's stopped dead in its tracks. So Gala's going to be sitting there going, what can we actually do to get past these two?
Yeah, there is an element of that, Euan, isn't there? Just what do we do? We've thrown everything at this Selkirk wall.
Yeah, totally. And they've actually had what I would say is 2 clear opportunities where they should have scored. And actually what's happened is they've not gotten any points out of that. The clock is constantly ticking. And players know in sevens that you've literally got hardly any time. But on the flip side of that, if you can get in the game quickly, you can score quick tries.
Yeah, and speaking of time, there is 10 minutes on the clock here, so 4 minutes to go. Selkirk penalty's been kicked to touch, and all that's going to do from a Gala perspective is eat that clock down. Smart play by Selkirk, smart play by Aaron McComb. So Selkirk are going to have a line out on the Gala 22. McClimate's came off for Selkirk, as has Liam Scott for Gala, so fresh faces on. Dan Nichols is on for Gala. That's a clean Selkirk line out, and it goes out to Aaron McComb. Out to Callum Anderson. Callum Anderson's got Cullen outside him, but is Callum Anderson going to need it? It's a flung back inside, and it's been hacked forward by Blake Cullen, and Blake Cullen's off and running. Was there a shove there on a Gala player? Ian Hurt's happy enough, and Cullen picks it up, and is Cullen going to be in at the corner here? No. Ethan Wilson's got back, but Selkirk still in possession. Up and now and into the Gala 22, and they're going to maintain that possession. McComb now sitting in the pocket. He's going to go to Grant-Sutty. Now Grant-Sutty's all power, but he's got a bit of pace as well, and he's off on the outside. Andrew Grant-Sutty, he stood his man up, he's gone round his man, and Andrew Grant-Sutty, Sam, arguably he has made all the difference to this Selkirk outfit this afternoon.
I mean, I spoke to Dale at the Peebles Sevens, and he said watch this man, because obviously I joined the team last year. I had not seen that much of this player as he'd missed a lot through injury. I've seen him in 2 weekends now, and I have been mightily impressed either. He's in this far corner up by the factory end, making defensive plays on his own try line. Next thing you know, he's standing up a boy in his 22 and running round him comfortably. That is a talent that the Selkirk have got on their hands this season with this player.
Yeah, absolutely. Missed all of last season, Euan, and it just what a difference one player can make in the abbreviated code.
Absolutely. I mean, let's be honest. We're now in the point where they've played 12 minutes at this semi-final, and he's had a long day. but he's been able to back himself in that situation and run outside a player to go in for a try. That shows that he's confident. It shows that he believes in his ability. I mean, it's really that's been class. Really has been.
He stood his man up on the outside. You know, he was almost like an all-black winger or a Fijian winger the way he went round his man. Let's not forget he's a Burley forward. So we're off and running again. Gala 0, Selkirk 21. Kick-off's been taken by Selkirk, and Gala have got it on their own 22, and now they break. Down the touchline come Gala, and it's Ben Simmons. Taken down by Selkirk, however. Nicholson's in over that, and it's Russell Kerr. Russell Kerr now to Ethan Wilson. Gala using the width here. Gregor Means straightens on. Gregor Means brilliantly tackled again by the Selkirk wall. Tim McCavanagh. Tim McCavanaugh's got Mean on his outside, and he frees the hands, but it goes to ground, and now it's been picked up by a Selkirk player, and now McCavanagh's going to have to perform the defensive duties. And Selkirk now go to ground, and Cammy Eason's on. He plays scrum half, and it's out to Andrew Cochrane, another of the Selkirk substitutes. Cochrane on halfway, goes to McComb. McComb looks like he's playing with a bit of a cigar in his mouth at the moment, completely unflustered. Back to Eason. Eason's a playmaker as well, and he's seen a bit of space, and he's hoofed it forward into the Gala 22, and Russell Kerr's had to go back for Gala. He's come out with his own 22 though. Good play by Kerr. He's gone back inside to Ben Simmons, and so now Gala striving to go from deep. Dan Nicholson rather. Nicholson's chopped in the tackle, and now McCavanagh's off and running. He's got the sweeper to beat. The sweeper's McComb. Beautiful round the ankles, old school tackle by McComb, and there's a no penalty's been given. Offside, deems Ian Hurd. So Gala with a penalty, centre field, out with their own 10 metre line, and it's going to be taken by Ben Simmons, and they're going to have to get a wriggle on here, Gala, because the clock would appear to be up as per the big screen here. Angus Dunn now. Angus Dunn. Keith Young's got a bit of space. He goes inside to Angus Dunn. Gala looking for consolation here. Brilliant 1-2 with Keith Young. Keith Young goes in for his second Keith Young goes in for his third try of the afternoon. But Euan, it's little more than consolation as far as Gala are concerned, because that is that as far as this tie goes.
Yeah, and to be perfectly honest, I really don't think Gala have done that much wrong. They will have been pretty devastated when a couple of times they looked like they should have scored and they didn't, but it wasn't because they did anything wrong necessarily. It was more to do with the fact that the Celtic defence was just so strong. And you know, we all predicted that it would be a Gala win in this semi-final, but I don't think anybody can say that, you know, we in any way like there were an injustice done there. I think Celtic were definitely the stronger team in that semi-final.
Yeah, and Sam, that's surely the most impressive performance by any team this afternoon.
I think so, and individual performance. I thought Grant Suttie was immaculate. I thought Scott McClymont did a lot of defensive work that goes unnoticed, especially in the abbreviated code. But yeah, a true team stalwart performance as well there.
So we now have the final of the under-8 teams tournament, which we've been playing on the back pitches today. That's going to be contested by Jed Thistle, who's seen off Hawick 40 points to 5 in their semi-final. Peebles are the other team in this final. They beat Melrose by 39 points to 12. And we're just about underway here. The referee blows his whistle to signal that the team should now leave their huddle. Jed Thistle just break from theirs, and it looks like they are going to kick things off. They're going to attack the Fairydean end in their blue and white jerseys. Jed won the Peebles Sevens as well, so they're looking to go 2 from 2, and that's been beautifully palmed back by the Peebles player. Peebles go to ground here. They're going to have the first possession just outside their own 22. Big tackle in there by one of the Jed forwards, but it's Peebles that are come up with the ball inside their own 22. Looking to go from deep. They've got a man on the outside. There was a Jed hand in there that knocked the ball on. Did they flap at that? No, the referee thinks that's fine. So Peebles still in possession, still deep within their own 22, however. Kick pass. Looks to find the winger, and they found the winger here, and he's off and running, but that's a good Jed Thistle cover tackle. Peebles, bit of space on this near side, but the pass inside only goes to a Jed Thistle hand. And there's a Peebles player back looking for this, and it's Dylan Greer So Peebles back with possession, but on their own line, however. Looking to go from deep. And there's a break on the outside here. Peebles player, and he's only got the Jed sweeper to beat. Cuts infield, goes one way or another. Now he's managed to ankle tap him, the Jed sweeper. Good work by the youngster, but there's a man over here for Peebles, and he's going to be in for the first try of the final. And that looks like Innes Cormac. He goes under the sticks, and it's been all Peebles so far, Sam, and I dare say you'll be pretty pleased with that.
Yeah, it's nice to have something positive to look back on today as a Peebles fan, trying the final. But he's one of the danger men. Him and Euan Miller, number 4 for Peebles, is the ones to watch out for. When we were over there watching the semi-final, doing some recce for this match, they seem to be the two players they really try to get it to. You know, they split them across the park, and they seem to be the instigators of when they decide to go for it. But Jed Thistle, they looked a very strong outfit. They went 28-0 up against Hawick very comfortably when I was over there watching the second semi-final of this under-18s tournament today. So they are definitely not out of this after going down first.
Jed getting things back underway now. Rather Peebles getting things back underway, but that's an error because that's gone out on the full. So we're going to go back for a Jed tap. Free kick to Jed Thistle, that is, middle of the park. It's going to be taken by Louis Reid. So Louis Reid, he feeds it to Aaron Weatherhead. Back to Weatherhead, back to Reid. Xander McTaggart's in support, but Reid takes it on 5 or so metres. Now there's Jed player in there, that's Matthew Beaton, and he comes back to Xander McTaggart. McTaggart's got support from Robbie Duff. Back to McTaggart. Jed up towards the Peebles 22 here. And Jimenez is in support as well. But Jed still in possession, straighting and going. That's Aaron Weatherhead. Weatherhead's been well marshalled by the Peebles defence, however. And that's taken in there. Now it's Louis Reid. Louis Reid is a wee snipe, but he's wrapped up on the 22. Jed going to do well to maintain this, but they haven't. Now it's Jimenez. Jimenez too. He's lost the ball. Jimenez almost ripped from his contact by a Peebles player. Now Peebles have possession deep inside their own 22. Jimenez gets up and makes the tackle, and there's Jed players over there in the jackal, and it's been taken quickly, the penalty that was awarded to Jed, and Peebles didn't allow the man to go 10, and Jed are going to score here. They're in the shape of Aaron Weatherhead. Now will the referee actually go back and ping a Peebles player for not going back the 10? No, it looks like it's only going to be the try that's awarded, and it's under the sticks, and good fight back from Jed, Euan.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's really interesting, obviously, when you've got age grade rugby, because teams that were horribly poor one season can be, up there with the best next again. See, that's just the way it works, obviously, with ages. But Jed are a team who've, for the last couple of seasons, have maybe been below par. But obviously they've got a good grade of boys this year, and they'll use this as a platform. Obviously they've had success last week at Peebles, and they'll be looking to do the same again today. And it'll just going into the 15th season, that just gives them plenty of confidence after what's been maybe a rough couple of years. Yeah,
one of the great old semi-junior clubs, Jed Thistle. They really are some great vintages over the years. Multiple Scottish Cup winners. Gary Armstrong's vintage, along with Ronnie Kirkpatrick, etc. It was won in the 90s with the likes of Gary Hill and Ross Goodfellow and a young Greg Purdie. But here come Peebles now. They took in the kick-off, and they're now up and encroaching into the Thistle half. Euan Miller's involved there, and the man that it's Ross Wolfenden. Tackles fly in from Jed, but Peebles now come again in the shape of Ali Furness. There's a tip tackle in there by a Jed player, and he's going to be lucky to escape sanction. That was needless, I have to say, and he's maybe done a team a disservice here, because he's going to spend, you'd imagine, at least 2 minutes on the sideline. But here come Peebles still. Euan Miller, and it's fed out there to the number 14, which is Dylan Creer. He comes back inside. Is it? Yeah, Creer's still going, still playing with advantage, Peebles. Back to Miller. Fed out the line there to Ali Furness, and Furness is tackled by Jimenez. And it's that man, Wolfenden. Back now. I beg your pardon, it's Wolfenden in possession now. Wolfenden straightens towards the line, and it's been snaffled by a Jed player, but there's a penalty coming. So it's taken quickly by Wolfenden. Here he goes. Is he going to reach over? No, he's held up just short. Dogged defence by Jed, but not retreating 10. So there's going to be a yellow card. The Jed player's going to spend a couple of minutes in the bin now. Penalty at Peebles. Wolfenden again, comes near side, and the space is opened up where the man would have been. Peebles are in for their second, and it's Euan Miller, and you can't afford to be ill-disciplined, Sam, and leave the spaces, because the 7 against 6, it's going to be exploited.
Yeah, especially, I do feel a bit sorry there, because obviously they are pinged back against their try line, so is going back behind the try line considered good enough? Probably not. But as you spoke about with the unsanctioned tackle earlier across, I think that yellow card was maybe a combination of the two, saying somebody has to go for one of these infringements. But then, as you say, if you give away silly, needless penalties like that and take yourself down to a disadvantage, if you're on your own 5 metre line, that normally results in you being points down in the next couple of phases.
And the kick was missed, so with little more than 10 seconds to half time, it's Peebles Colts 12, Jed Thistle 7. It's a close run thing so far. No quarter asked, none given with these youngsters. Jimenez takes the kick off. Jed still down to 6 men, so they're going to do well. That's a let off for Jed, because there's a high shot in there by Peebles. So Jed going to look to see out this half with 6. Can they actually do better than that? There's a break on here by Robbie Duff. Robbie Duff goes perilously close to the touchline, but he flings it back in field, and it's been snaffled again by Jed. Peebles, however, flood the situation. Jimenez is over that to secure the ball, and it's been secured, and Louis Reid goes in. Thistle looking at, there's a Peebles hand in there. Now that was a palm down. The referee deems it to be a knock on only, but it matters not, because the half time whistle goes, and Euan, this one could really go either way. What have you based on what you've seen thus far, who's going to come up with the spoils here?
I think there could be a discipline aspect involved, purely because that tackle that we see on the far side that we can all thought should be carded, I think that came due to earlier on there'd been a tackle and there was a bit of a kick out that kind of went unnoticed as well. So things like this where, as you said yourself, the minute a team goes down to 6, it opens up so much space, but also mentally it tricks other team into really believing they can get a try. So I think that we would hope that the game doesn't get ruined by ill discipline, but I think that could maybe be the difference, especially when penalties get given. It almost injects that team with a starting run-off where your defenders are retreating, your attacks are going forward, and then the defenders have then got to try and go forward again, and it adds that kind of level. So I think if there's no too many more penalties conceded, then we could be in for a really kind of close battle towards the end of this game. But I hope that discipline doesn't become a factor where we end up with 5 against 6 and whatnot, because that's when the game kind of gets a bit silly when you're playing full width as little players.
Yeah, so as the coaching, the huddles break and the coaches depart the scene, Ryan Miller, the coach of Jed Thistle, laying down the game plan at half time there. It's going to be Peebles this half to kick off. They're going to attack the Ferrydean end. They lead by 12 points to 7 if you're just joining us. 7 minutes to go in the final of the under-18s tournament here at Maroon'd Gala. Substitute coming on for Jed, or is that Jed? No, that's Jed back up to the full quota actually, so 7v7, and that has gone out again on the full, so it's going to come back centre field for a Jed free kick. Just waiting for the ball to come into play. Now we have 2. So Louis Reid, when the ball, second ball, departs the scene, which it now has, will be back underway. So it's Reid out the line. Thistle now in and around halfway. That's Matthew Beaton. Been fumbled there and it's been knocked on, and not the start Jed wanted, Sam.
No, not at all. They got a bit of a let-off there with Peebles putting their second kick straight out into touch of the tie, and you thought they'd really try capitalise on that, but unfortunately I think a bit of urgency maybe crept into it and then just misplaced accuracy. So what was really good attack in rugby for an under-18s game, in no way a belittling term there, but what was really good open play in the attack in the first half needs to just keep that quality high for the final 7 minutes.
And Peebles have taken the scrum. It's fed out there to Cormac, and Peebles now up over halfway, and there's a wee bit of space opened up for the winger, but it's good defence by Jed. But Peebles, beautiful pass inside by the winger. Jed, good defence, but Peebles have maintained possession. So Cormac again, back in and around halfway. Here they come. Ali Furness with the dart, back inside to McLaughlin. Now McLaughlin's held on to that, but the referee's happy enough, and it's fed out there by Docherty. He fed it to Ewan Miller, but it's been fumbled. Miller's now back in possession. Oh, and it's a loose pass by Miller. He tried to find his man in the shape of Ross Wolfenden, but it was right in the breadbasket of a Jed player who'd shown good line speed to get up in there, but he dropped the ball. So it's going to be another Peebles scrum. 12 points to good, 12 points to 7 up. Peebles are. They're going to have a scrum right on halfway centre field. The scrum is fed and back it comes. Wolfenden in possession now. He's well tackled, but he's managed to free the hands and get the ball away. So a chance for Peebles here as they move up just outside the Jed 22. Cormac continues his run. He's gone backwards with that, Cormac, and the referee's happy enough. So they've got numbers over on that far side. Peebles, there's a run in here. It's their number 10. It's Miller, McLaughlin, and there's daylight now, Euan.
Yeah, I think we talk about fitness a lot, and I think Peebles are looking much fitter. If you look at the pitch right now, Jed are hands on hips, bent double, that kind of thing. Peebles, obviously, because they're in the ascendancy, are kind of more upbeat and more positive. And I think at this point of the game, when you're needing to kind of dig deep and find as much as possible, I think Peebles will be the one that are looking to know we're in control of this game. And I think Jed will also know that, and that's where they need to kind of really switch on. And don't get me wrong, we know that there's plenty of time yet for Jed to score a couple of quick tries. We've seen way stranger things than that, but I think Peebles have got the better kind of mentality over just by looking at how it looks on the pitch right now.
Yeah, and Jed are going to try and do something about it because they're bringing some subs on. Dan Fishwick's on, among others. So Peebles to kick off again. 17 points to 7 up against Jed Thistle. Little more than 3 minutes on the clock for the Thistle to claw their way back into this, which they're more than capable of doing. But it's Wolfenden to get things back underway. It's taken in by Louis Reid. Thistle using the width of the pitch here. Good straightening there, frees the hands, and it's out to the winger, and there's a wee bit of a foot race on, and he's created the space. There's a man inside, but he's kicked it forward. Has Matthew Palmer. Now Matthew Palmer's dribbled it, he's hacked it. Is he going to win the race to the ball? He has, Matthew Palmer, and he's over. And a wonderful piece of individual skill, Sam.
Yeah, that was a great bit of individual try, wasn't it? Quite similar to Callum Anderson's in that second semi-final. We watched a kick through, not necessarily all about pace in terms of making sure he could get clear clearance on it, because he ended up having to still scrap for that final yard, but making that defender think about it, have to rock back onto his heels, not commit to a tackle, to have that knowledge and nous in an under-18s game there is a real weapon that he needs to hone and really target to make himself into the Jed Forest team proper going forward.
Yeah, and Aaron Weatherhead's converted that try as well, so it's a 3-point ball game. Peebles Colts 17, Jed Thistle 14. A couple of minutes to go in this one, and it's Thistle to kick off. So back underway, and it's a high hanger, and it's been allowed to bounce by Peebles Colts, and it's been taken in. It's Jed Thistle have won the ball. Great work on the deck there, and they've managed to win a penalty, and here they've taken it quickly. It's Weatherhead. Weatherhead's given it to Xander McTaggart, and McTaggart has found Weatherhead again, and Weatherhead's passed it out the tackle. It's gone backwards. It didn't go at hand, but it's gone backwards, and now it's Dan Fishwick again, and it's out to number 9, and he's in for a try. It's Matthew Palmer again. Euan Welsh, 2 quick fire tries for the youngster, and that's an impact if ever there was one.
Well, I'm actually really glad that I mentioned it towards the end of my last point, that there was still plenty of time for them to get the tries, or they look really daft. But I think the clear ability, I think it all stems from that kick through, where you leave the Peebles defender in a kind of sticky situation where he knows he's about to get beat, and from there it's been all Jed, and even letting the kick bounce from the restart, it was all just a case of kind of Peebles not quite getting things right, making kind of the poor decisions, and it's led to Jed being the ones who, how quickly does the momentum swing, and Jed are totally now back in this.
Yeah, they're more than back in it because it's a wonderful conversion from Aaron Weatherhead. That's 3 from 3, and that one was not in front of the sticks by any stretch of the imagination, and he almost looks as good a kicker as I've seen this afternoon. He's been very reliable with the boot, and they've gone long with a kick-off, Jed Thistle, but it's gone dead. You don't see that too often. It's not gone out on the full, it's gone dead, so that's an error with only a few seconds remaining in this one. It's going to be a tap, a free kick to Peebles centre field. I can see what the Jed player was trying there. He was trying to go long and hem Peebles back in the corner, but he's just been a wee bit too exuberant with it, and now Peebles have an opportunity there, 4 points behind, so it's kind of winner takes all next try, if indeed there is a try, and there's a half break on here. Now it's turned into a full break for the Peebles player. It's Ali Furness. Great tackle by the Jed player, but Peebles have maintained possession. It's Euan Miller. Now it's Wolfenden, and it's out on this near side to McLaughlin. Now McLaughlin's shown his man a clean pair of heels, and McLaughlin's going to be in here, and McLaughlin for Peebles touches down. He's hit late there by a Jed player, but he scored the try nonetheless, and it's Peebles who take the lead, and that looks like the clock to me is up, Sam, so you've got to think that's a winner.
Yeah, you have to really appreciate that as well. I thought they'd butchered the try as well, because the man overlap was disappearing before their eyes there. They were too lackadaisical with the passes down the line, and they had to resort to that missed 3. But fortunately for them, your young man had the angle there, and I must say I'm very pleased for this Peebles team. They train hard and they deserve it, because they do really put a lot of effort in for an under-18 squad, extra sessions every week.
And the final whistle goes in the under-18s tournament here at Maroon'd Gala. Peebles are the victors over Jed Thistle. The final is finished. Peebles Colts 22, Jed Thistle 21.
What a final that was. Jed just being denied the fact that they won at Peebles, so they were looking for 2 out of 2, but Peebles had other ideas, and that certainly made amends for the under-16 final, which was won by Melrose Wasp with a comfortable score. Now, of course, coming up, just one more match. It's the final of the Gala Sevens, incorporated out of the Maroon'd Gala Festival, and it's going to be between Kelso and Selkirk. Let's give you a quick rundown of the K7's tournament at the moment as it stands. Kelso will stay top regardless. If they lose in the final, they will end up with 17 points. If they win, then that's 20 from 20. Selkirk, on the other hand, if they lose, they go into second place anyway with 10 points, or if they win it, they will end up with 13. Gala in third place, picking up 5 today, so they move on to 8. Hoyt didn't score, but they remain on 7. Of course, they were finalists in the Peebles tournament. Peebles got a 3 points at Peebles and a 3 points today, so they're up to 5th place with 6 points. Watsonians on 5, Melrose on 3. Melrose not picking up anything unusually today, and of course the likes of Jed Embrackis, Berwick still yet to score on the table, but of course the next round will be the Melrose 7, so a long way before we get into that. And we'll acknowledge the fact as well that Hearts and Balls and 2 Scots picked up 5 points, obviously not part of the Kings of the Sevens, but some tremendous work done by them. Now, interestingly, Robin, Kelso against Selkirk. Let's look at the table here. Kelso, if they win today, this will be their first win at the Gala Sevens since 2001, so they've had a 22-year wait to get their hands on that trophy, and it would be their 11th time of winning if they manage it. Selkirk, now listen to this, 10 finals, only won once. They've lost 9 finals, and the last time they won was 2009. So it's a Kelso Selkirk. We probably weren't expecting that at the start of it all today, way back at 2 o'clock, but that's what we've got. Thoughts, Euan?
I think, it's a difficult one. I mean, obviously, all the crowd here would have wanted Gala to be there, and plenty of other people would have wanted certain teams to be there, but to be honest, I think we've got the best 2 teams. I don't think there can be any doubt about that. Sometimes, luck can swing and decisions can go against you and whatnot, and we've discussed how much yellow cards can go against you and all these kind of things, but I honestly think we've got the best 2 teams. I think we've got the fittest 2 teams, which, as I've said, says a lot for Kelso, considering they had the 15s game on Thursday night. And I think that's what it'll come down to again. It'll be fitness and man management and how they can approach the game. I've discussed how Selkirk defended the last game really differently. And I think we have got the 2 best teams, and so really we've got the best quality game to come in the final.
And Sam, talk about starting your first season back at the Premiership, and already a win in the King of the Sevens. They got off to a winning start in the Border League on Thursday night against Peebles, scoring 5 tries in the process, and now they've made the final of the Gala 7. It's a great start, and we haven't even started the league season yet.
Yeah, not bad for a pre-season, is it? That's a pretty tough as far as they go, but it's also, as we spoke about, it instills that winning mentality. We were talking earlier in the season about how Hoyk are really going to have to get a mindset sharpened, but Kelso are going in as the new whipping boys of the Premiership this year, so people will look at them and they'll have what teams refer to as circle wins. They'll circle wins on a team, and traditionally newly promoted teams are subject to that. So, I mean, as we said earlier, we get to speak to Neil a lot more, so we get a lot more we get a lot more in-depth interviews than other teams. But Neil will be really wanting to stamp that cement, and we are a Premiership team now. We are not a newly promoted Premiership team. They'll want to instill that mindset as quickly as possible. So, a potential second Sevens tournament win and a tough Border League fixture on a Thursday night win will really do well to get them in that mindset.
And Robin, looking at Kelso, taking away the Borders teams at the moment, but the other 6, yes, they've had little warm-up games and things like that, and bounce games and 4x20s and all the rest of it, but Kelso have had a competitive couple of Sevens and a competitive Border League, so they're going to be going against Musselburgh, I think it is, at Stonyhill in the first game, and they'll be full of confidence.
Oh yeah, they'll be as battle hardened as it's possible to be at this upon opening bell, essentially. And they just, to me, I said this last season, and I'll continue to say it, especially given the start they've had to this season, they just seem to be in such a good place at the moment. A lot of that, in my opinion, is down to our good friend Neil Hinnigan. I think he's doing a tremendous job there. Kev Utterson as well, really, really good coach. I've said it before, those are the kind of guys that you're a bit like Kev Barry, as I mentioned earlier, those are the kind of guys you'd run through a brick wall for if you come from the town of Castle. You'd follow them over the top. And what also struck me being there on Thursday night, Stuart, was before the actual game, their second team was training on the main pitch. There would comfortably be 20 odd boys there, no problem at all, and they were going about their business as well. It wasn't a Mickey Mouse session by any stretch of the imagination. They were there, they were working hard, and they are a club just riding on the crest of a wave at the moment, and I think they will be absolutely fine in the Premiership this season. I think they'll win enough games, and I think Poinder especially will be a difficult place for teams to go.
Well, the final very, very soon will be on the pitch. The boys from Peebles is picking up the trophy, and Jed Thistle getting their runners-up medals. We don't want to really call them a loser's medal. They really worked hard for that and thoroughly deserved to get some metal out of that. But here we come with the final, the Selkirk team running out onto the pitch. It's Selkirk against Kelso. For the full commentary of this one, it's Euan Welsh, it's Sam Mathews, and it's Robin Purdie.
Thanks again, Stuart. So here we go. It is the final of Maroon'd Gala 2023, and as the guys alluded to in the pre-final chat, this is by some considerable distance, in my opinion at least, the 2 best teams on show this afternoon. Kelso and Selkirk. Selkirk in their huddle. Looks like it maybe be Kelso to get things underway. They certainly are going to attack the Fairydean end here, and yes, the ball is in the hands of Dwayne Patterson. So Kelso, who's seen off Gala in their set, Kelso who's seen off 2 Scots rather comfortably, in fact, in their semi-final, and Selkirk with one of the great defensive displays that I've seen in recent times, seeing off the home team Gala. So here we go, and it's Patterson with a high hanger, and he's going to give his forwards a chance to get under that. It was panned back by a Kelso player, but straight into the hands of Woodcock of Kelso, and it's been given to Cammy Brown. So back in the hands now of Patterson. Patterson's got Angus Roberts. Angus Roberts comes on a cut, and he goes on a sort of in and out arc, but he's been pretty well tackled there. Josh Welsh, I'm being told, is out for Selkirk, and the ball squirted loose, and it's come into the hands of Blake Cullen. So we'll look into who's going to replace Josh Welsh from another club. We'll let you know that when it's known. Oh, but a penalty's been conceded by Kelso there. Scott McClyman on the floor, and has been taken quickly by Dwayne Patterson, and Dwayne Patterson's got Andy Tate. Andy Tate's out through the hands here, and it's out to Cammy Brown, and is Cammy Brown in for the first try of the final? He is indeed. So first blood to Kelso here. They they scooped the kick off Euan Welsh, and it was one-way traffic from there.
Yep, and we've talked about the kind of mental side of sevens and how it can be affected, and getting an early try can really dent your opponents. So Kelso will be really, really happy with that.
They will indeed, and we're being told that it's Russell Kerr from Gala who's going to take the place of Josh Welsh for Selkirk. And Sam, that's just the start that Kelso would have wanted.
Yeah, especially as you see that, and then you saw it with Dwayne Patterson. There was real urgency to it, especially from the kick-off.
Yeah.
I think that might have been back because he was the one that gave away the ball to Scott McClymont in the turnover, which he's not going to be the first player and definitely won't be the last.
No,
but
he certainly won't.
You say that he's now just missed his conversion, so he's creating that urgency. He just needs to keep a lid on it though, and just make sure it's still controlled, dynamic play from himself. But absolutely right, scoring that first try is really pivotal, especially against a defensive powerhouse like this Selkirk side.
Yeah, they hardly looked like, I know they conceded one with the last play against Gala, but other than that they never looked really like conceding a try. Such was the stoic nature of their defence. Andrew Grant, Sutty and McClymont to the fore in that heroic effort. So going to be Kelso 5-0 to the good. Couple of minutes gone here, and another high hanger by Dwayne Patterson. Did it go 10? Just shy. There must have been millimetres in that one, but it can be millimetres or it could be a mile. It's not gone 10 regardless, and it's going to be a tap and go for Selkirk. Aaron McComb takes it, and it's out to Callum Anderson. He was very impressive in the semi-final, having come on as a substitute early in the piece. McClymont feeds it out to Aaron McComb. Centre field Selkirk, halfway line, out to his brother. Now Andrew Grant Sutty. Andrew Grant Sutty straightens and goes, and he's got power to go with the pace. And there's a high shot in there on Andrew McComb, and Grant Sutty picks up and goes again, and he thinks he sees a little bit of space, and he's been well tackled there by by Woodcock, Murray Woodcock that is, and there's another high tackle in there by a Kelso player. So Selkirk now deep into the Kelso 22, looking for a swift reply, and he's gone route one as McClymont, and he's bashed his way over, and my word, Euan Welsh, he's seen what he was going to do, he thought about what he was going to do there, and he thought, I'm going to do this and you ain't going to stop me.
Yeah, and again, we've mentioned him a lot, but it comes to two really pivotal plays for Grant Sutty, and he obviously backs himself. I mean, he's obviously not been listening to us on the radio, but he obviously knows he's been a good player today, and that is shown because he had the ability, in a tough situation, when he's got loads of options. Twice he just went, no, let's go, I'm going to go for this.
Yeah,
and went himself.
Blow by the horns.
Yeah, totally, and that shows that he's confident in himself, which it brings everybody else in the team up with him, when you know that somebody is really, taking the bull by the horns, as you say.
Yeah, and good kick by one of the best kickers on show here this afternoon. Good conversion by Aaron McComb. So Selkirk now with a slight advantage, 7 points to 5, just 4 minutes gone on the clock. So we've got a bit of a ding dong on here as Aaron McComb takes the kick off, and that has gone 10 and not by much. It's came back on the Selkirk side. Great kick off there by Aaron McComb, and it was his brother, I think, who got up and got a mitt to it. So back in the hands of McComb, the playmaker. Now it comes again to McClymont, the try scorer, and he sees a bit of space again, and he comes back inside to Blake Cullen. Another impressive performer for Selkirk this afternoon. McClymont plays scrum half this time. He goes out to Grant Sutty. Grant Sutty out to Aaron McComb. He finds Lachlan Ferguson. Ferguson stands in the tackle, and there's a Kelso Jackler on there, but they've won possession back. There's good work in there by Andy Tate, doing the donkey work for Kelso, but still came back on the Selkirk side. And Aaron McComb has a bit of a dart this time, and does he go out the back door? He does, but no, there was an advantage being played, and the referee's going to bring them back, and it looks like Aaron McComb has taken a sore one here, possibly a bang to the face, and not a man, Sam, Aaron McComb, that Selkirk will want to lose at this stage.
No, absolutely not. He's been a real talismanic figure in terms of orchestrating the play and dictating the tempo. You've had Sutty in the offensive masterclass and Anderson making breaks, but you've had McClymont in the defensive, but McComb's been the one that's had them all ticking over, hasn't he? He's just kind of marshalled his team up and down the pitch, so a really big loss. So they'll be hoping they can get a bit of time here just to see if he can actually carry on. Yeah,
we'll see what's happened here. It looks like Kelso are making a change as well, I think. Has Archie Barber come on, or is he just running the water? No, he's coming back to the touchline. Barber. Cammy Brown's come to the touchline. He's taking some instructions from Kev Utterson, a fine player on the 7th Circuit back in the day. Utterson.
I think what we can say though about Selkirk is they're obviously committed to abiding by what they've decided to do, because there was 3 or 4 phases where they just went side to side. They kept their shape. They weren't really, we've seen teams panic when they've felt like they need to get a grip of the game. Whereas Selkirk looked really confident in what they were doing. They were just kind of waiting to see if there was a gap, and if there wasn't one, they wanted to try to find one really urgently.
You're absolutely right, Euan. They've been very tactical this afternoon, Sam, haven't they?
Yeah, they've not wasted energy is the best way I'd explain it there.
Great analogy, great way of putting it.
It is just a simple case of what is the job that needs done. We'll do it no more and absolutely no less, but that is us. And now, unfortunately, it looks like Aaron McComb's definitely at least taking a break, but Cam Eason coming on, he's had a good tournament as well this afternoon, scored a few tries, so hopefully he can keep that rhythmic sort of metronome play style going for the Selkirk side.
Yeah, Aaron McComb, that's a shame. Very good player, Aaron McComb. He's almost the sort of French style little general, isn't he? He can play 9, he can play 10, he's got a bit of pace, but he's got a ton of guile about him. But we're back underway here, and Selkirk have taken the penalty. Callum Anderson goes now, he straightens, he's tackled by a couple of Kelso players there, Frankie Robson being one of them. Now it's with McClymont again, the workhorse in the Selkirk ranks, and a little bit of a half break there by the other McComb, that being Andrew, and he's stolen a couple of metres. Again, Robson in, looking for the ball there, but it's came back on the Selkirk side, and it's Eason. Eason now, Blake Cullen straightening goes, and was there a high shot in there on Cullen? Yeah, the arm is out, so there's another penalty coming. They're playing with a free ball here. Selkirk gambling with house money, and it's in the hands of Andrew Grant Sutty. Dummies and goes, and he's made a break here, and in he comes again, and he's going to go here, Andrew Grant Sutty, and that is a wonderful try. 5th of the afternoon for him, Euan, and he really is a weapon.
Yeah, absolutely. And before he made 2 decisions similar to that when there wasn't even an advantage, whereas there you're giving him a platform to kind of experiment, and as I say, he's full of confidence. So when you give a team advantage, which is 4 high tackles, which is something we've kind of seen happening all day, they had the advantage, but again, they didn't really panic. They just still kind of went through their motions. They didn't do anything completely creative. They just waited until it fell into the hands of the right player at the right time, who had that bit about him to say, nah, let's go for this. And again, he just went right through and fully backed himself, and it's led to a try.
He's so direct, Sam, isn't he? Is he player of the day thus far for you?
I don't even think it's just terms on how many times you've said his name alone. We spoke about how Gary Lowry for Hoyk was quite influential. We've always been there, but Grant Sutty seems to be in every phase of play, either touching the ball or hitting a ruck. And just to peer over at your notes there, he's had a try in every game today, so he's been consistent as well.
Yeah, it's been kicked off by Eason, so we've a couple of minutes still to go in this one according to the scoreboard clock. A couple of minutes in the half, of course, but Kelso now in possession. Cammy Brown, he's been a prominent performer for the Tweedsiders today. Speaking of which, here comes Dwayne Patterson, and he looked to get out the back door, Dwayne Patterson, but thought better of it. It would have been a bit Hollywood given the situation. Of Andy Tate thought about a snipe up the near side, but he thinks better of it as well and goes back to Frankie Robson. Out to Murray Woodcock. They could do with getting Woodcock on the ball, but there's a break on here by Tweedy. That's Hamish Tweedy, and is Hamish Tweedy going to go all in and all the way? And he is, and that's just what the doctor ordered for Kelso. That's a wonderful piece of running by Hamish Tweedy, and they're right back in it.
Yeah, I think the biggest compliment you give that was very Grant Sutty, wasn't it? He just decided he was going for it and just went straight through. He knew he had the angle. He's not been too kind to his kicker, where he's quite out far in the post and he's on the windier side of the pitch. Not that much stand cover, but still a very good try. And not only that, it was very fast in response as well, so a very good time to score as well.
It was, and I was going to say, Euan, they've got strike runners in the ranks.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think that's what maybe they just needed, was a wee bit of kind of like, we've been doing this kind of like strategic approach, but I'm going to do something a wee bit different and see if it works, and it did work. And sometimes you've got to take the risk, especially when you've only got a couple of seconds before half time, where a score can really change things. We know that across all sports.
Yeah, perfect timing as we await the kick. The conversion attempt is a decent old strike by Dwayne Patterson, and I was going to say the assistant referees, or the behind the posts assistant referees, whatever you want to call them, they thought long and hard about that one, and it sailed. So 12 points apiece at half time, according to the scoreboard. Are we waiting to see if the conversion took that to 14, but either way, it's as nip and tuck as you like this one, Sam.
Yeah, and I think what a momentum builder that is as well, seeing that kick sail over. What a bit of belief, because now, as we say, we're not quite sure about the scoreboard on a par, but at the very least you are level now at half-time. You are not chasing the game now. You're back at square one effectively now. It's just a 7-minute final, a 10-minute final in a game, so 10 minutes to go.
So, and Euan, it's a tough one to call, isn't it? We said before the final these have been the best two teams, and you know they've went hammer and tongue in that first half, and there's literally nothing to separate them. It's a cigarette paper.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough 7 minutes for them, because what's going to happen now is, you know, it's almost the players are going to feel like they've just spent the last 7 minutes running about for nothing, because as you say, it's back to square one. And the problem is that physicality is going to take a hold of them now, and it's going to be about fitness, and it will be about who can kind of be stronger in the next 7 minutes, because it's been a day full of kind of physical games. You can definitely say that. And when the ref blew for half time there, it was all kind of hands on hips, kind of bent over. You know, the telltale signs of teams that are kind of struggling. And now it's 7 minutes to go, and it's all about that kind of who can dig deep and fight hardest.
That's it. Who can go the deepest? And of course, Selkirk got a hit out on Tuesday night. Kelso's most recent was 48 hours ago, and it was a competitive fixture at that, and we're back underway. Selkirk have taken the kick-off, and it's hit right off the head of a Selkirk player, and it's fallen at the hands of Andy Tate, and Andy Tate's made 30-40 metres, and good running by Andy Tate, but he's been wrapped up there by Callum Anderson. Good defensive duties, but Kelso have maintained possession. Murray Woodcock now has seen the space, and nobody's going to stop Murray Woodcock. He is too quick, he is too direct, and that is his fifth try of the day as well, Sam.
I was about to say, another player that we spoke about, Grant Sutty, a lot.
Every game.
Yeah, Murray Woodcock has had an absolutely phenomenal tournament for a young player as well. He's a real gem that they've had growing down there at Pointer Park, and you can see they've polished him up well, and he's now really flourishing in these first two Sevens tournaments that he's been in. He had a great performance 48 hours ago, I've heard as well.
Yeah, he was very impressive on Thursday night, and Neil Hinnigan talks about him, Euan, in the highest regard. He really, really does rate him as not just a prospect, but as a current player.
And you know, if Neil's rating him, I mean, Neil will spend loads of time with him, so I mean, we have to take his word for it and believe what he's saying. And we've seen it on the pitch, and Neil will know it from behind closed doors that he is obviously a player who is really dedicated to his rugby and improving his rugby. Yeah,
and Neil talks about his work rate and his training, and the conversion's been missed, but what a momentum swing in this final. It's now Kelso 17, Selkirk 12, with a minute gone in this second half, the 7 minute second half. It's going to be Dwayne Patterson who struck the upright with a conversion attempt from wide out. It could come down to conversions in this nip and tuck final, and that's a great kick off by Patterson, and it's going to give Cammy Thompson a chance, and it's fallen at the hands of Woodcock again, and Woodcock got the cute offload away right to that man Thompson, and he's in for another quick strike. And Sam Mathews, talk about a final being turned on its head.
I was about to say exactly that. The first 7 minutes do not match the opening 2 minutes of this half. What a great attacking onset from Kelso there. They've really seen it. I saw that Scott McClymont was down here on the bench getting a well-deserved rest. It was clear that Selkirk had tried to sort of marshal the first half of this second half, the third quarter if you like, and Dwayne Patterson and his side have really just taken, once again, the bull by the horns, not to reuse cliches, but they have really just cemented that to make sure that they can now attack this from the front foot.
They absolutely have. I don't know what was said by the likes of Neil and Kevin Utterson at half time, but it's done the trick, whatever it was, and they're 10 points to the good with the conversion attempt to come by Patterson, and he struck it well again, but it's drifted to the left, so 10 points it remains. It's Selkirk 12, Kelso 22. There's 9.5 minutes gone on the clock, so with 4 and a bit still to go as Patterson ambles back towards the halfway line to take this kick off. McClymont's back on for Selkirk, who now need something. You feel that if Kelso score next, then it could be out of reach for the suitors, and it's another challengeable kick off, and McClymont's under it. McClymont takes it cleanly, but he's hit hard, but he's hit high by Murray Woodcock. That's about the first blot on his copybook this afternoon, but it was a long floated pass. The penalty was taken quickly, and it's been knocked on by Selkirk. It was in the breadbasket of Callum Anderson it was, and he's been super impressive this afternoon, Anderson, but that's not the time to cough one up, Euan.
No, and it's actually been the last two mistakes that are probably costing Celtic right now. Obviously one led to a try and this one's led to a scrum on the 22, and I think that, you see Celtic players are now starting to kind of argue amongst each other and have kind of comments to each other, and that's not what you want to see, because Celtic have been so resilient all day and been strong together, and you don't want to see that now because there's still plenty of time. And
there's been a scrum on the 22 for Kelso, a Kelso scrum, and it's in the hands of Frankie Robson, and he gets out to Angus Roberts, who's on for Kelso. Not a bad man to enter the fray. From a Pointer perspective, it's Tweedy out to Andy Tate tactically brings it back to Tweedy, looking for space. Robson, Dwayne Patterson sees a gap, and Patterson's through the gap, and as cute as you like, he's found the space, he's taken the space, he's over, and Sam Mathews cream rises to the top, and he's about as good as it gets on the circuit.
I love watching Dwayne Patterson play rugby. I will happily admit it. I'm a massive Dwayne Patterson fan. Little things like that. He was literally flagging his players to get behind him because everybody was stood in front of him, and next thing you know, he's given one show and go and he's out of there. But what a great try. You can't praise that high enough. But on a Selkirk perspective, how noticeable is it that Aaron McComb is not on the pitch anymore?
Yeah, it can't be a coincidence. You wouldn't say he's their kind of their French little general, if you like. He's their go-to man. He's their orchestrator, as the conversion attempt is not Patterson's best of the afternoon, but it doesn't matter all that much because they're out to a 27 points to 12 lead, are Selkirk, and again Patterson sort of meanders back to take the kick-off. He's going to take all the time that's available to him. There's a couple of minutes left on the clock. It's more than a 2-score ball game as well, as far as Selkirk are concerned, so you've got to, you wouldn't get a bet on Kelso from here, as Patterson shapes to take this kick-off. Kelso attacking the factory end now, and it's been gathered in cleanly by Cammy Brown, who's came to the fore as the tournament is worn on, and there's a penalty coming Selkirk's way, and Archie Barber's on, as is Angus Utterson now for Kelso. Another man still on is that man Dwayne Patterson, and he's almost in reverse here, but he sees another half gap and he goes through it and he frees the hands and he finds Cammy Thompson, and coming out with the party pieces now. The referees deem there to be not enough advantage, and they're going to come back for a Kelso penalty just inside the Selkirk 10 metre line, and again Patterson is in no hurry whatsoever to take this. Cammy Brown's in attendance. We're into the last minute now according to the scoreboard clock, and Patterson's going to go down the touchline with this one and eat up a bit more of this time and go for the Kelso line out. That's smart play by Patterson. He really does know his way around a sevens field, and the headgear is off for that man, and he's coming to the touchline. His race is run. He gets a cuddle from Kev Utterson, and he gets an even bigger cuddle from his teammate Hamish Tweedy. They know their second Kings of the Sevens victory. They're going to go 2 from 2 with Peebles already in the bag. They're going to win this one as well. The line has been taken, but the referee's going to bring them back. Duncan Smith's on for Kelso as well. He's another talented youngster, and they really have got a depth about their squad, Kelso. And it's Brown to Smith. He fancies a dart, but he goes back to Utterson. Utterson to Barber. These young tyros in unison, and there's a foot race on here. That's Robbie Tweedy. Kelso still in possession. He's over the line, Robbie Tweedy, and he's bought himself a score there. He snaffled one. That's his second of the afternoon. Kelso players, Kelso staff, euphoric on the touchline. And Euan, they've been the best. We said before the final, this is the two best teams, and the best team has prevailed.
Absolutely, and it took to the kind of second half for us to kind of fully see who was the better team, but definitely the cream has came to the top, as you mentioned earlier. 22 years since Kelso last won here. I wasn't even thought about the last time they won here, so that kind of says it for itself. So I think it's great for Kelso going into the 15th season off the back of 2 really good wins on the Sevens circuit, and also obviously that game on Thursday. But I think this will do the boys at Kelso, not just the players on the pitch, but everybody involved with the club. As you said, it's the right community atmosphere down at Pointer Park, and that'll do them great favours going into this season.
all credit to both these teams. Though Sam, Selkirk certainly have put up a good fight today, and they can go into the latter rounds as the spring rolls round in good confidence.
I think so as well. When you think about the Selkirk squad at the moment as well, these players don't necessarily jump out at you. Obviously, you've got players like Shavajak, you've got Luke Petty, who are they're obviously back at home today. They're not playing in the Sevens tournament, but you hear the rumours coming out. We spoke about the rumours with Jed as well about numbers not being there. The same rumours coming out of Selkirk. Taking these 12 players today that have all had a really stern performance, especially on a defensive side of an attacking abbreviation of the codes. If you can gel these players with the names I've mentioned who are currently back home and you get them together, they've got a really strong core of a team there that they can work with. So although you say they're not coming away with a winner's trophy today, there's a lot of mindset today, and as because this is still August, you are really sort of building towards the season here. The Kings of the Sevens, there's going to be time to compete for that again in April. Like, there's only 2 tournaments gone so far. There's still plenty of Sevens to play.
And Euan,
if you just look at the way that even Kelso are celebrating, people talk about Sevens rugby this time of year, no being the favoured thing and whatnot. But these players are obviously taking it. Maybe it's not about the Sevens. Maybe it's about that progression, ready for their season in the Premiership, and it's the coaches and the extra people in there handling with the boys. It's clearly a community of players and coaches that are really up for this season and really keen.
They are indeed. So a fine afternoon's rugby draws to a close. Maroon'd Gala. Kelso are the champions. They've gone 2 from 2 in Kings of the Sevens, and the final has finished Kelso 32, Selkirk 12.
And the Selkirk final jinx at Gala continues. 11 finals and 10 losses for them. And well done to Kelso, who blew Selkirk away in that second half display. 32 points to 12 was the final score. And that's just about it for today. Congratulations to the winners of the Maroon'd Gala Sevens title, which this year are Kelso. Top of the table, 20 points. Selkirk have 10, Gala on 8, Hawick on 7, Peebles 6, Watsonians 5 and Melrose 3. Those are the scorers in the Kings of the Sevens. Now the Kings of the Sevens will of course resume again in April next year with round 3. That will be at the Melrose Sevens on the second Saturday in April, and as I said, we'll be back in 2 weeks' time for the start of the league season, and as well as full commentary on the match between Hawick and Glasgow Hawks in the Premiership. We'll have reporters at other games bringing you the very latest scores as they happen. But for now, from me and the team, a very good night.